Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being refreshed!
That's too much, man!
Come on!
Put your drum up.
I'm staying in the race.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Come on!
Winter is coming.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Consequences.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
That's hot.
China.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What?
Jesus, I say that.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
Lock things up and keep our country safe.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Come on!
Right now.
I see that you know your judo.
These criminals up and keep our country safe.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
A fucking bitch.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Aren't I a good guy?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Just like my wife's vagina. The supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the resistance.
Precision of language. Please.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Awful. Weak.
Ready for the Second Amendment?
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Wondering what it all means. Well, it's been an incredibly long week, and this here is the week-ending report. Which means we got a hell of a lot to talk about, space fams, so I guess I better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts during these space journeys of ours. Danger and peril is expected. Well, I see you, space fams. I see you all. Do some shout-outs before we get started. Jerry McLean first, Bob Carmody second, and Orby Daslow third. Jetta close fourth. I also see Moano up in chat, Atticus Among Us, Tamara Chance, Amanda's Esoteric Corner. Geodragon. Susie Jones. Arvin Trevino. Janelle Walker. And that's it. That's it. That's all the shoutouts I gotta do. Great. Good to see you all. Well, as I mentioned, it's been an incredibly long week. I don't know if you've noticed. A hell of a lot has happened. Been a little stressful for some of us, I'm sure. Hopefully this weekending report will help us digest, perhaps make sense of some of it. So much has happened. Immigration rulings. Cuts affecting Americans everywhere. Tariff war, of course. Turmoil in the stock market. Potential criminal acts by the president. United States becoming more and more isolated by the day. Guess we better start in the United States. Speaking of all that. America, fuck yeah, indeed. Let's start in New York.
Video from a bystander captured the splash of parts from a tourist helicopter that crashed into New York's Hudson River on Thursday. New York City Mayor Eric Adams said all 6 people aboard, including 3 children, were killed in the crash.
Members of the FDNY and NYPD harbor units arrived at the scene, and divers from both agencies entered the water. At this time, all 6 victims have been removed from the water, and sadly, all 6 victims have been pronounced deceased.
Adams said the victims were believed to have included a family from Spain, as well as the pilot. Officials said the New York helicopter's tour aircraft departed at about 3 p.m. and later lost control, hitting the water upside down near Lower Manhattan. New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch said divers helped remove the victims from the water.
NYPD divers pulled 4 people from the crash site, and FDNY divers recovered an additional 2. Immediate life-saving measures were undertaken on the vessels at the scene, as well as the adjoining pier. 4 victims were pronounced dead on scene, and 2 more were removed to local area hospitals, where sadly both succumbed to their injuries.
The Federal Aviation Administration said the helicopter was a Bell 206. The FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board will investigate, with the NTSB leading the investigation.
Yeah, this happened this morning, this helicopter crash. Not sure if we can link it to the fact that the FAA has been getting its budget gutted and people fired. Could be any number of things. Let's continue talking about this tragedy for a moment. You can't listen to Eric Adams' voice? Yeah, I get that. I understand and I feel you. Thankfully, that might be it for
We begin
today.
this morning with the deadly helicopter crash. Investigators are trying to figure out just what caused a sightseeing helicopter to plunge out of the sky and into the Jersey side of the Hudson River, killing 6 people on board.
Among the dead, a Siemens executive and his family who were visiting New York from Spain. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate leads our coverage. He is live in Jersey City with more on the crash and the victims. Phil, good morning.
Charlene, good morning. What should have been a routine flight for tourists to take a look at New York City's beloved skyline unfortunately turned tragic, and that's as this family of 5, along with this 36-year-old pilot, lives were abruptly cut short. Now, this morning, we're waiting for divers to take to the waters here of the Hudson River to look for any other wreckage near this ventilation pier where the helicopter had fell. Now, so many questions left unanswered as to what exactly went wrong, as the NTSB is now on their way to investigate. Now, video on your screen shows recovery workers pulling the crumbled wreckage onto a barge along the pier as police fished out chunks of cut-up metal that was washed up to the Jersey City shore, along with a life preserver, a seat, and the personal effects of a family of 5. Onlookers tell Eyewitness News they watched in horror as the 21-year-old Bell 206 helicopter flying for tour company New York Helicopter was stripped of its rotors and upside down in midair, plunged from the sky and into the Hudson. All 6 people aboard, including a prominent Spanish business executive named Agustin Escobar, his wife, their 3 young kids, and that 36-year-old pilot who took his guests on a tour of the skyline, ended in tragedy. Now, first responders' efforts fell short as it was too late. Officials briefed us on the 18-minute flight that took a turn for the worse.
The aircraft flew south before turning to fly north along the Manhattan shoreline up the Hudson River. At 3:08 p.m., the helicopter reached the George Washington Bridge and then turned again to fly south along the New Jersey shoreline.
This is insane. Oh, boy. All right, let's go from New York down to Florida, where another aviation accident occurred at 5, maybe a little bit more, like 10 hours later. Boca Raton. That's right. ABC News from 10 hours ago. Small plane crashes in Boca Raton, Florida. Just realized that the soundboard's super low. No, not. What are you doing? Why are we doing this? Okay, there we go. Go web go. Oh no, did I double click it? Did I double click? I double clicked it. Son of a. Go back. This is very rude.
How rude.
We have breaking news out of Florida. A small airplane has crashed near Interstate 95 in Boca Raton. Police say the Cessna 310 had just taken off for...
Okay, why is this in 144p right now? What? This is set. You call this 720? Yeah, right.
Tallahassee when the crash happened. 3 people were on board right near the Boca Airport. ABC News transportation correspondent Sam Sweeney is tracking that story for us. Sam, what do we know so far?
Oh my God, ABC.
This was a twin-engine Cessna plane, carries typically between 4 and 6 people. We are told that 3 people were on board, but we do not know their conditions. The plane had taken off earlier this morning from the Boca Raton Airport. It was headed to Tallahassee, but just after takeoff, there was some sort of issue with the plane. They tried to come back, and you can see that flight path there making a lot of circles. That indicates that there was some sort of control issue there. The pilot likely trying to stabilize the aircraft and get it back on the ground, but as we can see from those aerial images, they were unable to make it back to the Boca Raton Airport. That plane exploded into a fireball, and again, 3 people were on board.
Yeah, this sort of pattern, I'm not an aviation expert, but I used to actually want to be a pilot. This would lead one to believe that one of the rudders on one of the wings is probably stuck, or some other thing related to actually navigating the plane was, I mean, because they were just like, you can see the airport's right here. It should have been easy if you were having problems to turn back. But if you have control issues, you're going to have a hard time. Jesus Christ.
Not know conditions. I-95 in the area shut down. Those railroad tracks going right underneath that overpass of 95 there in Boca. Also, that surface street next to the tracks closed as well, as investigators try to figure out what happened here.
So what are the next steps for investigators, or maybe even the first steps this early on?
It's the engine. The engine's just hanging out. Just sort of. Wow, I shouldn't laugh. I mean, this is a tragedy. Oh, God. All right, let's go here. You can see some of the footage after it. Firefighters trying to put out a fire around where this plane landed. Well, crashed. Didn't really land. You can see it sparked a brush fire around the surrounding area. Okay, well, that's it for aviation news. Seems like everything's going well in that arena. All right. Let's talk a little bit about science. How's that sound?
It's science.
And what some of the recent decisions of the the executive branch of our government have been doing to impact the state of health and science in the United States. We'll start here with Reuters from 15 hours ago. As U.S. research jobs vanish, scientists consider relocating. No way. Shocking. Who could have guessed that?
Marine scientist David Diaz-Dehan began working at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, in October. By mid-February, he had been dismissed. Dehan and hundreds of others were affected by job cuts, targeting probationary workers as President Donald Trump's administration began slashing funding for universities and research bodies. He's now applying for jobs in Europe.
It is likely that the opportunities for me and others to find another job that will use our skills in the US are going to be few.
Trump's administration says billions of dollars in cuts are needed to curb the federal deficit and bring the U.S. debt under control. Dehan says he will go wherever there are opportunities, even if there is a high cost.
I'm going to probably lose my connection to my daughter.
I love how we keep getting told that the only way to fix the federal budget deficit is to delete all the good things from our society, rather than taxing Elon Musk and Donald Trump a little bit more. That's what we have right now. Billionaire-run government attempting to enrich itself. Not the government, but themselves.
Lives here in Florida. I do it because I'm passionate about science, about the marine environment. I will move overseas.
The threat to academics' livelihoods at universities including Yale, Columbia, and Johns Hopkins has given Europe's political leaders hope they could reap an intellectual windfall. A letter reviewed by Reuters, signed in March by 13 European countries, urged the EU Commission to move fast to attract academic talent. And the European Research Council told Reuters it would double the relocation budget for funding researchers moving to the EU. 13 European universities and research institutes that spoke to Reuters reported seeing an increase in US-based employees and academics considering a move. But pulling in
the fact that we are driving out all of the talent from this country is not only insane, and it's honestly, it's beyond shooting ourselves in the foot moment. I mean, like, this will absolutely, I mean, this goes against everything they're trying to do right now, right? You get rid of all the smart people. Get rid of all the people focused in on solving the world's problems through learning and research, things of that nature. Get rid of all of the, you know, we haven't really talked about it, but, you know, over the years, we talk about the U.S. brain trust and all of this other stuff, and the fact that so many people are coming to this country because of all of the opportunities to engage in this kind of stuff. Well, it's also going to it runs completely contrary to the things that Donald Trump keeps talking about wanting to do. Bring back all the jobs. Well, first off, cutting jobs doesn't bring back jobs. But also, if you don't have, we've already heard time and time again that we don't have enough skilled workers to fill the jobs that China is currently got going on in their country. So how do we expect to get our manufacturing to the point that we are even close, even just fractionally close to what China is able to do right now? You can't. You literally cannot. Because you're going to have to educate people. You are going, like, that's just a given right now. You're going to have to educate people on how to do all sorts of things with technology. And if all the people who understand things like that, who are at whatever colleges and universities, at research, involved in research, whatever else that's never going to happen. It's just never going to happen.
US talent requires more than goodwill. For decades, Europe has lagged far behind the US on investment of higher learning. Total expenditure on research and development in the EU in 2023 was more than $400 billion, according to Eurostat. That same year, US spending was $940 billion, according to the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics. A White House official said even with the cuts, the US would still account for most of the world's research funding, and dozens of scientists have taken to social media, encouraging peers to stay in the US. Michael Oleson, an epidemiologist based in Washington, D.C., said language barriers were one potential drawback.
That's a hard sell. That's a hard sell right now. How do you convince people to stay here while the jobs for science and research are drying up, when you have an anti-science president and administration now in charge of the country, where you have that same administration also targeting foreign-born individuals in the country for their free speech? It's an impossible sell, actually. The more and more reasons that I come up with over here, I'm like, dude, why would anyone want to stay in this country? They just don't understand. It's idiotic.
The hurdles are just finding work, figuring out how to do that transition, and moving. I'd probably sell most everything I have and just start fresh.
Oleson said any brain drain of US-based scientists wouldn't necessarily have a short-term impact, but future generations would be affected.
The long-term implications, though, with losing some of the thought leaders in the sciences is that you also lose the educators, and you need that classroom setting a lot of times to learn how to do science properly.
It's fine. We'll just teach ourselves, you know? DIY. That's how learning works, right? You know what? That's probably why we're just getting, you know, we'll have the kids teach themselves, right? It'll be fine. No way that goes wrong. Okay, before we keep going, I did see Moanoab suggest that we have at least 20 likes already on the stream, so let's go to the Galactic Cantina, get ourselves some emotional support. That's 2. Okay. And you already got one rollover. If you look over here in the corner, you got a Gary. Hail Gary. There we go. Okay. Now, let's go to some other sort of science-based stuff. This doesn't have to do with necessarily with research, but it does have to do with the health of Americans. And RFK Jr. has essentially directed many states to just get rid of fluoride in their water. Many have been going immediately to do that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm sure that'll be good for everyone's teeth. You know, of course. I mean, this is where we're at right now. It's honestly is just insane. Okay. Listen, yeah, let's go to KSL News, Utah, where the state, shockingly, Utah, shock of shocks. Utah is going to get rid of the fluoride. Yeah? Who could have guessed that they'd be one of the first ones to do it? Not me. Not I say. Sorry, I'm trying to do something. I am stalling, if you can't tell. All right, now, KSL News, Utah, 23 hours ago. Salt Lake Dental Clinic worries fluoride ban will hurt low-income Utahns. Really? No kidding.
Dentists say Utah is making life even harder for low-income families by banning fluoride in drinking water. Well, today our team went to a low-cost dental clinic in Salt Lake City, learning why they are worried for their patients. Medical specialist Emma Benson now with the story.
A big change in Utah and a national first.
I'm very, very proud of very, very proud. First state to ban it, and I hope many more will come.
That it? Fluoride, banned from public water systems in Utah under a new state law. On a visit to Salt Lake City this week, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. praised the move, but it has dentists and clinics concerned about low-income families losing out on benefits of fluoride.
Regardless of your income, your ethnicity, your gender, your age, it helps everyone.
Helping too many
Dental
people.
Services treats adults and kids either at a
Illegal.
discount or for free. Executive Director Sasha Harvey pushed lawmakers to keep fluoride flowing in Utah taps, saying it prevents cavities and tooth decay. But state lawmakers approved the ban, saying it gives Utahns a choice. Drink tap water without fluoride or take it by getting a prescription.
But unfortunately, that is not the case for the majority of people that we serve.
She says many can't afford it.
The populations that are often forgotten.
Yeah, many can't afford it, no kidding. Yeah, how is healthcare these days right now? Is it wildly privatized and difficult to get any sort of treatments approved by your healthcare provider? Oh, it is. Oh.
That don't have any other alternatives.
Thinking about the clinic's patients, it's hard not to get emotional.
Sorry.
She says young patients coming into the clinic have extensive needs, even going under general anesthesia. She expects more kids to come in over the next year, an impact of the ban on fluoride. But demand is already high, with some patients waiting 6 months.
It would break my heart telling them I understand.
6-month waiting list to get dental care. Now we're getting rid of fluoride in the water, something which causes no health problems in the right doses. And the doses are very, very, very, very, very, very low. It's enough to help teeth, not enough to do anything to your health or impact you negatively. Pitchforks Dragon with a super chat, breaking the ice. Pitchforks, love you, buddy. Can someone remind me what was the greatest public health achievement of the 20th century? Oh, was it putting fluoride in the public? I don't know. I don't know if I could say for sure. What was the greatest public health achievement? I mean, I don't know if that's what you're asserting right now. Very well may be. I don't know if I could speak to that. We have 30 likes now. My God. Okay. Wow, that's pretty fast. 30 likes, 36 minutes, almost 1 like per minute. Asterisk. That. I think I know what the reason is for why these people are so anti-fluoride. Remember this? I'm fairly certain this man is the main reason for all this.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like them frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Rid of the Second Amendment? Place point.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong, chat? Come on. Come on. You know I'm right. This is why they're so afraid of fluoride. They're concerned that they might be turned gay. Just like the frogs.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let's see what else RFK has been up to. What do you say? NBC Montana from 22 hours ago. RFK has got big plans. Big, big plans.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the HHS will uncover the cause of autism by September.
We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
Scientists believe genetics and environmental factors can play a role in autism, but the exact cause is unknown. For years, Kennedy has asserted autism stems from routine childhood shots and vaccinations. President Trump hinted at such claims following Kennedy's remarks today, suggesting that maybe it's a shot that causes autism.
I love how NBC Montana is almost as, I mean, it's obviously in some cases is worse than CNBC. I might have to start amending that because NBC Montana is constantly giving some of the most idiotic claims out there, like the benefit of the doubt. The way that they frame these things, like, yeah, well, he actually, I mean, who knows? who knows what's true? Oh, wait, actually, let me just go through the research real quick. pour over the documents. Oh, wait, it looks like scientists have spent even more time than one might expect debunking this claim. And every single peer-reviewed study has come back saying, no, vaccines don't cause autism. But the new HHS Secretary, RFK Jr., thinks this is a wise use of government dollars and the time of medical professionals and researchers to do while we're dealing with measles outbreaks across the country. Smart. That's thinking right there. That's efficiency right there. You research again something that's already been over-researched and has been proven to be false. But just in case everybody was wrong and you're non-scientist, non-doctor, and you're like, they could all be wrong and I'm the one who's right. That's how we should run our government. That's why we got rid of the Chevron doctrine. Okay, let's go now to talking about the FCC. Donald Trump has a new FCC nominee and some other stuff here. Head of NASA as well. Let's go to Forbes breaking news from 21 hours ago. Ed Markey asking questions about all this to those nominees in a recent hearing in Congress.
Thank you, Senator Moreno. I would note that when you were describing the motto for the benefit of all in the facility in Ohio, I thought you were going to reference the phrase "to serve man," the classic Twilight Zone episode that ends with "It's a cookbook! It's a cookbook!" Senator Markey.
Thank you. I love about that. Look at Ted Cruz. He thinks he just made a hilarious reference. Not a single person in here laughed. These two are looking at each other awkwardly with sort of forced smiles, it would seem. Ted Cruz thinks he is fucking hilarious. Not a single chuckle from the chamber, I noticed. Pretty much just crickets. Sorry, Ted. Maybe you should go back to Cancun. There's a joke.
On your nomination. As you know, I authored the E-Rate E for Education program in the House of Representatives as part of the Telecommunications Act of 1996, because I believe then and I believe now that access to education shouldn't depend on your zip code. Thanks to the E-Rate, thousands of schools in the United States now have high-speed internet access. That's millions of students who can research, learn, and grow with the tools they need to succeed in the 21st century economy. Do you agree that the E-Rate program has been a success?
Senator, thank you. Yes, I agree that E-Rate has been an important part of making sure students are connected across the country.
Student education has changed a lot since I created the E-Rate program nearly 30 years ago. Today, learning often extends outside the schoolhouse, putting many low-income and rural students who lack internet access at home at a serious disadvantage. Do you agree that having access to high-speed broadband at home is important for students and educators in our modern educational environment?
Certainly, Senator, I think having access to broadband at home, at school, everywhere across the country is important.
And do you agree that a predictable funding source for E-Rate is critical for schools and libraries to stay connected?
Yes, Senator. The Communications Act requires a specific, predictable, and sufficient funding source for universal service.
Thank you. Now, let's turn to a different issue. Over the past few months, Chairman Carr has taken a series of steps to attack broadcasters over their news programming. He pressured CBS to release a transcript of an interview with Vice President Harris that supposedly contained evidence of deceptive editing. When the transcript clearly refuted that allegation, Chairman Carr still opened a docket to accept public comments on it. He's taken similarly baseless steps against ABC and NBC, and he opened an investigation into the underwriting practices of public broadcasters without citing any evidence of wrongdoing. Taken together, these actions indicate a chairman intent on weaponizing the FCC's legal authorities for ideological and partisan purposes.
Illegal.
Ms. Trustee, I understand you cannot comment on open proceedings, so I will ask generally, do you agree that the FCC should not open or conduct investigations for political purposes.
Yes, Senator, I agree with that.
If asked to vote on an investigation or enforcement matter that violates the First Amendment, will you vote against that matter?
So, Senator, I don't want to speculate on something that hasn't happened yet, but what I can tell you is...
If it's a violation of the First Amendment, will you vote against it?
What I can tell you is I firmly believe in the First Amendment. I believe, and I won't do anything to violate it.
Okay, there we go. I wanted to hear.
There we go. Now you got
hear that you will take that position, and I'm going to be closely monitoring the Commission's work to ensure that it complies with the First Amendment. Thank you. Mr. Isaacman,
I tried to
personal and financial.
I tried to do some research on this woman. Unfortunately, there's almost
going to be closely monitoring the Commission's work to ensure that it complies with the First Amendment. Thank you.
Excuse me, Ed. I tried to do some research into her. Her name's Olivia. Shit. What was her last name? It's not shit. Olivia something. I just cannot remember what it is. But I very, very limited information on who this woman is.
Do anything to violate it.
Okay, but that's what I wanted to hear, and I'm glad to hear that you will take that position. And I'm going to be closely monitoring the Commission's work to ensure that it complies with the First Amendment. Thank you. Mr. Isaacman, you have deep personal and financial ties to Elon Musk. You have invested tens of millions of dollars in SpaceX. You have paid millions of dollars to SpaceX for 2 private space flights. Your payments company, Shift4, has an ongoing, quotes, global strategic partnership with Starlink worth millions each year. And according to a recent Wall Street Journal report, Musk personally asked you to lead NASA. Given SpaceX's significant interest before NASA, you can understand why the public would be concerned about conflicts of interest here.
Yeah, and Jared Isaacman, the man who he's asking these questions to, is a billionaire entrepreneur who owns a payment processing system, or founded Shift4 Payments, which is a payment processing system. I think it's similar to like a PayPal in a way. And is basically a big-time privatizer. He loves the idea of privatizing space. That's basically his thing. Basically his thing, if you will.
So let's try to set a few things straight. I understand that you met with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago in late 2024. Is that correct?
No, Senator. I was in Mar-a-Lago to be interviewed by the President of the United States.
So you did not meet with Elon Musk at Mar-a-lago?
I went to Mar-a-Lago to be interviewed by the President of the United States.
This guy is so slimy. This guy is so slimy. He tries to evade this, like all of these questions. It is wild. If you don't like Elon Musk, you should not like this guy.
At Mar-a-Lago.
I believe he was one of dozens of people that were around Mar-a-Lago.
He was there.
Senator.
He was there at
the time. Did you meet with him?
I would not say we had a meeting. We probably had a conversation in passing, Senator.
Okay,
you met him. You didn't meet. You met.
President-elect Trump offered you.
It wasn't a meeting. It was just a brief, momentary meet. It's different. It's different, Ed. Come on.
Come on. NASA administrator job. Is that correct?
At the conclusion of the meeting, Senator, he did.
Thank you. When was Elon Musk in your meeting when Trump offered you the NASA position at Mar-a-Lago?
Senator, I was interviewed by the President of the United States.
Jesus Christ.
Was Elon Musk in the meeting when he offered you the job?
Senator, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
This guy is so slimy.
Senator,
he may have been there. Who knows? I mean, who's to say who's in a meeting and who's not? I don't. My eyes are actually non-functional. I might seem like a guy whose eyes work, but I couldn't make anything out in that room. I'm a blind man. Can't tell if Elon was there or not.
Give me a joke.
Was not in the meeting. Is that what you're saying?
Senator, I was being interviewed and speaking with.
Just answer the question.
Did you just say he was not in the meeting? Was he in the meeting or not in the meeting?
Senator, I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. I was being interviewed by the President of the United States.
It's not a difficult question.
It really
Was
isn't.
Elon Musk in the room
It really
when the
isn't.
president offered you the job?
Senator, I was, again, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
Jesus Christ.
I'm assuming that you don't want to answer the
Because Elon was there.
question directly, because Elon Musk was in the room. I think that's the only conclusion anyone listening to this could reach.
Your response, sir?
Unless you want to dispel us of that notion.
Senator, again, I was being interviewed by the President of the United States, and I'd also say I have no...
That's not, I appreciate that.
Oh, my God.
Trying to determine Elon Musk's role in this, and you're not willing to be fully transparent.
Mm-hmm.
Have you discussed your plans for NASA with Elon Musk?
I have not.
So those questions obviously raise serious questions. And I want to turn to one more specific question. From monitoring sea level rise to polar ice loss to wildfires, NASA's satellites are the backbone of climate research used by scientists, policymakers, and the public across the globe. NASA's Earth Observing System collects and archives more than 147 terabytes of data each day. This data underpins climate action efforts.
Yeah, so that's the NASA nominee and the FCC nominee, both being questioned by Ed Markey. I would say Mr. Isaacman's answers were a lot worse than Miss Olivia. What was her name again? I still can't remember. God damn it, I should look this up before I get too far. I can do this pretty quickly, I think. Hold on. Olivia something. Olivia Trusty. Olivia Trusty. I say, Olivia, I don't trust you very much. But you're better than Mr. Isaacman, I would say. All right. All right. Speaking of Elon Musk, there's been a bit of talk regarding Elon. There's a congressional town hall held by CNN where lawmakers were sparring over Elon Musk and the actions of the DOGE, doggers, or whatever you want to call them. Let's go here.
I just want to say you're right to be concerned about Elon Musk because he's an unelected billionaire who has a tremendous amount of influence, and it's not the same as civilian employees that other agencies have had. When he was asked about it, they said he wasn't even in charge of DOGE. They tried to hide the ball. If he is finding all of this waste, fraud, and abuse, come before Congress, lay it out, not through a series of tweets, not through these unverified reports that he's putting out. And it's very peculiar how, at the same time, 7,000 Social Security employees are fired, 6,000 from the Veterans Administration are fired. His company is getting more contracts and making more money off the federal government every day. And not one word is saying about the level of efficiency through must-run agency, through must-run federal contracts. He now has Starlink at the White House.
Oh my God, Charlie Janeer. An act of galactic philanthropy in chat going on here. 10 gifted Galactic News Network memberships? That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Wow. Thank you, Charlie. Who got them? Let's see. Paul J. gifted a Galactic membership. Christy Z. getting one too. Morbius Dragon. Afroponics. Mike B. Adrienne Dixon. Marianne Bradshaw. Bad Lefty. Mowgli. Wait a second. Who is that? I think I know who that is. Coffee First. I have literally never seen you chat with that with that alt account. Beautiful. And now that I'm thinking about it, that just ended the goal immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Wow. Whoopsies, what did I just do? I just tried to super chat myself. That's not how you end the goal. Remove goal. There we go. Removing the goal right now. Blam. That's it. We've done it already. Incredible. Is YouTube gifting weird again? Was that not 10? Was that not 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that's 10. Yeah, that's 10. All right, back to this town hall here. Amazing. Didn't think we were going to end the goal quite that quickly. How long did it take? Like 20 minutes?
Server, what is it? He's aggrandizing himself, and no one is even calling him to account and holding him accountable. Everyone should be concerned about that. This is not normal. This is not regular. For one person to have that kind of access over every agency, over people's data, over security systems. When you are elected, after the election, you are everybody's president. I am everybody's congresswoman. And the fact that so many Americans, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, are concerned by this should be enough for us to have some kind of action to help to ease people's level of discomfort and explain to them this is what is happening. If he has found all of this waste, fraud, and abuse, we don't want that either. But what we're talking about is burning down the house instead of taking. I'm still talking, please.
Is there one thing?
How rude.
What we're talking about is burning down the house instead of taking out the garbage. There is waste in the federal government. All of us would like to see that go so that we can help the people.
One thing of waste?
Mr. Lawler, can you please let me finish my?
Seriously.
Can you let me finish my conversation? I'm going to finish.
Ooh. I don't know if you know, but Mike Lawler, back in the day, decades ago, did a little blackface, a little Michael Jackson blackface. Apparently he's a Michael Jackson super fan, which is a weird thing to be, especially in... He actually claimed to be a Michael Jackson super fan, like, I think it was like last year, which is a weird time to be still a Michael Jackson super fan, gotta say. This guy sucks. We need to get him out of office. Why is he still in office right now? Oh, right. Because he's in...
Okay.
And I'm going to finish.
One thing of
Is it
waste
Scarborough?
So when we...
Nassau?
What is your question?
Can you identify one thing of waste that they have found that you actually agree with, that it should be eliminated?
Well, today. I don't know if it was verified or not, but they said that people took advantage of the unemployment system. Anyone who breaks the law and steals federal dollars should be prosecuted.
And the only way to get that information is to actually analyze the data.
And we have...
Wow, Mike just doesn't know how to let her talk. He's very upset that a strong black woman is speaking in front of him. Weird.
processes and policies to do that. But for one person to make those decisions, everyone should have a level of concern by that.
Respectfully.
Really? Respectfully? Now you're going to say respectfully?
That, you need to analyze the data. They have people that are career employees of each department.
Who are they?
Each department.
Who are
that are
they?
working as part of
Who
this
are they?
entire
There we
Department
go.
of Government
Who are they?
Efficiency.
Get in there.
And the bottom line
Who
here
are
is this.
they?
You're
Yeah.
talking
He's got
about
nothing.
uncovering the
He's got
fraud.
nothing.
Who are they?
What
What are
exactly
the
has
answers?
been
Give us some answers, Mike. I mean, whatever your name is.
covered
Who
under the
are
Biden
they?
administration? They're career employees.
Who are they?
One-
I know you think this
Let's
is like
just-
some big stunt, but the fact
Who
is,
are they?
you're talking about career employees that are part of each department that are working with the Department of Government Efficiency to uncover the information. So
Many of the career employees, long-time employees, have been either ejected from their departments or left in some cases due to the things that DOGE has been trying to do. And so I'd love to hear Mike name one person. I don't think he knows any of their names. The only person we know is Elon Musk, a guy who is in fact an unelected bureaucrat. And unlike other unelected bureaucrats, he was not at all confirmed by the Senate. He has no designation in terms of his employment, his supposed employment, because once again, there is no designation that has been given to Elon. He's just a guy. He's just a guy. But Mike thinks that's the same thing as, I don't know, the Secretary of State. Just a special government. He's an unelected bureaucrat.
say you support the uncovering of the unemployment fraud. Well, how do you think they got that information?
Do you have a list?
Do you know how they got the
I'm not sure if the Republican conference got a list of the employees at DOGE, because we didn't. So
Yeah.
that information has not been availed to us.
So you do have it.
So if there are employees, career federal employees, who are working within the system to find this information, we'd love for you to
We'll
share
get
that
you the
with us.
list. But the bottom
We'll
line is
get you a list?
should be more concerned about the
Wow.
amount.
So Republicans have been, according to Mike Lawler, just there, Republicans have been given a list of government DOGE employees, while Democrats have not. How can that possibly be a thing? 13 likes? That's not possible. I know we have more than that. You might want to refresh your browser.
Fraud has already been uncovered. When you're talking about Small Business Administration giving out $300 million of loans that have not been paid back using Social Security numbers that are fraudulent, that is a problem.
Congressman McKenzie, what are you doing to control Elon Musk? He was not elected by the voters and is running completely unchecked. His actions, and specifically his treatment of federal workers, are heinous.
Well, let me
Illegal.
say thank you again for joining us. I know right where Northfield is. I grew up and went to the Parkland school system, so know
Wow,
it well.
dude.
And
Wow, I love how he starts it off by just not answering the question. He's like, I know you're asking me questions. I just want to, let's just get to, let's just pal it up for a second. I know where you're from. I love that. I love it. And it's all so great.
I want to say this.
Yeah, say it.
Every administration is staffed with unelected individuals who are tasked to carry out the wishes of the president. That is every...
We just went through this. But all those people are usually actually given designations as to their employment status in the government. And also, or confirmed by the Senate. Something which the Senate did not do. In fact, they haven't even talked to old Elon yet. Hold on, I'm just going to skip ahead here. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I just wanted to see what this last guy here had to say about all of this. I found this to be maybe the best part of this, because the fact is, this is something I keep saying and have said multiple times.
Certain staff.
Not this.
I, Andrew Garbarino, Nick LaLota, Nicole Maliotakis, we immediately reached out to the administration and they fixed the issue.
Oh, they did?
And
They
we
fixed it.
make sure that our 9/11 first responders are protected. But this is a much broader conversation. And I'll just, I know you want to have Derek come in, but Congress has a role. And the role is in two forms. Number one is to provide oversight and have committees do hearings. I'm on the Foreign Affairs Committee. We've already done multiple hearings.
Provide oversight, you say.
Respect to
Fascinating.
USAID or not.
Shut up, Mike.
I heard that a lot. So
recommendations they're making should be respected.
Oversight. I heard that a lot.
Yeah.
So let's call in Elon. Let's conduct some oversight.
Yeah.
100%. And here's the thing. I don't like waste. I don't like inefficiency. The American people doesn't like waste or inefficiencies. We're all about that. But how do we go about making sure that we respect those government workers who've dedicated their lives and their careers to working for us? These are dedicated public servants that they came in and just fired. And I was proud a month ago to introduce my very first bill, Protect Veteran Jobs Act, to force the administration to rehire all of the veterans that were fired without cause. And I welcome any of my Republican colleagues to sign on to that bill with me, because these are people who don the uniform like me. I enlisted when I was 18 years old to serve this country. They had our backs, and it's now our turn to have their backs.
It was really the first part of that statement. It's because, and if you missed it, basically he was saying, let's call Elon Musk in. Let's call him in. And the fact is Democrats, at least some responsible Democrats in Congress, we've heard multiple instances of it.
On behalf of
Excuse
American
me?
manufacturers, I want
Shut up, Kelly. Thank you. Multiple Democrats have asked to subpoena Elon Musk, compel him to come into Congress, whether it be in the House or the Senate. Either one. And the only people who can technically do it right now is Republicans. I mean, sure, Democrats could do it, but they're going to need some Republican votes to get on there to call Elon Musk, to force him to come in and testify to what the fuck it is that he's doing, what his job actually is, and or what the designation of that supposed employment status with the government is. It's not that hard. It's not hard. And, they're talking about oversight and all this other stuff. They want to talk, we need to know about all the fraud and abuse. Well, what if Elon Musk is committing fraud and abuse himself? How will we know? Well, we should ask him. But Republicans are pathetic and cowards.
Awful.
Unwilling.
Weak.
Unwilling to bring Elon Musk in and ask him hard questions, or just questions at all. I assume they'd be all softball questions for Republicans, but it's just, just pathetic. It's pathetic. Speaking of Elon, there was a bunch of Elon talk going on in the recent round table meeting here in the White House. Kelly Loeffler, an unelected bureaucrat, had some stuff to say here in this meeting. Cabinet. To the cabinet meeting. Go web go. Go web go.
On behalf of America's manufacturers, I want to thank you for standing up to the Chinese Communist Party.
Jesus Christ.
China! Fighting for our main streets, for our workers, and for those that make things in America. I'm out on a Made in America manufacturing tour, and as I go across the country, people are grateful to have a president who's not just fighting on the tariffs fronts, but to get inflation down, to create jobs. After Biden destroyed 110,000 manufacturing jobs in just his last year, you've already brought back thousands and thousands of manufacturing jobs. So the American worker is grateful. Main Street is grateful for you. And at the agency level, we're making sure that manufacturers have access to the capital they need, but we can't do that if we're not fighting fraud. So
I would like Kelly to prove that statement, okay? And sure, maybe we've added jobs, but that doesn't mean that we brought them back. And I would love some evidence for this claim of hers, that somehow jobs have been brought back, essentially from China. It wouldn't be that hard. Figure out, what where these jobs are, and in what sectors, and all that other stuff. Whether or not somehow those have returned from China. It shouldn't be too hard for Kelly. She's a genius after all. Wait, what? No, she's not a genius? No.
Modified our loan applications to have citizenship verification, to make sure we have birth dates, common sense principles around lending that the Biden administration had waived. They waived $450 million of fees in 1 year. We're restoring that for the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer, as tax day approaches, April 15th, they need to know that this cabinet, this administration, and thank you Elon Musk and DOGE for fighting for the American taxpayer to make sure that their hard-earned dollars are well spent, that they have a return on investment for this country, and that we're fighting for them just as you are every single day. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Musk. You've been so great. I don't even understand how Kelly Loeffler got this job. I mean, regardless of her intelligence, she's never actually been elected to anything. At one point, the only way that she's ever held an office at all was by being appointed.
Mr. President.
Okay, she was appointed in Georgia.
Mr. President,
please shut up.
Accountability matters. That's
Please
what
shut
we're
up, Lori.
recognizing with our part.
I just don't understand. I just do not understand how Kelly is even in here right now. There's plenty of people in here who've never actually held elected office. Actually, I take it back. But it's just fascinating to me. The Kellys continues to just, fail upwards. She was appointed senator after what happened? I can't remember. Someone was removed from office, or did they die? I can't remember exactly how she got into the position, or how there was a vacancy in the Senate at that time. But she got put in to a Senate seat, appointed, and then when the election came around, she lost. to Raphael Warnock. And now she's been appointed to the head of the SBA. Republicans used to scream and cry about unelected bureaucrats and things like that. But Kelly Loeffler seemingly has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. All right. Who else we got? Lori Chavez de Reamer. What's her new job? I forgot. I gotta look this up before we get here. She's the new Secretary of Labor, of course. Yes, right. She also had praise to heap onto Elon Musk. Let's see what she had to say. Go, Web, go.
Mr. President, accountability matters. That's what we're recognizing. With our
Does it?
partners,
Accountability matters.
For government efficiency, just a few weeks ago, we...
That's a good one. Tell me another joke.
Give me a joke.
That's a good one. In this administration, it does? Really? How about with the, I mean, there's so many instances here. How about with the immigrants who have been, sent to El Salvador without any accountability? The government now claiming they can't even bring people back who they've mistakenly sent there. How about accountability for Elon Musk himself, who you're talking about right now? There was no accountability as it relates to Elon Musk. We can't even get him in the Senate. Republicans refuse to bring him in there because they know how unpopular he is, and they don't want to be seen at all. Because these people here in this meeting, they're not elected. They lose their jobs at the end of this administration. Most likely, not necessarily. I guess Democrats could leave them there. I don't see why they would. But there's so many instances of lack of accountability here. It's fascinating.
There's about $4.4 billion in COVID funds that were not used, that the state coffers were just holding on to. Out of that, we've returned $1.4 billion back to the state treasury, so essentially to the American people.
Essentially
and we'll
to
go
the
back
American
and claw
Nice.
the rest of those billions of dollars back.
Because of course,
of
course, the federal government doesn't represent the American people, right? Only state governments can represent the American people. Yeah, right.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, better give that money back to the states.
Late last night, we're understanding unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing in the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at DOGE, at the Department of Labor. Since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old.
Oh my God!
Who are
Here we go
collecting 59.
I honestly thought this talking point would die by now. Like, how long have they been saying this now? A month and a half? 2 months they've been talking about this, maybe longer. Talking about how there's millions and millions of 3,000-year-old people on the Social Security registers, all receiving money.
Dollars that we have sent out to people.
Proof.
Talk about fraudulent behavior.
Proof.
Mr. President, 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254.
They really are not giving up on this talking point.
I hope you hear that. So we have 24,000 older than the oldest person.
Definitely
Definitely. Yes.
How do we get that money back?
Yeah, so we're working with our IG to do the further investigation.
Your IGs?
The House and Senate.
IGs? Why would you need them? I thought we were firing all the IGs. Didn't we already fire most of the IGs? How are you going to do those investigations with such a small number of inspectors general? It's all very confusing to me. Yeah, there you go. Lori Chavez de Reamer. new Secretary of Labor, talking about all that money going out to Social Security for some reason. I'm not sure why. Still talking about it, even though it's been debunked like 17,000 times. People are not receiving that money. It's going to cost more to remove them from the registers. That's something that we've talked about so many times now. It's gotten to be too much, honestly. But the reason why they weren't taken off the registers is because removing them would be more costly than just leaving them there. They're not receiving the money. They're just not. Anybody who's actually like dead, right? They're not getting the money. And then there's also the whole thing with the COBOL system. But like, we don't have time for this bullshit. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about some of the things that are being affected by all these cuts in the government. Let's start in the Bay Area. NBC Bay Area from 20 hours ago. San Francisco mom says legal aid helped keep her family housed, but budget cuts could eliminate the program. Ah. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a hidden video. Wait, we gotta keep talking about this fun meeting that was happening. The cabinet meeting. Aha, I snuck this in here. At the end, because it's been a long week, we need a little fun.
Jesse Waters provided us highlights
Ooh.
of the cabinet meeting.
I like
this
highlights.
Is just when you see them all together, it honestly feels like a weird movie.
Bad dream.
It feels like a weird movie. Like, how did they get these many insane sycophants? Complete incompetence.
It's like Ocean's 11, but in the bowels of hell.
It feels like that.
Put up the image of them all looking at us, right? This is the image you see when you're not getting into heaven. That they're all looking at you like that.
It's crazy. Here it is. We're going to go
Brad
through. And I wonder if they said all hands on deck. We need to make it look like everything's going right here.
Immediately, if
after
not
this
sooner.
week.
Edition is off to a hot start. Trump gathered the contestants into a cabinet meeting after a strong
We should say
quarter.
he's selling it as the Apprentice. White House. They're going back to this. He's the boss.
You're fired.
I know the idiocracy thing is completely threadbare and worn out at this point, but I mean,
yes.
Apprentice White House edition.
You're fired.
Yep. The contestants into a cabinet meeting after a strong first quarter.
Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say. Incredible. And the relationships are, it's like they're friends. They're really...
It's almost like they're friends.
The relationships are very strong. Really good, really strong.
It's like an approximation of friends.
They're all nodding like, oh, yeah. We're all good friends. We're all good friends. They're saying that because Musk got into like a screaming match. Was it with Lutnick or something?
They called Navarro retardo on Twitter.
Oh my God.
Okay, but
everybody's friends, right? Everybody's friends.
I don't know what he says. It's like they're friends. Not that they're friends. It's like they're friends.
It's like a slumber party. Marco's going to be the first to fall asleep, and we're going to put his hand in a hot bowl of water.
Strong, really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good.
Can you go back like 10 seconds? I'm sorry. I just want to hear the "it's like they're friends" part.
But
one more time.
Not quite friends, but like
they're all like very good friends.
After
very
a strong
similar.
first quarter.
Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say. Incredible. And the relationships are, it's like they're friends. They're really, the relationships are very strong. Really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good.
No one's going home this episode.
Elon,
no
one's going
He can
home
leave at
this
any time. But Trump doesn't want him to because he's good for ratings.
This is so bizarre.
Elon's done a fantastic job. Look, he's sitting here.
Oh my God.
And I don't care. I don't need Elon for
don't need
anything
Elon.
other than I happen to like him. But I'm telling you, this guy did a fantastic job. I don't need him. Why? I don't even know why he's here. He's just great. He's like a pal. He's like an emotional support character. He's just here to make us all feel like we've got the most competence possible
even though he's always making mistakes.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
This car, I actually bought one because, and they said, "Oh, did you get a bargain?" No, I said, "Give me the top price." I paid a lot of money for that car. But honestly, he makes a great car. You know what I do with it? I let the people in the office drive around in it.
Sources say America's hard for.
This is so insane. It's so insane. Meanwhile, where's J.D. Vance? Is he under like the desk or something hiding?
Yeah. See, like continuity of government, sort of.
I love the idea of like the Cybertruck that was in front of the White House being.
I'm sure he's just spending some quality time with his wife.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Or not, whatever.
Office, like ping pong table or something like that.
Bab's right by the door. Just grab it on the way out.
Yeah, Trump doesn't drive. We know this. He's talked about it many times. Get behind the wheel,
but yeah.
Yeah. But
Rob Stephen Miller has been hogging the keys to the boss's new whip. Margot, Natalie, and Chamberlain want to spin, but Miller won't let him drive. Even if Elon leaves, the car stays, and so does Big Balls.
Thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, the very talented.
Why is Jesse Waters? I mean, I think I know why.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
I think I know why he likes Big Balls so much. But I find it strange that he's like, hey, if Elon leaves, it's fine, because we still got the car and Big Balls. What?
If Elon leaves, the car stays, and so does Big Balls.
Thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, the very talented DOGE team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd. Like,
pause it for 1 second. Wait a second. Did he say 150 billion in 2026? Mm-hmm. I'm confused because I thought he was going to save $2 trillion. All right, does anybody have a calculator?
Back to inflation.
I don't think of
How much is?
Let's hope not.
How much is $150 billion less than $2 trillion?
It's like 14, I think. It's like 14 times less or something. Might be over a little bit, but I think I'm close. Something like that number. Factor of 14, 13, 14, 15, whatever it is. I can't do math. I'm not a genius.
It feels like it's 8 times less.
Oh, it's much less than that.
Somewhere around there. And this is happening in 2026. I wonder why he has to say 2026. I mean, hasn't he cut all these people? Like, a reminder, they cut the CDC people who would work on making sure that cruise liners were not having a massive outbreaks. And the cruise liners paid for that. We didn't even pay for it. Here is how they're doing so far in 2025. And what?
Wow.
Well, that's weird. Spending is actually 150.
Oh, no. What? I'm sorry. This, I don't know why. But this one really killed me. This Arrested Development quote that you just brought out. This is classic. Well played, Andy. I don't think I've even seen you in this chat before, but that is a professional level Arrested Development mashup right there. Well played. You have tariffs that say "Daddy loves leather." Leather, Daddy?
Billion higher. So when he says we're going to cut $150 billion in 2026,
it would have been 300.
Well, they're just going to get back supposedly to the 2024 baseline.
Biden levels.
But there was a continuing resolution. We're going to cut Trump's spending that existed. It's just insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
insurance who haven't been born yet.
You people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Tech support's been
Computer savvy. Computer savvy.
Everything's computer.
Yeah, not so great with apps though. Apps I'm not so great with.
Trump is so.
I'm sorry, but we do have to do this now. It's an obligation. Now that happened, my brain, I cannot move on from that comment until we listen to this.
New daddy in town. He's a disciplined daddy. He's a disciplined daddy.
Justified by technology in the way that like a really, really rich old guy can only be, because he's never needed to use it for practical uses except to tweet. Like, that's so much of what this is, right?
Barron can get you on the internet in under 5 minutes.
Immediately, if not
He
sooner.
can turn on his computer by himself.
Yeah, and then
It's
go, "What are you
amazing.
doing, Baron?" Oh,
It's amazing.
little Harvey. What's his name? You know,
Feinstein?
Firestein. Yeah.
Oh, Firestein. Yeah.
It's
That's a different Harvey. Well,
Billions we're spending on 100% organic shea butter in Burkina Faso, and of course masseuses is in Nigeria. And no one ever says thank you. They just mount off his cars. But don't worry, Bondi's on it.
Your directive to me was to keep America safe, and that's what we're doing. You know, you also gave us a directive to prosecute the people who are going after Tesla to the fullest extent of the law, some of the greatest police work I've seen. We've made 4 arrests. There will be no negotiations at your directive. They're all looking at 20 years in prison, and within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President, and that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
We don't negotiate with
pause it.
Trent
No,
or bad
so there you
hombres.
go.
Bondi-
We have our U.S. Attorney General is working on arresting 5 people because of attacks on a specific car.
Thank good for car dealership security. That's the #1 national security.
We're going to see a boom
It's true.
in the car dealership security industry.
In cash seized 45,000 pounds of narcotics yesterday, and the CIA is changing the rules of engagement. The agency used to help arrest cartel kingpins. Now they're considering assassination. And Bobby Kennedy says, don't change the channel.
By September, we will know.
Can we just hold on to that assassination thing? When you do decapitation strikes on, like, whether it's a terror group or drug cartels, for instance, the impact of that isn't everything calms down. It's that there's a giant power struggle that leads to more violence.
No,
that's pretty
say it ain't so, man.
well observed pattern.
Oh, they'll just
wherever.
stop doing it.
Can't be.
They'll
Yeah.
just stop. They'll just stop the business.
Okay.
I mean, the idea of bombing one of our closest trading partners probably seems like a bad idea in Mexico.
Yeah, just send a missile. Also, that's a good business for missile companies too.
Good point.
What has caused the autism?
Go back. Go back.
CIA is
Yeah, here we go.
changing the rules of engagement. The agency used to help arrest cartel kingpins. Now they're considering assassination. And Bobby Kennedy says, don't change the channel.
Here comes
By
more
September,
craziness.
we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
Those are so big. Think of that. So it was 1 in 10,000 children had autism, and now it's 1 in 31. There's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
We'll know by September. There will be no big news conference on that.
The administration is
Pause
going
it.
where
I
no
just want to
one's-
be clear that Kennedy says we're going to know by September.
You already do know.
What causes autism? I mean,
Something tells me it's going to be the same
Wait.
thing that he says causes autism right now.
we were going to do it by August, but surf's up on the Cape.
That's a good point.
We're doing it in September.
Hey, what causes measles? Can we get back to that?
Oh, can we go to? Can we get down to?
As it turns out, the thing that causes measles is the measles virus. The thing that prevents it is the measles vaccine, the MMR vaccine, which we've been, using for quite some time now. We actually have the science on this one.
It's science.
Or you get on Polymarket right now and bet that it's
About the outcome
vaccines
of what they're going to do with their very,
bet that
very
it's vaccines.
clinical study.
I would bet that it's vaccines.
Yeah.
Vaccines and vaccines.
It's just so weird. Like prior to the 1900s, there were very few left-handed people.
Oh.
And then the numbers of them just skyrocketed.
Yeah, it must have been
and
artificial.
We have to figure out what is going on.
When was the polio
It was
It was after that. But that could have been anticipatory left-handedness caused by
So
the
close.
polio
We almost had it. We almost had it figured out.
So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that.
Go back and look at Marco Rubio's face, where Rubio is the only one who seems to realize, my God, he has some semblance of self-awareness.
I mean, you remember the meeting between Trump and Netanyahu in the Oval Office? He was practically falling asleep. He just didn't. He seemed to want to completely disengage from that meeting. Dude, it feels like Secretary of State's got one foot out the door at this point.
And he's just like, I wish I didn't have to sit right next to Trump.
I was right between him, and same with Burgum. Yeah.
Watch Rubio's face.
I mean, come on, Sam. How could you be saying that? It's like they're friends. Look at their faces. So much affection.
They're like family. But a lot of my family like a family.
31. And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that.
The administration's going where no
that
one's going to
last
go.
sort of
And
sigh
when you work hard.
where Rubio is just like, I just got to get through this. Got to get through this. Unbelievable. Incidentally, I don't know if you saw the...
I don't know why, and I know it's not Sunday Fun Day, but we're having a tiny bit of fun today. I don't know why I keep doing this to myself. But Sam's right. Marco, he's just got to get through this. Just got to get through this. Just got to make it through. Don't ask me why I'm doing this. I don't know. It's been a tough week, people, okay? We'll have even more fun on Sunday, don't worry. But just need to hear 9 seconds of this. That's going to be Little Marco's new anthem.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Yes, we should have taken clips from that CBS interview with Kennedy. He didn't seem to know about anything that was going on at the. I've been on a tour selling crystals that will.
I mean, we know what he's been doing. He's been being hectored about, can you please say something pro-vaccine before this measles thing kills more kids?
Well, not publicly.
I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
Pause it for a second. I am not a big fan of the national security apparatus, or of these intelligence agencies. But I gotta think that having 100 people working around the clock to look through these documents that are going to be there, they'll be there next week. And like, maybe you could have had one person or 5 people working, I don't know, 9 to 5, looking at these things to release them. But this has to happen in the next 3 days.
The Mary Farrow Foundation, which is like sort of the grassroots JFK conspiracy sort of research group that looks over these documents, after the release of the documents about a month or so ago, said, hey, appreciate it. It's nice you released all this stuff. Should have been done maybe in your first term. But also, can you not include the social security numbers of people and that sort of...
Great question.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Okay, let's keep it moving. I'm getting stuck on this just because it's so hilarious. This cabinet meeting was just pathetic. And also, where the fuck is JD Vance? Is he locked up somewhere in the basement of the White House? It's like they just bring him out for very specific occasions, and then he's just AFK, just missing in action. MIA JDV.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
All right, now let's go to some of the things that the DOGE boys have been cutting. KTLA 5 from yesterday. San Bernardino Women's Shelter potentially closing after federal funding is canceled. Fly, web, fly. Why don't we have volume? What just happened? What just happened, people? Come on.
Come on!
Hello.
A critically important lifeline for people facing domestic violence and substance abuse issues in San Bernardino now could be cut off.
Mary's Haven in San Bernardino has been providing care for years. Now it could close within weeks. Shelby Nelson live in San Bernardino tonight. Shelby.
Sandy, Micah, it is called Mary's Haven for a reason. It truly is a safe space for women and survivors of domestic violence who have undergone the worst in recent years. And a lot of these women, for them, this location was their last option. A lot of them are saying that this could be the last location that they would go to. They have nowhere else to go if this location closes.
I know I had to force myself to leave for my children and I. For our safety. After my relationship with my son's dad, I was stuck on drugs for 6 years straight.
The stories of 2 women, both very different and yet each of them rooted in domestic violence. This mom of 3 who doesn't want to be identified says she and her kids were subject to verbal and physical abuse at the hands of her ex-husband.
Where it's happening in front of them and they're being attacked and neglected, I knew that I needed to do something because my children are my #1 priority. I realized something was wrong with me, that I stayed for so many years. And I asked God just to help me.
After 8 years of enduring the worst, she finally left and was accepted into Mary's Haven of San Bernardino.
A lot of the women that come here obviously are coming from a very difficult situation. They are survivors of domestic violence.
For mother of 4, Barbara Bennett, it was her first conviction and jail time that made her realize it was time to turn her life around, which is what also brought her here.
They live here full time, so we provide housing for all of the moms and the kids. We provide all the necessities from clothing to bedding to food. But we also offer a lot of wraparound services, counseling, supportive services, therapy, preschool for the kids.
Who needs that?
April 1st, Dan Flores says the organization was notified through email that the funding they received from the federal government was cut off retroactively from March 24th. Flores says it comes 3 months earlier than when the grant was supposed to end. Right now, there are 10 women here with their kids, many of whom have nowhere else to go.
A lot of us in the nonprofit sector, as we see what happens at a federal level, we are wondering whether or not those grants are going to be made available next fiscal year.
Now Flores says they're scrambling to pull resources from elsewhere. And for the women who have been...
Yeah. So in response to that guy's comment, I wouldn't hold your breath. This doesn't seem like it would be a priority of this particular administration to get grants out to abused women and mothers. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, moms. Come on.
Come on!
All right. More things linked to federal cuts. Pacific Crest Trail. An icon of outdoor beauty and enjoyment for Americans. Federal cuts disrupt repairs and reduce staffing for this particular trail. We don't need the environment, it's fine.
This year is going to be a little different, where there's going to be less trail work done on this trail.
Hey, so we're down here at the southern PCT terminus, right on the Mexico-USA border, and we're just getting ready to hike the PCT 2025, heading all the way up to Canada. It's about 2,650 miles from here, so it's going to be about 5 months of hiking.
Oh my God.
We received Great American
5 months of
Outdoors
hiking.
Act funding to
This dude is
start
insane.
to address the backlog of maintenance, and this was a few years ago. But those funds are currently frozen, and so some of the work that we had planned, we can't do because there's no funding for it.
You're trying to leave the places that you're going better than you find them. So this year we've been telling people that there's a less infrastructure in the backcountry. So whether that be rangers or whether that be people doing work on trails, there's less people out working. And we're just trying to educate folks that there's less people, meaning that the trail work is going to be, there's not going to be as much done, so no one else is going to clean up your trash besides you, and no one else is going to make sure you're safe besides you. Just really like letting people know that a lot of this stuff is up to them, and that they need to be good stewards, and they need to take the agency in the
Rugged individualism. That'll solve it. You know, if everybody just takes personal responsibility for everything they do, we don't even need a government, right? I mean, that's, yeah. I mean,
I don't want reality.
yeah, you're right.
To have it last for their children to be able to hike. And
Below the red line, where Liz, I think.
So you will be somewhere here.
Now, of course, this is, you know, just one blip in an entire trend of cuts that are happening across our national parks and other sorts of, you know, environmental things. Just going to get rid of all of the funds that keep us safe out there in the wilderness, keep the wilderness itself safe from us and from natural disasters and whatever else. Thankfully, everybody's always very personally responsible, and there's no way that they don't clean up after themselves or keep themselves safe. Or, I'm sorry, I'm running out of sarcastic list items right now, but I think you get my point. Let's go now to Hawaii, where federal cuts to Medicaid could impact hundreds of thousands of people in Hawaii. Yep, it's true. Your boos are very much deserved.
In Washington, D.C., the resolution for President Trump's budget is moving forward, which could cut $1.5 trillion to federal programs and services. One program that some fear will take a huge hit is Medicaid, which helps hundreds of thousands here in Hawaii. Even though President Trump has pledged the budget will not, he says, lead to
Not
cuts
going to do
in
it. Wouldn't be
Medicaid
prudent at
benefits.
this juncture.
Stephen Farino reports.
In Hawaii, an estimated 400,000 people get health insurance via Medicaid, known here as Quest. Any cut in funding means some couldn't afford to see a doctor, like Nahe Lau Rivera for her daughter.
If it weren't
for having that benefit, I wouldn't be able to provide her with the proper health care that she needs and treatments that she needs, especially when she has asthma as well.
Unfortunately, that might happen after the U.S. House passed the budget resolution with trillions of dollars in cuts. Medicaid expected to lose hundreds of millions of dollars.
This is like a immediately, if not sooner. Pain that is being imposed on the most vulnerable in our population. Why? Because the Republicans.
It does seem to be a trend right now. Senator Hirono, absolutely right. Shooting ourselves in the foot seems to be the game plan right now from the Trump administration, whether it's tariffs, the budget, or whatever else. And even though Donald Trump and all his little minions keep saying, oh, we're not cutting Medicaid, we're just cutting $1.5 trillion from the federal budget, supposedly, and directing a lot of those cuts directly to the committee that oversees Medicaid, that the majority of the spending in that committee, the House Commerce and Energy, whatever it's called, committee, which oversees Medicaid. And it's the majority of that committee's responsibilities are Medicaid. And the majority of the spending from that committee are Medicaid. And if you add up all of the other things that aren't Medicaid that are overseen by that committee, it doesn't even come close to the cuts that the Republicans want to make. So where else do you get the money from? Oh, I guess it's Medicaid.
Now, I don't want reality.
who are in charge of the House, the Senate, and the White House want to make sure they have money to pay for tax breaks for the richest people in our country.
Research shows in 2024, Medicaid cost about $3 billion in Hawaii, with the federal government picking up about 60%. Nationally, statistics show about 64% of those on Medicaid have jobs, but just don't have enough hours to get medical coverage. So with Hawaii's high cost of living, Medicaid helps people afford everything else.
It's a very holistic program, and so I always think of it in the context of what does this do to people who are really trying their very best but struggling to make ends meet.
Truthfully, as a mom, I would do any means possible in order to get her the proper care. But personally and truthfully, I would be scared to take her because I wouldn't know if I could pay the bill.
Congress still working out the details.
Yup. That's why we should probably have single payer. I'm sure that'll happen during this administration, right? What's that? No? Ah, damn it. All right, let's go here to CBS New York from 3 hours ago. New Rochelle teachers and parents protest proposed school budget cuts.
A show of solidarity against proposed school budget cuts in New Rochelle. Teachers at Trinity Elementary wore union shirts as they briefly gathered outside. They were joined by parents concerned the proposed budget raises taxes while eliminating teaching and counseling positions.
Should cut the administration. They need to look at some of the other services and contracts. They need to look at the legal and how they're administering that piece of the budget. There are places to tighten before we cut teachers, before we cut social workers.
The district says it will try to eliminate positions through attrition. The student population in New Rochelle has dropped.
Through attrition. That's a good one. I like that. Give me another joke.
Give me a joke.
That's fun. Mish, good to see you. Was there a goal completed already? There was. We did complete it very quickly today. Yeah, so we're getting all the content for sure, regardless of whether or not you or anybody else decides to contribute further tonight. Not that I'm, suggesting anybody don't contribute. By all means, it's not needed for the goal because we already got that done in the first, what was it, like the first hour, however long it was, like 40 minutes or something. We got that thing done. Pretty great time. A lot of generosity. I think Charlie Jinmere the main source of that, but pitchforks also chipped into the goal today. If I'm keeping things straight in my head. Now, with all these cuts being done by the billionaires, the billionaire government that we have now, the Oligarchy, whatever you want to call it. I've been trying to come up with a new word that combines kakistocracy and oligarchy. I haven't really landed on one that I like a lot. But yeah, because of course kakistocracy means being ruled by the least competent, and oligarchy means being ruled by the wealthy. But we're getting both at the same time, which is so great. And we need a new word for that. There are a couple people who are trying their best to at least get out the word about what's been going on, fight back in what ways they can, perhaps look to the future. AOC and the burn.
So hot right now.
And they're still going on that oligarchy tour. Oligarchy? Okay, that one's too hard. That's too much. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Although it is fun. It is fun. They're still going on the tour around the country. They'll be making a stop in a very red state, NBC, Montana, from yesterday. AOC and Bernie Sanders going to Missoula, Montana.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A prominent face for the Democratic Party will join U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders in Missoula next week. U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from New York will speak alongside Sanders at his Fighting Oligarchy tour stop at the University of Montana. Doors open at 10:30 a.m. with music by Comic Sans at 12:15. Speeches kick off at 1 p.m. Find the link to RSVP for the event on our homepage, NBCMontana.com.
This anchor seems genuinely disturbed by the fact that they're coming in. Oh, Montana is such a strange place. Oh, how dare they come to our state and tell us about all the nasty things our government's doing? They're coming to Missoula. It's over. 25 seconds. That's all you get. By the way, AOC has been really... I mean, what's the word here? She's not really, I mean, it's not really her that, I mean, I guess you could say she's the one that's making the moves, but it's really seemingly the people that are moving. Comic Sans. I have no idea why she even brought up Comic Sans. I was very confused. I assume that's like, it must be like a club in I don't know. Doesn't matter. Not important. We'll watch it when it happens. But yeah, the people seem to be very disturbed by the way Chuck Schumer has been handling his leadership position in the Senate. And recent polls are showing that AOC is a potential rival to Mr. Schumer. Really ticking up in the polls quite fast.
It brings me much joy and pleasure to report to you the following fact. Data for Progress decided we're going to commission a poll on a Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate in the state of New York. Namely, if Chuck Schumer were to have a primary opponent, let's see how that would go. And they said, well, AOC is making quite a name for herself. She's either, building up to a presidential run in 2028 or maybe building up to run for the U.S. Senate against Chuck Schumer. And so they asked, AOC versus Chuck Schumer, Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate in New York. Heads up, who wins? Ready? AOC, 55%. Yeah! Chuck Schumer, 36%. She is Draxing his dusty ass by nearly 20 points, y'all. 20
frickin' points. That's right, Kyle. Pretty incredible numbers, if you ask me. That's very bad news for old Chucky. Or Chucky Schumer. We already watched that story earlier this week, but it is the week ending report, so peppering in a few from this week as we go throughout all of this stuff, trying to put together what's been going on in our government. Okay. You know who else has been standing up for, it's shocking to me, honestly, but standing up for the rights of people? The city of Boise, Idaho. I know, it's not exactly the most expected story out there, but they are doing it. KTVB from yesterday on this particular story. What is the city of Boise getting up to now? By the way, anybody know how many likes we have right now? I feel like we got to be over 40 at this point.
On the opposite of that, standing up for what you believe in seems to be gathering some steam lately, from 6th grade teachers to city mayors. Days after deciding Boise was going to keep its current city flag, Mayor Lauren McLean is taking another stand on a standard. For years, there's been a pride flag flying outside Boise City Hall, something that seemed to be kind of a thorn in the side of many lawmakers working inside the State House just 2 blocks away, at least to those who live outside of Boise. So this past legislative session, they decided to do something about it. They passed a flag ban, not just for what can be flown at schools, but any and all Idaho public buildings and property. But for Boise, well, their attitude and their approach so far is, that's nice. The bill to limit what flags can be flown on government property began back in February.
I believe this bill is necessary for government to be neutral and unified. Government buildings should represent all Idahoans and not be used for political or social movements.
Political or... being gay. Being gay is a social and political movement. I love that. That's a fun way to define that. Even though it completely, sort of contravenes the facts. Oh, God. Wild. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but your sexual orientation is actually a political movement and not your identity. Sorry, that's political speech, being gay.
Stop any state, county, city, or school from flying any flag not listed here. Illegal. From the U.S. flag to the state flag to the official school flag.
Hold on. There's more. We should go through these. Which flags are allowed? The United States flag is allowed. The official flag of a governmental entity as defined in this section. Official flags of any state in the United States. So even if you're in Idaho, you can still throw up Texas's flag or New York's flag if you were so inclined. Official flags of the military branches. Okay, any of those? POW and MIA flags are fine, apparently. That sounds a little political to me. Official flags of Indian tribes. Ooh, that's woke. Official flags of countries other than the United States. So you can have a pride flag, but you can fly other countries' flags. Interesting. And then college flags. Interesting. Interesting list.
Here, from the U.S. flag to the state flag to the official school flag.
And without clear guidance, some government entities may display flags that promote specific causes or ideologies or political viewpoints. This bill will prevent that.
Being gay is none of those things.
Yet it hasn't, and that hasn't gone unnoticed. Even Representative Heather Scott, the sponsor of House Bill 96, pointed out the law went into effect immediately with the governor's signature, saying
immediately, if not sooner.
I actually just realized this isn't just... This actually includes the, this is actually also, this has the trans triangle in there too. Oh God, sorry, being trans is also an ideology.
Pointed out the law went into effect immediately with the governor's signature, saying someone may want to let the city of Boise know. Well, some have.
Tell them.
Doesn't seem to matter.
You must tell them.
According to the mayor's office,
they don't know it's
that
there.
Pride flag outside City Hall will continue to fly.
Yes.
Maybe because the law's guidance may be clear, but the enforcement of it is not. No part of the law
Do something about it. Do something about it is what the city of Boise is doing. This is the most based thing I've ever heard Boise do. Oh my God. Let's go, Boise. Keep it up. Keep it up. Mish with a party pear over here. Thank you, Mish. It's beautiful and appreciated. And that pear seems to be having a very good time. Okie dokie. Nadia Vet coming in as well with a super chat. She'd need a 99% plus margin to get past DNC primary rigging in the theocratic caucus. It's okay, that's too many words. Catastrophic. I've never seen that word in my life. Plutocracy. Oh, God. Thanks, both of you. I appreciate you. Even with Nadia challenging me with words I've never seen. Catastrophic? Is that a catastrophic? What the fuck? That's too many. That's too much. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Oh my goodness. Oh shit, we just crossed over the break. I almost blew through it. Thankfully, we're still right here at 2 hours. Okay, it's probably a good place to break here. We got more stuff to do. I'm going to pick this back up with Caroline Levitt's Ministry of Truth briefing from earlier today. But before that, we must do some galactic messaging. Sorry, I just realized I have to do this first before there we go. Well, I do hope everyone has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't yet, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Very, very important. While you're at it, I would also like to recommend contributing to the stream like Misha and Nadia just did, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support. You got the YouTube Super Chats and stickers. And memberships, of course, as we continue to try and fight our way to 18 emotes. What else we got? Twitch, bits, subs, on-screen celebrations, Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. Every dollar and penny that you contribute go to producing this stream, rather than having a large cut being taken by YouTube and Twitch. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Galactic patron on Patreon, where for only a few dollars a month, you can get access to a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. Get yourself a little avatar on stream that represents you and how you feel. There's even a tier that makes it so that you can be as mercurial about your avatar as you want. You can change it every day, every week, really, if you were to sign up for the top tier. But yeah, you know, it's up to you. Go onto the website, find out all of the benefits in store for our patrons. Anyway, chat, that's enough galactic messages from me. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Chad, I think you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Okay. What do we have next? Ah, yes. Caroline Leavitt at the Ministry of Truth. Here to tell us that we're all wrong. Let's go here. The Associated Press from 11 hours ago.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. As you all know, the president is currently undergoing his routine and long-scheduled physical at Walter Reed Medical Center.
Do we knew that?
We
knew that?
Readout from the White House physician.
Better shape than anyone has ever been in before. Not like Sleepy Joe. I'm actually very smart and very much a healthy, almost 90-year-old man.
Carolina arrived back safely in the United States after being detained in Russia for more than a year.
This is so quiet.
Since Inauguration Day, President Trump and his team have secured the release of more than 40 detained Americans abroad. This is more than half of the number of Americans released by Joe Biden in 4 years.
God
and
damn.
President Trump has
This
brought
volume
these
is
Americans home in 80
almost
days.
inaudible.
This administration.
Oh, and I almost forgot to do something. You know, we're gonna skip past this. I got plenty of clips from this thing set up for the rest of today, and there's no way I'm gonna force you all to listen to Caroline at such a low volume. That's not enough. It's not enough. Also, I noticed, I think it was BCat who told me how many likes we have, which was over 60. And that's another 15. 2 and 3. Yeah, I know it's quiet, everyone. I know it's quiet. It's not my fault. You know, the APA just finally got back into the White House. They haven't got the audio levels right over here quite yet. 2 and a 3. Cisco and a Captain Planet. And here we go. Further into this horrifying timeline and space-time. Caroline always sounds like a toddler arguing with their mom about why they don't need a nap. That is the vibes. Okay, let's just go here, I guess. I have one clip ready for us right now. We'll be going through a number of Caroline clips throughout the day. Honestly, we hear more from Caroline than from any other person in the administration, I feel like, aside from Donald Trump. They seem to be using her for all things. Like, rather than having the Secretary of State come out and say some stuff, rather than having the Secretary of Defense come out and say some stuff, in the other briefing rooms they have, they're like, no, we just need the Ministry of Truth briefing room from Caroline. She's so good at it, telling us how wrong we are about everything. She had one thing to tell us about how wrong we are here regarding the SAVE Act, which is going to save Americans from voting. PBS NewsHour from 10 hours ago. Wonder what Caroline had to say here.
As you know, yesterday the House passed the SAVE Act. And
by the way,
many
what's up with this shirt?
Women, soon to be married women, are concerned that.
Anybody? What's up? Why does it seem like she's wearing like some sort of a chainmail? What do you want to call this garment? It's like a very ornately adorned chainmail vest of some kind. It's very strange. I don't think chainmail stops bullets, Caroline. I don't know if that's why you're wearing it, or I don't know.
As you know, yesterday the House passed the SAVE Act, and many married women, soon to be married women, are concerned that the new voter ID requirements may inhibit their access to the polls. What assurances can you give women voters in America to ease their concerns?
Sure. Well, the SAVE Act, as you mentioned, was passed by the House yesterday. This is the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. I believe I'm getting that correct. And this act is a common sense measure. It would require proof of citizenship for voting in our elections. The Democrats have been fear-mongering about this bill, have been saying that a married woman, if their name has changed, they didn't change it on their identification, would not be able to vote. That is complete fallacy. There are outlined in the bill about how to avoid that. The president very much supports a common sense solution to ensuring that only citizens can engage in our elections. This is critical.
So what, we all got to bring our birth certificates to and social security, all our most like sensitive documents to every polling station? Is that basically, that's the plan, basically, right? Or I guess a passport too, if you've got one.
To ensuring that only citizens can engage in our elections. This is critical to improving the integrity of our elections and also the trust that American citizens need to have in our electoral process. So the president supports this bill, and that is a myth that has been proven wrong by the text of this bill. And I believe some of the co-sponsors of the bill have been very vocal in addressing that. And certainly I myself, as a married woman, would not stand before this podium
I would not, as a married woman, stand before this podium who didn't change their name after getting married and say these things, even though it definitely wouldn't affect me, because of course her husband's name is not, her husband's last name is not the same, which I feel like we need to address with Caroline somehow. I mean, she is such a lover of, you know, Republican ideology. Why? Why did she not take her husband's last name? It's very strange. What, you don't respect your husband, Caroline? Jeez.
How rude. Jesus, I say that.
Jesus would be very upset with you for not respecting your husband and not taking his name. But yeah, this is not going to affect Caroline, regardless, because she didn't change her last name when she got married, and therefore her regular ID, I assume, matches her birth certificate. I'm just confused as a lover of tradwifery. Not me personally, but I know Caroline and all the Republicans love that. All the tradwife stuff. Would not take her husband's last name. It's almost like she does not respect her husband. It's very strange. Of course, I don't actually believe what I'm saying. I'm just trying to give Caroline shit. Okay. Let's go here now. Talk a little bit about some of the judicial stuff that's been going on recently related to the law.
Illegal.
As well as immigration. We're going to start it off here with a clip we watched a few days ago. Forbes breaking news from 4 days ago. Just in. Well, was just in 4 days ago. Former pardon attorney details efforts by the Trump administration to prevent her testimony. They also fired her. That too.
Ms. Ware, why don't you start us off?
Thank you very much. Exactly 1 month ago today.
Can you turn your mic on or bring it close?
Can you hear me now?
A little closer, if you would.
Jesus, Adam, settle down. I can hear her perfectly fine.
Thank you for having me. Exactly 1 month ago, I was terminated from my job as the Justice Department's pardon attorney.
Illegal.
The pardon attorney is a non-political position that is entrusted with advising the president about the exercise of his constitutional clemency power. When I was fired, there were over 6,000 applications pending from ordinary Americans around the country who were seeking the president's mercy and second chances through clemency. I had planned to talk today about the events leading up to my firing, but some more recent developments have persuaded me to focus my time on the callous cruelty with which DOJ leadership is treating dedicated public servants.
Yeah, I just want to say something here, real quick, in case you didn't pick up on it. This one was basically the head pardon attorney for the White House. She was fired, and I've been thinking about it, and I think it makes perfect sense why the Trump administration got rid of her, because she's basically the person there to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't do anything untoward or illegal or problematic as it relates to the pardons, all the insane pardons that he's been handing out to, like people like the Jan Sixers and, whomever else who committed federal crimes and things like that. And you wouldn't want someone to be telling you that you're making a mistake all the time. I mean, come on.
I don't want reality.
Like myself. For me, this began with my abrupt firing. It was 2:00 on a Friday afternoon. I was in a conference room meeting with colleagues from several different DOJ offices. We were brainstorming about how to implement a priority of the Attorney General. Halfway through the meeting, I was frantically pulled out by my deputy. In the hallway, she broke the news to me that security officers were waiting for me in my office to serve me with termination papers and escort me out of the building. I rushed back to my office. There, I was handed a 3-sentence memo signed by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, firing me effective immediately. I had never met Mr. Blanche, and I received no explanation for his decision. That afternoon, I walked out of the building for the last time carrying a grocery bag filled with my personal effects. I had no time to say goodbye to my team. I was in shock. Everyone I passed on the way out was looking on in shock and horror. I want Deputy Attorney General Blanche and Attorney General Bondi to know it is traumatic for everyone in an entire organization to see a beloved colleague and leader treated that way. My heart aches for my colleagues who had to go back into that office on Monday with no explanation from DOJ leadership and no assurances about what the future holds for them. They are good, dedicated people, and they deserve better. After I was fired, I chose to speak publicly about the events leading up to my termination. I felt that it was my obligation to share my concerns about the reckless and unethical use of department resources to accomplish political objectives, including favors for loyalists and friends.
Illegal.
Yep. So this woman, head pardon attorney for the government, was fired for suggesting that Donald Trump was, just pardoning all of his best friends, and all of his loyalists. Can't have her around. I know. I wasn't going to go after her for that, but you're right. There is a massive amount of hypocrisy from people like Caroline Leavitt. I mean, that's basically her job, is to come out and lie to us, obfuscate the truth. I mean, she's the head of the Ministry of Truth of this fascist government. She doesn't have to follow her own rules. We do, though, supposedly. Jesus built your Buick.
Jesus, I say that.
That's funny. All right, let's get on to the immigration stuff now. Starting off from a few days ago, Eric Adams and his deputy mayor both signed the reopening of Rikers Island as an ICE office. CBS New York on the story.
And now to an exclusive. The Adams administration makes good on a promise to allow federal immigration agents to open an office on Rikers Island. This executive order coming from Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro, whom Mayor Adams delegated power in an effort to maintain public trust. And only political reporter Marcia Kramer spoke with the deputy mayor about these plans.
Mayor Adams has had a number of high-profile meetings with the Trump administration's hard-charging border czar, Tom Homan, about ways New York City can legally assist in cracking down on violent criminals from other countries who are here in New York.
Oh,
now, a new development.
Oh, yeah. Violent criminals.
I love that. Violent criminals. That's all he's doing. He's only helping them get the violent criminals. Nobody else. Right. Okay. Even though that's not true, and 90% of the people who've been sent away to El Salvador committed no crimes, but now they get to use Rikers Island as a base camp. I do hope a foreign government decides to level that fucking island to the ground with Tom Homan on it. Just kidding. Just making jokes. Let's go here now to CNN to see inside that El Salvadoran prison. CNN from 2 days ago.
When we first walked into these halls, Ciclot was a powerful symbol across Latin America. But now, since folks in the U.S. are far more familiar with what's happening here because it has a direct connection. Last time we were here, there were about 80 or so people per cell. I'm looking right now, and it's already 70 who have come out, and they've probably got another 30 plus. So you're talking more than 100 people in some of these cells now. And the director has told me they've increased the prison population because more arrests have taken place within this country.
Built to isolate El Salvador's most dangerous criminals, the Center for Terrorism Confinement, or CECOT, opened in early 2023 as the centerpiece of President Nayib Bukele's anti-gang crackdown.
Buenos días.
Why are there more people here?
El régimen de excepción no finaliza hasta que el último pandillero que está en la calle sea capturado.
He says the state of exception, essentially the state of emergency that's been declared under President Bukele going back 2022, will not end until the last gang member has been taken from the communities and brought.
It's so idiotic. So freaking stupid. Charlie Jinmir using your Galactic member highlighted chat to say, fuck Mayor Eric Adams for that shit. Gary gasp. I do like that emote a lot. I think it's a good use of your highlighted chat. Appreciate you, Charlie, for your patronage.
Here. This is a court hearing that's playing out right now. This is a preliminary hearing that's playing out. There's one in there. And this one hasn't yet started. Anderson Cooper last night was asking me, is everyone in Sakat convicted?
No, not todos.
No.
Muchos.
No, they're just hanging out. No, it's fine. All right, I just want to watch the very end of this. This guy goes on to say basically that no, nobody's actually been convicted, but there's definitely gang members. We know because they have tattoos. I just want to watch this very end of this.
The U.S. But if you look just straight down there at the very end, that's Sector 8. That's where the deportees, including those from Tren de Aragua, are being held. We cannot go into that sector. When I ask why, he says it's not part of this approved tour.
I love how he basically peppers in there. It's like, these are everybody who's in that whatever you want to call it, bunker. They're all in Tren de Aragua. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
There's been, like, you were just talking about how they were not actually convicted of anything. and or prove to be in a gang, and then you come out here and you're like, we're not allowed to go in this building where all of the Trendearagua members are. Like, dude, call that journalism, buddy? Is that what we're calling journalism now? But yeah, we're not allowed to see inside the prison area where all of the Americans are. No. Or, well, the people who were deported from America. Not allowed to see where you're not allowed to see that. And they're all definitely in Trendearagua, even though there's no proof of it. Okay. Cool. Cool. Let's talk quickly about, oh shit, what is this guy's name? Abrego Garcia. I can't think of his first name right now. Yeah. First we'll hear from his wife. This was 2 days ago from the Associated Press.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Congressman Adriano Espaillat, Chair. This is someone that has not broken any laws whatsoever, has been legally here in the United States of America, and was, in my opinion, kidnapped and sent back to El Salvador to a Salvadorian prison. And so we are concerned and we're demanding that he's brought back to his family.
On March 12th, my husband Kilmer was abducted and disappeared by the Trump administration. It's been 28 days since I last saw my husband. Since his children hugged him, since his mother kissed him, since his brother has talked to him. Court ruled that indeed this should have never happened. So-called administration error has destroyed my family's happiness, my children's innocence. Kilmer, if you can hear me, I'm still fighting for you.
This poor woman. It is just the amount of suffering that this administration is causing around the world right now, not just in America. It is truly, it's almost impressive. It's almost impressive, the level. I mean, you really have to be trying to make people suffer to, I think, achieve this kind of shit. It's truly disgusting. But Supreme Court yesterday ruled that Kilmer Abrego Garcia is to be brought back to the United States.
Breaking news right now, the Supreme Court will require the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Kilmer Abrego Garcia. That's the Maryland man who was sent to El Salvador by mistake, despite having protected legal status, preventing his deportation to El Salvador, where he escaped political violence.
That's all we need in that story. I mean, we'll see whether or not the Trump administration decides to abide by the Supreme Court and their orders. Yeah, I feel like the Supreme Court doesn't even like their jobs very much, since they gave Donald Trump so much power, and during the Biden administration decided to rule that Trump can do whatever the fuck he wants. And technically, any president can do whatever they want, I guess. Should be fascinating to see if the Trump administration does actually bring this man back to the United States. Let's go now to CNN from 12 hours ago. Legal experts weigh in on some of the rhetoric around all this from the Trump administration. Actually, I think this one is about... Wait, is this? No, this is, I think, the same case. God, my brain is broken. I go through too many things in a day. All right, yeah. Let's go here.
A major ruling coming from the nation's highest court. The Supreme Court on Thursday largely siding with the Maryland man wrongly deported last month to a notorious prison in El Salvador. In the ruling, the High Court instructed the U.S. government needs to take steps to return the migrant to the United States. It's a decision that, though, has both the attorneys for the deported man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and also the Trump administration claiming victory over. So the justices did say the U.S. government needs to, quote, facilitate Abrego Garcia's return, but the court did not make clear exactly how that's supposed to happen and also did not set a deadline. Joining us right now is CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson on this one. This is interesting, Joey, because both the man's legal team and the Justice Department seem to be happy today. Let me read just the statements from both sides. DOJ saying, as the Supreme Court correctly recognized, it is the exclusive prerogative of the president to conduct foreign affairs, is coming from the Justice Department spokesperson, by directly noting the deference owed to the executive branch. This ruling once again illustrates that activist judges do not have the jurisdiction to seize control of the president's authority to conduct foreign policy.
You know what I love about this statement? They misspelled the word prerogative. That's my favorite part of the statement. Aside from the nonsensical nature of it, sort of comedic bullshit that's coming out of the DOJ. Did Pam Bondi write this one? You don't spell prerogative with the extra R at the beginning.
Then the man's attorney, in a portion of it, said, tonight the rule of law prevailed. Are they both right?
Not
no.
really, and here's why, Kate. Good morning to you. Now,
No, they are not both right. Trump administration is just trying to spin it. So it's like, we won. We won. Don't you see the Supreme Court ruled against us, told us to do the thing. And that's actually a victory for us. Is it? I don't think it is. Are you sure? Maybe it is. You know, I take it back. Maybe I'm the stupid one. I feel like I've only seen it spelled that way. I guess everyone I've ever known has spelled that word wrong, or I'm just an idiot. I take it all back. I take it all back. You're right, I'm wrong. Okay, let's talk about Mahmoud Khalil. We were awaiting ruling on Mahmoud Khalil this Friday. And an immigration judge, has just ruled that Mahmoud Khalil can be deported.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I don't need editing. I make mistakes. I'm a human. Humans make mistakes.
Today, an immigration judge ruled that Mahmoud can be removed from this country. A decision as unjust as it is alarming. Despite the government's failure to prove that Mahmoud broke any law, the court has decided that lawful permanent residents can have their status revoked for pro-Palestine advocacy. This is a blatant violation of the First Amendment and a dangerous precedent for anyone who believes in free speech and political expression.
I'll remind us today that Mahmoud Khalil is not just a name on a case. He's a loving husband, a soon-to-be father, and now a political prisoner in front of a kangaroo court.
But this decision should not pacify you. It should embolden and encourage you. Those who know Mahmoud know him for his fierce commitment to justice and his refusal to back down from even the steepest of challenges. It is Mahmoud's fighting spirit that we must embrace in the following days.
This is a horrifying fucking ruling. Now, I don't know if this is going to be taken all the way to the Supreme Court. I would assume it will be. But this has horrifying implications for the future. Basically suggesting that you can be deported for free speech in the United States by the supposed free speech loving Republicans. You know, I thought didn't Elon Musk save free speech? I can't remember. Didn't he spend like $50 billion to save it? And now we're deporting people for free speech? It seems sort of counterintuitive. And where is he going to be deported to exactly? Palestine? Is that the plan? What about his wife and his child that's on the way? May have already been born. Honestly, don't know. I haven't checked on that, but it's just... Where is he going to go to El Salvador? Where are they sending him exactly? He said they don't want to split up families previously. So maybe his wife and child will also be deported. I don't know. But this is disgusting. But Caroline Levitt's here to tell us that we're wrong once again, and that actually a bunch of stuff regarding undocumented immigrants, or I guess just, well, I mean, in this particular clip of hers, she's specifically talking about undocumented immigrants. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 10 hours ago. Now, I just want to point something out. While they're planning, because I just realized this, while the United States might want to deport Mahmoud Khalil, there will have to be a country willing to accept him. So who's going to accept him? Who's going to accept this man being deported for free speech? That's one thing I would genuinely like to know. Because right now, I do not know. It's a job for the international courts now. I guess we'll see. All right, to the Ministry of Truth once again. Caroline, go.
On another matter, the deadline for registration under the Alien Registration Act is today. All foreign nationals present in the United States longer than 30 days must register with the federal government. Failure to comply with this is a crime, punishable by fines, imprisonment, or both. As President Trump and Secretary Noem have both said, if you register and you leave now, you choose to self-deport. You may have the opportunity to return later legally. But if not, you will be arrested, fined, deported, never to return to our country.
So regardless of, yeah, okay, so it's not just the violent criminals. It's just anybody who fails to register with the state. Okay, right. They don't care about, they're starting to really get out in the open on this one. Yeah, actually, we don't really care about the crime so much as we just hate certain people, especially if you're brown and from a different country. Earlier this week, there was also this story. A judge ordered Donald Trump and the Trump White House to restore access to the Associated Press.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A U.S. judge has ordered President Donald Trump's White House to lift access restrictions imposed on the Associated Press over the news agency's decision to continue to refer to the Gulf of Mexico in its coverage.
Illegal.
The ruling by Trump appointee, U.S. District Judge Trevor McFadden, restores AP access to the Oval Office, Air Force One, and events held at the White House while the AP's lawsuit moves forward. The AP sued 3 senior Trump aides in February, alleging the restrictions were an attempt to coerce the press into using the administration's preferred language. Lawyers for the Trump administration have argued the AP does not have a right to what the White House has called special access to the president. McFadden said his rule...
If you say the wrong words, you're not allowed. In this country, in the White House, wherever, you have to get out immediately. But Judge is saying, actually, no, free speech kind of exists in this country to some degree, at least for the Associated Press. And supposedly their access is being restored. Let's go now and start talking about those tariffs, which have taken over the entire week. Let's get through some of these. What do you say? Let's start here. From 4 days ago. CNN. See Richard Quest's reaction to Trump advisor's tariff remarks.
Give me a joke.
Volatility and whiplash on Wall Street amid deepening economic uncertainty and growing global anxiety.
Yeah, U.S. markets opened deep in the red once again following Donald Trump's escalating trade war, but they have been fluctuating wildly for the past several hours. Here's a look at where things stand right now. The Dow down about 700 points or so. We actually saw it briefly in the green, up about 800 points at one point today. That was because of an unfounded rumor, but now obviously solidly in the red. And it's been red arrows all day for European stocks as well after Asian markets closed down sharply earlier. But the president is showing no signs of retreating, urging Americans not to be, quote, weak or stupid and panic.
And he's now threatening to impose new 50% tariffs on China.
The United States has a chance to do something that it should have been done, all caps, decades ago. Don't be capital W weak. Don't be capital S stupid. Don't be all caps panicking. A new party based on weak and stupid people. Be capital S strong, capital C courageous, and capital P patient. And all caps greatness will be the result.
Following Beijing's retaliatory tariffs last week. The White House, meantime, is downplaying the growing economic concerns.
The market will find a bottom. It will be soon. And from there, we're going to have a bullish boom.
A boom.
There doesn't have to be a recession. Who knows how the market is going to react in a day, in a week.
You need to reset the power of the United States of America and reset it against all our allies and our enemies alike.
It's a strategy to create a golden age in America for the American worker. That's his strategy.
A strategy with no details. All these advisors seem to be talking past each other.
Look at his face.
Richard
his head buried in his hands, literally.
And it's only Monday.
There doesn't have to be a recession, says the U.S. Treasury Secretary. He's right. There doesn't have to be a recession. The only problem is economic circumstances have now been put in place that most Wall Street economists of senior note say are likely to cause a recession. Goldman.
Yes, they have. And they've been raising those estimates. They raised those estimates all throughout the week. I think I saw one that went all the way up to 75%. 75% likelihood of a recession. That's what happens when you do everything you can to basically shut down the American economy, which is, the biggest consumer economy on the planet. But you add enough tariffs, and suddenly people, can't buy anything. That's one way to get inflation down. Can't buy it, well, I guess they'll have to raise lower prices until people can buy it. Wonder how that'll work out. All right, let's see what Bernie Sanders said to Jameson Greer, Donald Trump's trade representative, a few days ago in the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, thanks for being here, and I enjoyed our conversation in the office last month. Let me begin by saying, as I suspect you know, that I am not a great fan of unfettered free trade. I helped lead the effort when I was in the House against NAFTA and against permanent normal trade relations with China. I will never forget a visit that I made to the Macadillo area in Mexico, where I saw brand new factories and literally Mexican workers living in cardboard boxes. And the result, of course, was the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs in this country, transferring them to Mexico where people work for horrendous wages. That is the type of trade policy which I detest. But I want to move to an area to talk about the legal basis of what President Trump has done. President Trump said, Mr. Greer, that he had no choice in terms of Canada. And I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. He had no choice but to bypass Congress and to impose an emergency 25% tariff on Canada to stop, quote, the massive, end quote, amount of fentanyl and, quote, the millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from the northern border. Unfortunately, that's a lie. The truth is that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the Canadian border last year, representing just 0.2% of the total. Now, we could agree that 1 pound of
Millions and millions of 43 pounds of fentanyl coming into the United States.
representing just 0.2% of the total. Now, we could agree that 1 pound of fentanyl is too much. But if 0.2% constitutes an emergency, my guess is illegal drugs are coming in from every country in the world. And that gives the President of the United States incredible power to determine tariffs. Further, he said he talked about millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from Canada. In fact, last year there were 24,000 people, not millions and millions. First question, really, we can argue about tariffs, but why does the President have to lie all of the time in order to make his point?
So Senator, I would.
Jamie. Oh, Jamie. Poor guy. Has to answer for all of Donald Trump's actions. He did not have a good answer at all for why Donald Trump has to lie. He basically just said, actually, Donald Trump didn't lie, even though the facts clearly show that he did. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about how much money we're making from this tariff policy of his. Associated Press, 2 days ago.
We're making a fortune with tariffs. $2 billion a day. Do you believe it? I was told $2 billion a day.
Making a fortune.
You know, I get hit by the press about tariffs.
I love some of the
$2 a day.
I love some of the looks that you can see here at this, seems to be a black tie dinner. Everybody's wearing their tuxes, but they're looking real sad right now. I don't know how much they paid for this. I feel like this woman looks like she's about to get sick. This lady, I mean, woof. Everybody looks nobody looks really, there's a few people I heard clapping and yelling. Everybody else looks kind of sad. Everybody's looking at their phones. Maybe watching the stock market, I guess, wondering whether or not they can afford that tux anymore. Or this probably multi-$1,000 a plate dinner that they're at here at the what's it called? The NRCC, I think it is, National Republican, whatever. I forget what this thing is actually called, but look at how so many sad faces at the NRCC. It's just, oh, God. They were just told by the president that we are making a fortune from these tariffs, but no one looks excited because they're losing their fortunes. Oh, gosh. That's too bad. All right, let's go back to Congress. See more of what people were asking Jamie Greer. CBS from 2 days ago. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this one. Just remembered, I put this one here. I meant to take this one out. We already watched this one technically this week, and rather than watch the same video, I figured we'd watch a different video about the same discussion. Here we go. Rather than CBS, let's go to Majority Report from yesterday.
This is Representative Stephen Horsford. I don't know where he comes from. He is in the, right now, in the Ways and Means Committee hearing. U.S. Trade Representative Greer, right? and he is testifying about the tariffs, why Trump has imposed on the entire world these exorbitant tariffs. And while he's testifying to that effect, Trump tweets out that actually we're putting in a moratorium on all the tariffs that are not against China. We're taking China's to 125. We're going to just do 10% for everybody for the next 90 days and then maybe go back.
Yeah, right.
Like, there's such an intense lack of planning associated with this, aside from, of course, there's also an intense lack of agenda. But here is Horsford to Greer.
Mr. Trade Representative, are you aware that the tariffs have been paused?
I am, yes.
When were you made aware of that?
Well, I understood the decision was made a few minutes ago.
Sitting here
under discussion.
Sitting here under discussion. So did you know that this was under discussion, and why did you not include that as part of your opening remarks?
So typically what I don't do is divulge the contents of my discussions with
What are the
President
details of the pause?
Well, my understanding is that because so many countries have decided not to retaliate, we're going to have about 90 days.
No, excuse me? China increased their tariffs on the United States. Trump blinked.
China!
What's the blink, sir?
What's the blink, sir?
What do you know about this pause? What are the details of it?
No, pause it.
What's the blink, sir? I don't know.
The reason why we're not doing tariffs is because they didn't respond to the tariffs. So the reason why I'm not going to sanction you is because you didn't sanction us back. And so everything we just did was just to see.
It was a test. Yes, exactly.
It was a test. It was a test. It was like a test.
It was like a test.
Like when you're dating somebody.
Yeah.
Do you want to see if this person really cares about you or not? So you pretend like it's your birthday and see if they bring you a present.
You know how like an emotionally manipulative boyfriend acts like that. It's like, hey, I know you love me, but watch this.
If they bring you a present, then you say, yes, good job, but it's not my birthday, so you don't have to give me that present. Go ahead.
China increased their tariffs on the United States. Trump blinked.
What's the blink, sir?
What's the blink, sir?
What do you know about this pause? What are the details of it?
Well, the details, as I understand it, is that China continues to retaliate. Other countries didn't retaliate.
Is Jameson Greer going through adult onset puberty right now? What's happening? Why is his voice cracking so much?
The president 2 or 3 days ago said we wanted to negotiate with those countries that asked for meetings. That's what we're doing.
What are the details? How long is the pause? How many days? How many weeks?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I've been in
So the
this
trade representative hasn't spoken to the president of the United States about a global reordering of trade.
That's exactly right.
Yes, I have.
And
you have. Hearing with you,
but yet he announced it on a tweet. WTF? Who's in charge?
WTF.
The President of the United States is in charge.
And what do you know about those details?
Well, as I mentioned,
it looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago sitting here. We saw you.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If you came here knowing that you were going to be turned off, that these tariffs were going to be turned off, why didn't you include that in your opening statement? Why didn't you reference that as part of your testimony?
Well, I don't disclose my conversations with
Surprise!
These were specific questions we asked you all along. What's the strategy? These are real consequences for the American people and small businesses. I had a group of small businesses in my office.
Just make a quick point. Like, if he can't divulge what he's talking about with the president vis-a-vis trade, why is he there?
Great question.
Also, of course he can. Of course he can. Like, the fact... I mean, it's almost as if Trump wanted to humiliate him. The fact that he announced it on Twitter, like without telling him that he was going to announce it. Like the guy could have said, there's going to be an announcement in half an hour, so everybody hold your horses. Wait, who's Greer? Greer?
Did I know that guy?
You know, his voice sounds a little mousy. The president is in charge. It sounds a
Yes, that was part of this fantastic week we've all been experiencing here. Now let's go back to the RNCC dinner. You know, I gotta look up how much is it to be at the RNCC dinner? NRCC? NRCC. NRCC. Oh, here we go. Directly from nrcc.org. NRCC rakes in record-shattering fundraising haul. In just 4 weeks, the event brought in an extraordinary fundraising goal, eclipsing the $30 million raised over 11 months at the previous 2019 dinner with President Trump. This record-breaking haul proves that we already know Americans across the country are fired up to grow our House majority. How much, though? How much was the plate, per plate, dinner? Why can't you just tell me? You pieces of shit. This is your dinner. Why can't you tell me how much it costs? There's a lot of funds to raise, though, from one dinner. You gotta think, those plates must have been pretty expensive. Maybe that's why everyone was so sad. It's like, why did I just spend $100,000 a plate to see a guy who just robbed me of millions of dollars just now? Don't understand. That's why everyone was so sad looking at that dinner. Yes, let's go back to the NRCC. Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago. Donald Trump talking about Congress's power to regulate tariff policy. Whoa. What?
I don't want reality.
Can they do that? Oh, you're telling me it's their job? Oh, weird. Go web go.
Some of you work for companies. Your companies are peanuts. I don't care how big they are. Compared, this is the largest transaction in the history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us.
He's weaving.
Kissing my ass. They are.
Nope.
They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything, sir. And then I'll see some rebel Republican, some guy that wants to grandstand.
Like a Mitch McConnell.
Say, I think that Congress should take over negotiating.
And rebel Mitch McConnell always being so nasty to me.
Illegal.
Let me tell you, you don't negotiate like I negotiate. Congress takes over negotiating. Sell America fast because you're going to go busted. You don't. I just saw it today. A couple of your congressmen said, I think we should get involved in the negotiation of the tariffs. Oh, that's what I need.
That's just what I need. Yeah, okay. By the way, this was on April 8th. And on April 8th, at that point, the markets were down how much? I think like 20+% on most of the indices. Before the illegal tweet, truth, lie, whatever you want to call it, when he told people to buy his own stock on his own social media company. But why would we? Yeah, great point. It's exactly what we need Congress to actually do their jobs. No, I'm actually the best negotiator. We don't need them. Speaking of that illegal tweet, let's go here. CTV News from a day ago. Questions arise as Trump posts cryptic statement on Truth Social before partial tariff pullback.
Illegal.
A post by Trump made hours before his tariff reversal. He said now is a great time to buy. And that has some questioning if that was a tip-off to investors that the turbulence would soon be coming to an end. Joining me now with more on that is CTV News U.S. political analyst Eric Ham. Eric, good morning to you. A lot of people asking questions about that statement, implying, questioning whether there was some sort of insider trading going on. Was this market manipulation? What could the fallout be?
Well, we don't know the answers to those questions, but I do believe that it's certainly worth asking. And given the fact that we have seen the markets tumble as badly as they have for the last week or so, and now you have Donald Trump with that cryptic statement, it does beg the question, in fact, what was actually going on? Is Donald Trump purposely shorting the market in a way to benefit those surrounding him? Or is he attempting somehow to try to manipulate the markets with these tariffs? We don't know the answers.
Yeah, but I would point out that him essentially, I mean, he's directing people to buy his company's stock on his own social media platform. I mean, it is a truly unprecedented level of corruption. But I guess, if you were a big-time Trump loyalist, you follow him on Truth Social, you make all your investments based upon anything that Donald Trump says, you might have probably made a lot of money, at least for a short period of time. Until Truth Social came flying back down. Okay, let's go to France 24 English from 19 hours ago. Democrats accuse Donald Trump of manipulating the markets.
Illegal.
You don't say. Shocking.
Lawmakers in the United States are questioning whether President Donald Trump and his allies may have engaged in improper market manipulation. On Wednesday, Trump posted on social media that it was a great time to buy, shortly before announcing he was letting up on some of his new tariffs, a move that caused a momentary spike in the market. If investors had bought stocks at the time of his post, then sold them, they could have made a quick wad of cash. Indeed, on Thursday, Democrats pushed for the Office of Government Ethics and the Security and Exchange Commission to look into possible federal policy, insider trading, and market manipulation violations.
The American people have a... What's unfortunate, I think, is that this group here is,
inside...
what's the figure on this? 50 or 60% of my least favorite Democrats right now? Dick Durbin, Hakeem Jeffries, and Chuck Schumer. Great. They're the ones who are going to head this up. They are technically, many of them are in leadership, but fucking hell. We need new leadership immediately. Okay. Let's see some more big and beautiful things Donald Trump was saying this week. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago.
Bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching
very
it,
tricky.
But if you look at it
I was
now,
watching it.
It's
beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
The bond market right now is
it's so
beautiful.
good. Never seen it so good.
Yeah,
Is it good? Was it good? I don't know. Let's take a look. I question that assertion. Oh, no, it's not good, actually. Basically pushing some real problematic stuff here. Bonds are actually up across the board. This is bad. This is bad. Bad and ugly. Not beautiful at all, actually. People like Howard Lutnick, who is long bonds, losing a lot of money. Howard was hoping that the bonds would keep going up. Going down, and yet here we are. Interest rates skyrocketing. Look at them. Big and beautiful. We're having to pay out even more money for every bond that we lend out or sell out to people. Great. It's very good and great. I'm sure Howard Lutnick was really hoping that Donald Trump pulling out of the reciprocal tariffs would solve the situation. We've heard about how what's the name of this company? God, I wanted to say Berkshire Hathaway. That's fucking Warren Buffett. God. Oh, there's too many hedge funds out there. Pershing Square? No, that's Ackman. I cannot think of it right now. Big and beautiful bond market, though. So beautiful that the American government is losing money hand over fist. All right, let's stay with this same press conference here. Go here. Also 2 days ago, Donald Trump, White House lawn, talking about little financial acrobatics. Certainly had to be limber to get yourself through these last 2 weeks.
Would you consider exempting some U.S. companies, maybe some larger companies who have been hit hard in the markets the last few days during this 90 days?
As time goes by, we're going to take a look at it. There are some that have been hard. There are some that, by the nature of the company, get hit a little bit harder, and we'll take a look at that, yeah.
How do you determine the next 90 days?
Just instinctively, more than anything else. I mean, you almost can't take a pencil to paper. It's really more of an instinct.
I almost can't do it. It's instinctual.
Because you said that these tariffs would go in effect on Monday. You said no pause. And today there is a pause. So how can people believe your words today?
It's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility.
It's not a question of whether or not I can't seem to stick with one thing. It's just about you being flexible and me doing whatever the fuck I want. And that's fine. Everybody who's not flexible and was a panicking, they have sold out at the bottom and then lost a bunch of money. Retirees, pension funds. And that's their fault for not being more flexible with their retirement. Now let's go to Howard Lutnick. God, hold on. Before I go to Howard Lutnick, I do have to look this up. I cannot remember what the name of this fucking hedge fund that he runs is. I really want to come to it on my own. I hate having to do this because I have it. It's in my brain somewhere. Cantor Fitzgerald. That's right, Cantor Fitzgerald. Howard Lutnick's former hedge fund has been long bonds for quite some time, making a bunch of money. And if you're long bonds, that means if bond interest rates go down, right, you make money because you're holding bonds with a higher interest rate, and you can sell them for a profit to other people. See what he had to say about those tariffs and the tariff pause, whether or not it had anything to do with financial markets. I'm sure he has a great answer for this. Come on, Howard. Get out here. Tell us.
The reciprocal tariffs stay in place. They are 10% across the board on all the countries, right? We paused on any numbers that are above 10%. And except for China, of course, who retaliated. And then, of course, you know what's going on with China because they've retaliated.
Actually, Howard is actually wrong about this. They didn't pause the auto tariffs, and they didn't pause the steel and aluminum tariffs or the potash tariffs. So, no, that's wrong. Sorry, Howard. Sorry, Howie.
The president was very clear. If you retaliate, you will feel what he thinks, and they feel what he thinks.
Can you say definitively that it wasn't the direction of the markets that turned Trump to make this 90-day pause?
It was not.
It was not.
Happily say definitively.
I'll happily say that. Yeah, it definitely wasn't the markets. Couldn't have been. We're all invested in the markets. Why would he do something like that? It's not like me and Trump or Scott Bessent or Elon Musk or any of the other billionaires in this administration had any sort of personal interest in having the markets turn around. That's come on.
Come on! That's too much, man!
Speaking of Scott Bessent, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Let's talk about Donald Trump's incredible negotiating strategies. Shard of the deal. Art of the steal. Bob. Oh, Jesus Christ. What does Howard have to do to put you in this 2009 Kia today? You gotta shine your shoes? Give you lower interest rates?
And we saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today. It has brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to steer the course for this moment. And what we've ended up with here, as I told everyone,
great courage.
In this very spot, do not retaliate, and you will be rewarded.
Rewarded with a 90-day pause and the opportunity to negotiate something that's usually done pre-tariff rather than post-tariff. But hey, this is the art of the deal. I've never seen anything this great or courageous. A year's supply of air freshener trees. That might get me in on that 2009 Kia. As long as you're willing to loan me the money. Okay. Wow, a year's supply of air freshener trees. That is... All right. Now we got a bunch of recent stories on the tariffs. That was basically the week-ending report version of the tariff talk. I feel like we got through that decently well. Boy, oh boy, has it been a weird week, hasn't it? So strange. Now, here's a question for everybody. Any of you ever take medication or need medication for things? Whatever sort of ailments you may have? Have you ever been sick and needed medication? Or you perhaps have... You don't have to actually answer this. It's a hypothetical question. Okay, you ask yourself this question. Rhetorical. Whatever, regardless of the wording. Has anybody here ever taken medicine, needed it for a particular reason, health-related issue? Well, prepare to pay more the next time that you need your meds, because Donald Trump is going to put a tariff on all pharmaceutical companies just because apparently that's going to get them to all build manufacturing plants in the United States. Here we go.
Mr. President, we still expect to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel. Is that something you're still considering moving forward
Yeah,
with?
well, I will be, because we want them coming back. You know, we realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So I realized that. And
realized it.
It was a big realization.
Wow, I just realized it.
We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to
Had to
other
go there.
places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places.
Now-
We don't make it. And that
Now, this is a lie. Just an outright lie. I mean, there is, in fact, pharmaceutical manufacturing somewhat in the United States, but a lot of it is in China. Majority of it is in China. That's for particular reasons, like the fact that China has all the facilities built there. They also have access to a lot of industrial chemicals that we don't produce here in the United States. So even if we do bring the manufacturing, maybe if we build all the plants, build 1,000 pharmaceutical manufacturing plants in the United States over the next 2, 3, whatever, however many years it's going to take to do all that, I'm afraid we're still need to get chemicals from China. And so that's going to be a problem since we're tariffing goods from China to, 150% now, I think? Just keeps going up and up and up. Hard to keep track of how much we're supposed to pay for things at this point. We're going to solve inflation immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
let them leave. And now if they want to come back, we're going to put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back. They're going to come back I'm not going to pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal was horrible. They give billions and billions of dollars to chip companies. All they have is money. They have so much money. And they give billions of dollars, and they're just going to keep the money. They're not going to spend it.
It's almost like for a second, Donald Trump, like he comes to, I think when he looks down here, I feel like he's coming to a realization that this plan of his is real stupid. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm attributing more thoughtfulness to Donald Trump than he deserves in this moment. But that's something that we keep talking about around here. What do we expect all these companies to eat the cost of everything, to reinvest all their profits into America rather than doing stock buybacks and enriching themselves? Yeah. Okay. Speaking of China, those China tariffs could be a real problem for people who sell on Amazon. Uh-oh. Is Amazon a big business in this country? Let's go to CNBC. The worst NBC from yesterday. How Trump's tariffs could shutter Amazon sellers in the United States.
In this tiny warehouse in Northern California, Dusty Kenny is getting her products ready to sell on Amazon.
We make baby spoons, baby placemats, bento boxes, bowls, plates, cups, and we manufacture them in China, and they come via sea in all these boxes here.
But now Kenny is facing a giant additional cost, a 125% tariff on all her goods coming from China.
We have tens of thousands of products here in this warehouse. And when you add a tariff to all of that, and you're trying to absorb that for your customer to not raise prices on them, that adds up to an astronomical amount.
On April 2nd, Trump announced big, aggressive tariffs, a 10% baseline on nearly all imports to the U.S. and far steeper rates on many nations.
In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal, that means they do it to
us, we do it to them, even though none of them are doing what we're saying they're doing. That's fine. Make the world, make America great again. Yes, that's the plan. We make everybody make us great. It's a lot easier to outsource it. Outsource the insourcing.
We do it to them.
This is my livelihood. This is how we put food on the table. It could put me out of business.
Stocks tumbled amid fears of reciprocal tariffs, rising prices, and slowing consumer spend. Although Trump did put a 90-day pause on tariffs for some countries on April 9th.
Prices will go up in the short term. There's no doubt about it.
CNBC sat down with 8 U.S. businesses who sell on Amazon to find out how the new tariffs are having an impact on their prices, their competitors in China, and their customers' willingness to spend. Tariffs have been around since America's early days. But since the creation of the federal income tax in 1913, they've become a smaller and smaller portion of federal revenue, with some notable moments of tariff increases along the way. By the 2010s, the average tariff was just 1% to 3%. Then Trump sent tariffs soaring during his first term, taxing steel and aluminum from U.S. allies, threatening tariffs on Mexico and Canada, and launching a trade war with China. Sound familiar?
Yes,
brands come to us panicked about tariffs. We started talking to our clients about recommending getting out of China a long time ago when the first rounds of tariffs came up. And then Biden became president. We said, Biden's not going to remove it.
Sure enough, most of Trump's first-term tariffs continued under Biden. And now Trump's back. He started with a 10% tariff on most Chinese goods in February. China retaliated with an added 15% tariff on some U.S. imports. Trump raised the China tariff to 20% on March 4th. That's also when whopping new 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada went into effect.
I was in a state of shock, and it was very sudden. We have to stop everything. We cannot afford selling goods anymore.
Portable Winch Co. has been making its car winches in Canada for more than 20 years and simply driving them an hour to the US border for duty-free shipping to American customers, until now.
The US is a growing market for us. It represents like 22% of our sales. We are questioning ourselves if we just move our focus to Europe. Is it really a negotiation tactic? Maybe. I hope so. I sincerely.
It's a weird negotiating tactic. I think most people would recommend that, you come to the table before you implement these sorts of broad brush tariffs on everything. All right, let's go and see more people who are being affected. I'm just going to go through a few of these bullet points here on this video.
No doubt about it.
While tariffs on China are nothing new, it's unusual for them to hit certain types of goods, like toys.
I mean, it's real steel. This is a real steel, really tangible toy. This toy retails for $29.99. This will end up costing $5 to $10 more as these tariffs fully pass through.
Jay Foreman runs Florida-based Basic Fun. With $200 million in annual sales, its well-known labels sell on Amazon and at retailers like Walmart and Target.
Tonka trucks, Care Bears, Lincoln Logs, Tinker Toys, Light Bright. And as with most of the toy business, we make the overwhelming majority of our product in China. China, has a tremendous...
That's fine. That's actually fine, because me and the Republicans are planning to put all the kids back to work, those very lazy kids, doing nothing, unemployed kids receiving benefits from the federal government. We're going to get them back in the factories, unclogging, and doing all the great stuff that little kids can do. That'll be fine. They don't need toys when they're in the factory, actually. It's not a time for fun, kids. It's time to get America back to work.
Not only a tremendous workforce, but they've invested in the infrastructure to create a toy manufacturing supply chain.
Because of China tariffs during Trump's first term, Foreman says a lot of toy manufacturing has moved to Vietnam, Mexico, and India in the last 5 years.
The interesting part there is that most of the factories that operate in places, toy factories anyway, that operate in places like Vietnam, India, and Mexico are owned by Chinese anyway. So you're sort of not escaping doing business with the Chinese.
It's been crazy. Sometimes we find information because we get an invoice or we see the customs entry document. We're like, well, what do we charge? What do we charge again?
John Covey owns St. Louis-based Genius Games. He does the majority of his yearly $2 million in sales on Amazon and makes his science-based board games in China.
Oh, no, not
the
science.
Actual machinery to manufacture at the quality that we need.
We're canceling science in the Americas. All the Americas, North and South. Those little kids, they don't need science and learning, okay? They need to get back to work. Like I've been saying, they're very lazy, robbing America. And it's like we're taking care of them and they're not doing anything for the economy. They don't even know science. They need to know how to turn a wrench and mine coal.
Primarily exists in China, and we have not seen samples that will compare to the same level of quality.
And toys are just one category among many that rely on China for manufacturing and assembly due to lower costs and established infrastructure.
This is one of the most amazing pieces of technology, and this thing is made in China. And whether you're making a Tonka truck in China or an Apple iPhone, they figured it out.
Almost all electronics that U.S. consumers like to buy are fabricated in China. The vast majority of textiles are milled in China, whether the apparel is actually put together in China or not.
Other categories, like teas, can't easily be grown in the U.S. because of the climate.
You need high humidity. Usually you need to be at a very high altitude, and those things only come together in certain parts of the world. Like the green teas that we use are only really grown in coastal China. The black teas are grown in India.
Baltimore-based Zest
God
caffeine
damn it.
teas. About half.
Do you know how much tea I drink, chat? It's a lot. I'm just going to point that out. That one's going to definitely affect me directly. I mean, I must drink a gallon of tea a day. All right, that's too much. That is too much.
That's too much, man!
But a lot. Let's just say a lot. Like at least a liter, 2 liters of tea. A lot of tea. A lot of tea every single day. I need my caffeine. And coffee prices are already in this freaking stratosphere right now. What am I going to do? I guess I could just slap myself awake whenever I get tired.
$4 million of annual sales happen on Amazon.
It's those components that are the most troubling of you don't really have a US option and just you have to pass on the cost eventually.
This is our new Snacktainer silicone bento box.
Kenny's brand, Prima Stella, brings in about $800,000 annually, almost entirely from Amazon sales.
I would love to be able to manufacture in the US, but the truth is that the infrastructure is not there. The manufacturing infrastructure doesn't exist. I've even considered what it would look like to open a manufacturing site, but that's way over my head and
dang it.
Out of my budget, right?
Even with huge tariffs,
Jesus.
Kenny says
Even
it
you
still
seem to
doesn't
be doing
make
pretty good, but even this
financial
lady,
sense to move manufacturing to the US.
their own warehouse.
It's too high.
Business.
It's not 10% or 20%.
Sounds like she's going to have to shut down. One thing I keep
Double or
wondering to
triple the
myself.
cost per.
One thing I keep wondering to myself is how many of these people, these business owners, voted for Donald Trump. Basically, voted for this. I'm not suggesting that she did. I'm just genuinely wondering to myself. There's no way of knowing for sure. But yeah, this woman makes like stuff for babies. It's pretty crazy. Babies don't need spoons, okay? They can eat with their fingers and hands. Have you ever seen them? They don't need utensils, right? Parents don't need things to put their food in. It's all fine. Toys? It's a lot more fun to hang out in the factory, kids. Come on. Actually, that's probably good enough on the CNBC. I'm already tired of their bullshit. Not that this particular video is bullshit. I just kind of hate CNBC. They are the worst CNBC, NBC. What am I doing? How the hell did this automatically play on your phone in your sleep? Wow. I do not know. YouTube must think you really want to watch the stream. Yes, exactly. The kids will get beautiful. Exactly, Bob. Beautiful clean coal for Christmas now, kids. I know that supposedly Santa only does that for the bad kids, but we're changing it. I've called Santa and said, hey, no more presents, just coal. Just coal and jobs. But guess what? One big idea, marketplace of ideas type of guy has some suggestions for us on all these tariffs. David Rubin. David Rubin has some great wisdom for us stupid people on how to deal with these tariffs. I'm excited. I needed some advice. I'm very confused about what to do.
Our perspective has always been here is that tariffs in and of themselves, they're just a tool. And they're a tool to achieve an agenda. And generally, the way that tariffs are generally used, at least in modern times, as a mechanism in which to shield or build a domestic industry.
You don't say.
Or maybe not even an industry, a specific, an industry. I would go that narrow.
Yeah.
So, we want to make sure that we're producing enough steel in this country.
Sure.
We want to make sure that we're producing semiconductors.
Yeah.
Or we realized during COVID that we have a problem in semiconductors. If China shuts down, we're going to have no semiconductors, or we're not going to have any chips, and we're going to have no cars, and we're not going to have computers. And so we need to build that industry here. And
That's a good point.
We will.
We do need computers, because everything is computer.
Put tariffs on products like that coming into this country, but on the other hand, we'll also incentivize and build factories.
Yeah, like the CHIPS
give
Act?
money to build factories. Now, of course, the way you would sequence that would be, we have a plan to build factories, to train workers to make this stuff, or whatever is involved.
It all makes sense.
We're going to institute that plan. And it's going to take 6 months to a year, 2 years to get those factories built. And then we're going to put the squeeze on these products coming in.
Now you're talking my language.
Or maybe we roll it out a little bit. I mean, it's obvious how you sequence
Targeted governmental intervention.
Trump administration didn't do any of that.
No,
it's not even clear what the goal is to any of this.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
But here to explain it to you, because
oh, thank God,
none of us have the sort of the brain capacity to understand this. We need to bring in an expert, someone whose keen mind and love of ideas is able to wrap their heads around this and explain the one.
Praise God.
Jesus, I say that.
Okay, hush, Ambrose. I don't need that from you right now.
Don't realize if tariffs are so bad, why do they exist?
If tariffs are so bad, then why do they have them? It might not be that tariffs are inherently horrible. Tariffs are horrible when you are on the receiving side of the bad end of the tariff. Trump is trying to tariff so we can eliminate tariffs. And we just told you what's happening in Vietnam and Argentina.
There were so many dumb statements in one brief paragraph there from Dave Rubin. I don't even know where to start. You gotta hear that one more time. It was so stupid.
Tariffs are inherently horrible. Tariffs have them, so it might. If tariffs are so bad, then why do they have them? So it might not be that tariffs are inherently horrible. Tariffs are horrible when you are on the receiving side of the bad end of the tariff. Trump is trying to tariff so we can eliminate tariffs, and we just told you.
Oh my God, this is some of this the most choice Dave Rubin stupidity of all time. It's almost hard to respond to just because of how inherently stupid it is. But you put on tariffs to get rid of tariffs, even non-existent ones, right, Rubin? Is that what you're saying? We gotta get rid of the tariffs, and the only way to get rid of the tariffs is to put on tariffs. Why do they even have tariffs? I mean, because they exist, right? Those tariffs exist, and then. That's why they exist. The tariffs exist because they exist, and that's why they exist. You're all very stupid for not understanding that.
Happening in Vietnam and Argentina and Israel and Italy and a couple other countries, and apparently 50 other countries and the European Union that are now coming back to the table. So there's few people that are arguing for tariffs for the sake of tariffs. Yes, I want more tariffs, and I want them to tariff more and them to tariff more in the world.
We should say that all the reporting that is available says that these people are willing to negotiate, these different countries. Obviously, China has just levied a 104% reciprocal tariff against this. Canada has levied a tariff. But there are other countries that are interested in negotiating, the Philippines, several others, that are basically saying, like, we're calling, but nobody's answering the phone.
I want to do the tariffs instead.
Dave is a smart guy, but I just like tariffs. I like tariffs. I've always liked tariffs.
People tell me, sir,
I want to read this
these
quote.
tariffs are so great. Sorry, Sam. Continue.
Going around from, I think it was a piece written about Gary Cohn. Gary Cohn was the under the first Trump administration, Cohn was a Treasury, right? Or was he? He was Commerce Secretary.
He was Treasury. Whatever.
He was one of the early ones to leave the administration, I think. And this is a retelling of what Cohn said to Donald Trump. Why don't we manufacture things at home? Lindsay asked. We're a manufacturing country. I'm not sure who that refers to. But of course, the United States manufactured things, but reality did not match the vision in Trump's mind. The president clung to an outdated view of America: locomotives, factories with huge smokestacks, workers busy on assembly lines. Cohn assembled every piece of economic data available to show that American workers did not aspire to work in assembly factories. Each month, Cohn brought Trump the latest job openings and labor turnovers. They called jolts.
I am utterly appalled by that suggestion. That Americans don't want to work in mass manufacturing plants? Come on, people love... Americans? God, Americans love manufacturing. Oh my God. It's dirty, it's unsafe. Why wouldn't we want to do that?
Bureau of Labor Statistics. He realized he was being an a-hole by rubbing it in because each month was basically the same, but he didn't care. Mr. President, can I show this to you? Cohn fanned out the pages of data in front of the president. See, the biggest levers of levers.
That is an L-E-A-V-E-R.
Of jobs, people leaving voluntarily, was from manufacturing. I don't get it, Trump said. Cohn tried to explain. I can sit in a nice office with air conditioning and a desk, or stand on my feet 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Which would you do for the same pay? Cohn added, people don't want to stand in front of a 2,000-degree blast furnace. People don't want to go into coal mines and get black lung.
No?
For the same dollars or equal dollars, they're going to choose to do something else.
Wow. That is groundbreaking. No one could have ever, no one could have ever put this together. But yeah, if you're not picking it up, people left manufacturing jobs voluntarily more than in any other sector in the U.S. economy. Donald Trump doesn't understand what that means because he's a stable genius.
Wasn't buying it. Several times, Cohn just asked the president, why do you have these views? I just do. Trump replied, I've had these views for 30 years. Well, that doesn't mean they're right, Cohn said. I had the view for 15 years. I could play professional football. It doesn't mean I was right.
This administration genuinely does not want reality.
I don't want reality.
Okay, we got more tariff talk to get through. Let's talk about those recession fears a little bit. Reuters from 20 hours ago. Trump's tariff pause brings little relief as recession fears linger. You don't say. Maybe it's because he only paused the tariffs and everybody's sitting in some sort of horrifying fiscal purgatory.
Donald Trump's move to postpone most of his new tariffs for 90 days seems to have brought only fleeting relief for markets. After a huge rally Thursday, Friday saw Asian stocks head lower again. Japan's Nikkei index closed down about 3%, while South Korea's benchmark Kospi index dropped about 0.5%. Markets in China fared better, however, with Hong Kong's Hang Seng index reversing early losses to gain 1% by mid-afternoon. That came amid reports of state funds stepping in to buy equities. The night before, Trump had indicated that he was open to negotiation.
What happens with China? We would love to be able to work a deal.
US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also tried to offer hope, saying over 75 countries wanted to start talks. On Friday, the US and Vietnam agreed to begin formal negotiations. Meanwhile, media reports said Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba hoped to send a trade task force to Washington next week. But with Trump's total duties on China now at 145%, investors remain anxious that a global economic slowdown is coming. Investec economist Ellie Henderson says markets also remain concerned by the volatility of Washington policymaking.
We would far from say that uncertainty is over. We may have a brief pause for now with this 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs, but it's still not clear what the end game is for Mr. Trump in terms of tariffs and how countries will negotiate. I think uncertainty is definitely here to stay, at least for the time being.
Such worries saw money flow into traditional safe havens, with the Swiss franc hitting 10-year highs against the dollar on Friday. Gold also saw gains. But US government bonds, normally also a safe haven, sold off again. That has raised concerns of deeper trouble in the financial system, with asset managers possibly forced to sell bonds to cover losses elsewhere.
Yeah, there's been suggestions that it's not just, what do you call it? Forced selling to cover losses. I know there's another word for that. I can't think of it right now. But also, there's been suggestions that China and Japan and other people around the world are also selling government bonds, not because of having to cover losses, but or to meet margin calls, but to because due to the fact that they no longer have faith in the U.S. government's ability to pay its debts out. Because if these continue to go up, not only will they be losing money on that debt, the people holding the debt, but it's possible the United States has a fiscal crisis. Okay, I mean, the fact is, the higher bond rates go, the closer to that we come, because we use the deficit. We will use bonds to fund the deficit and to fund the government. And suddenly there may be a moment where you have to decide between funding the government and paying bonds, which has never happened in the history of the United States. Have we had the inability to pay a bond? It's a guarantee. I mean, at least in modern history, maybe before World War II, there may have been an instance, but basically in the last 100 years, it has not happened. You own a bond, the U.S. government will pay you for it, including the interest rate that is on that bond. But suddenly, maybe in a moment where the government's like, we can't do it, which would absolutely destroy this country as we know it. But don't worry, people. Don't you worry. Actually, wait, I'm sorry. We have more Reuters breakdowns on this crazy week in markets. Sorry. 2 Reuters in a row? That's very strange. Must have been a weird week in the markets. Oh no, BCAT. No.
From a stunning reversal on tariffs in Washington to Beijing squaring up for a showdown, this is the week.
We must pause. Everyone pray to Gary for BCAT's back. Okay? Pray to Gary. Ask for him to, in his overwhelming omniscience, to heal BCAT's back. She is one of our lovely galactic modesses, deserves to have a back that works and that doesn't experience pain. All right, back to the markets.
In numbers. 90 days is how long Donald Trump has delayed enforcing his sweeping global tariffs. The move stunned investors, but it hardly ended trade tensions or growth worries, with blanket levies of 10% still largely in place. Duties on autos, steel and other products also remained in force, and there was one other big exemption from the pause. 145% was the total tariff rate on China by the end of the week. Trump hasn't relented on the country at all, and Beijing later ratcheted up its own counter-tariffs to 125%. Chinese officials have vowed to fight to the end, saying they won't bow to what they call US blackmail. The EU did, however, postpone its counter-tariffs in response to Trump's move. 9.5% was the surge for America's S&P 500 stock index after Trump announced his surprise tariff delay. That was its biggest one-day gain since 2008 and reversed days of steep losses. But the relief proved fleeting, with the index falling again on Thursday. 4.51% was the high hit by US benchmark bond yields amid the tumult. That surprised and alarmed market watchers, with US government debt normally gaining in times of crisis.
What is going on
Analysts
with this
said
guy?
the loss.
Oh my god. He looks like he's about to have a fucking heart attack. Jesus Christ, buddy. You might want to sit down, dude. Oh my god. Face is looking incredibly red. Look like you're about to pass out. Boy, oh boy, some people on Wall Street were hit hard this week, eh? But don't worry. Don't worry about these terrorist people. You know, Scott Bessent is here to assuage your concerns. Forbes breaking news from 18 hours ago. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent.
Really good about it. Thank you.
That's what I hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'd echo what Howard said on the trade cube, that we've got over 75 countries that want to come in. So it'll be Treasury, Commerce,
Want to turn the camera?
USTR, and we're putting a process in place. And as you said, you're going to be part of the negotiations too, because you know I've had these countries call me up and Secretary Bessent, we're happy you're going to be negotiating. Well, President Trump's going to be involved too. Bring your best deal on the budget.
There you go. See, everybody, nothing to worry about. Art of the deal will be in play for the negotiations. Donald Trump will be involved. There's no way that goes wrong. There's no way Donald Trump would scuttle any deals. He's a very even-keeled, non-insane person who wouldn't do anything to harm the American people or a potential tariff deal. Right? Right?
Give me a joke.
That guy? Come on. Chart of the deal will be in play. Thanks, Scott. That is very reassuring. I was worried, and now that I know Donald Trump will be involved in the negotiations, I have much more confidence that these will go off swimmingly. Phew! Oh, God. I was worried. I just got bit by a mosquito in the face on the space station. How is it possible? It's on the transporter when I came up today? Jesus Christ, how did this happen? Ah! How? How? Why? What the fuck? Okay. We're not done with tariffs. More coming out. CNN from 14 hours ago. One Trump voter and business owner. Now, seemingly losing a great deal of money. Oh no. Face-eating leopard party. At it again.
We want to have as many bees as we can to make honey.
At Secret Garden Bees, a honey farm in Linden, North Carolina, farmer Jim Hartman has one eye on his bees and the other on his bank account.
Ideally, we'll get 100 pounds of honey.
Now, I just want to point something out here.
Per hive, per
Before we get too far into this story. We already talked about this earlier. The honeybee populations are plummeting. We talked about it multiple times over the last, few weeks. Just because of how important it is to our food supply. As they are big time important to the pollination of certain crops. So this guy is double fucked. Bees are dying, and Donald Trump is sticking it to him. That's fun.
Feel about paying more for things.
Well, if you find someone who says, I'm happy about paying more for something, you point them out to me.
Oh, you seem a little too chipper, honestly.
Afford fresh vegetables, who couldn't already afford to put good food on their plate, are the ones that are really going to be hurt by this.
Really?
Did you ever think, when you voted for President Trump, that things were going to cost you more and you were going to lose money?
Look at that face. The guy looking off into the distance, trying to come up with an answer for CNN. When I was voting against the existence of immigrants and brown people and woke ideology. I didn't think about my bottom line or whether or not Donald Trump would actually be a good president. No. I was doing it to own the woke.
Never thought I was going to lose this much money, this fast.
Jim is a Republican who voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
How do you feel about your vote for Donald Trump now?
Well, I feel like perhaps I should have considered some other options.
Oh, yeah. Some other options. I like how you use the word options. There was one other option, sir. Her name was Kamala Harris.
Among other things, Jim imports packaging supplies for his honey, so he's paying real close attention to the tariffs Trump just put in place.
We just bought our year's supply of bottles from Taiwan and our year's supply of corks from Portugal about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
So that would have been, another 5,000 or 6,000 out of my pocket.
Which is partly why he's repairing instead of replacing this 40-year-old forklift.
The cost of equipment has just gone through the roof to buy anything like that because it just would be cost prohibitive.
He's also holding off on improvements around the farm.
Well, we're not going to hire any more people, that's for sure.
It's more than just the tariffs. For the past 2 years, Jim has been selling honey to the federal government.
What?
He then provides it to schools.
No. A Trump voter has been selling products to the federal government? This guy is a real special kind of stupid. I mean, I love that. These people are constantly voting against their own interests. He's like, oh, yeah, even though my number one customer is the federal government, there's no way that the Republicans who hate the federal government are going to dismantle it. They're always talking about how much they hate the federal government. There's no way they would do anything to hurt me, a Trump voter. Impossible.
I don't want reality.
But after Donald Trump took office, the USDA cut those programs suddenly as part of the federal government's effort to streamline spending.
For a lot of other local farmers around here, it was a major source of reliable revenue.
Yeah.
For me, it's going to cost me around $150,000 a year.
Oh, no.
$150,000.
That's a lot.
Yeah, roughly 50% of my revenue.
No.
That's a huge hit.
That's a massive hit.
Yeah. You're in trouble, buddy. That's very sad for you. It's almost like you could have spent, I don't know, just an iota of your the time that you had leading up to the presidential election to think about that, and yet you didn't. Yet you did not do that, and now you're fucked. That's too bad. I'm sorry, but sorry, not sorry. Should have been smart rather than an idiot. It's too bad. Your face is being eaten by a very hungry leopard. These darn leopards. They're always saying they're not going to eat my face, and then they do. It's very rude.
How rude.
Dang leopards. Yeesh. Exactly, Bob. Add in the loss due to the tariffs and inflation, and you will be a negative. You will be losing money from your business rather than making it. Guess you'll have to shut down. Yeah. Guess you'll have to shut down. It's too bad. All right. Let's go here to forward to breaking news from 11 hours ago. Talk about the art of the steal. The art of the deal. Great deal maker, Donald Trump. Let's see what Angie Craig had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump, he changes his tariff policy more than most people change their socks. One day he's picking fights with Canada and Mexico, our friends, and the next day he's launching a global trade war. And today he's pausing tariffs on some countries while also increasing them on China. What our farmers, ranchers, and producers need is certainty.
Oh,
I don't know how my Republican colleagues can say what they're saying. Any of this is all according to plan with a straight face.
Not according to
There
plan.
is no plan.
This was the strategy.
There is no art of the deal.
Oh, what?
Trump's reckless tariffs are costing hardworking Americans $4,600 a year, hurting small businesses and absolutely tanking retirement savings. Farmers are taking losses on days they go to market only to turn around and see conditions improve a few hours later because of a tweet from the president. How is that strategic? Trump alienated our trade partners, destroyed our credibility as a...
I didn't even think about that, but hey, yeah, imagine being a farmer who sold at the bottom of that market, crash, and then Donald Trump comes out to enrich himself and his buddies with a little lie on Truth Social. And, well, I guess it wasn't really a lie, but it's lie. So, I mean, whatever. It comes out with the truth. And, yeah, suddenly, you could have made more money. You should have known better, stupid farmers, that Donald Trump would completely change his mind on a dime. And that, everything is going to be fine, of course. Of course, everything's probably not going to be fine. But, some people probably took massive losses, not just farmers, but people in their retirement accounts, pension funds, whatever else. 529s for kids' tuitions. Oh, shit. No, we're not done with tariffs, but we are done with the second half. So we're going to have to take a quick break. We'll be back to talking tariffs after this brief galactic message. Well, I do hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon so you get the latest galactic notifications and you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. Places like YouTube, the super chats, the super stickers, and the memberships. We continue to try and grow those memberships so that we can eventually get more emotes. Something we've been struggling to do. Number 18 has been up there on the horizon for too long. Of course, we also have Twitch, bits, subs, and on-screen celebrations over there. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer every single penny you donate go to the production of this stream rather than into the pockets of the YouTube and Twitch executives. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars in the entire Milky Way galaxy is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. Just a few US dollars a month to get yourself access to a wonderland. Space benefits, things like a little avatar on the screen before me, as well as all the other break screens, places where you could place a GIF or a pic of your choosing to represent your love of the Galactic News Network. Anyway, chat, I recommend going onto the website and finding out all the benefits, as that's not the only one. Enjoy the short space break, chat, and grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. It's loud. All right, chat, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the content.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Like I mentioned before the break, we're not done talking tariffs. Now, if you notice the screen in the street, we are heading to the Ministry of Truth to get the truth from Caroline Levitt.
Give me a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke. All right. PBS NewsHour from 11 hours ago. Watch as Levitt defends Trump's tariffs. Ooh, yay. God, and not enough people defending those tariffs. Let's see what Caroline has to say.
Has said China wants to make a deal on tariffs. The president says he has a great relationship with Chinese President Xi. He's willing to speak with him directly. Why doesn't the president just pick up the phone and get this ball going?
All of the things the president just said are true. The president...
Yeah, Tina for BCAT? Oh my god. I think I totally forgot about that. Let's talk about it in the mod chat. But yeah, I think I know what you're referring to. Somehow slipped my mind. What was I doing? Oh, right, listening to Caroline. Caroline, tell us things about stuff.
Has said China wants to make a deal on tariffs. The president says he has a great relationship with Chinese President Xi. He's willing to speak with him directly. Why doesn't the president just pick up the phone and get this ball going?
Yeah, good question.
All of the things the president just said are true. The president, as I said
never
from the
been.
podium just a few days ago when I was up here.
It's never been the case ever. And it certainly isn't the case now. Oh my god. Everything the president just said is true. No statement said by Donald Trump has ever been 100% true in the history of time.
Said are true. The president, as I said from the podium just a few days ago when I was up here, would be gracious if China intends to make a deal with the United States. If China continues to retaliate, it's not good for China. The United States of America is the strongest, best economy in the world, as evidenced by the more than 75 countries who have called the administration immediately to cut good deals. So the president wants to do what's right for the American people. He wants to see fair trade practices around the globe, and that's his intention and his goal.
So is he waiting for China to make the first move here?
I'm not going to comment on communications that are happening or may not be happening, or either way. We'll leave it to our national security team to get these discussions underway. And as always, in the
national security team,
we will provide updates moving forward. But
why is the national security team dealing with tariffs? What does that have to do? What? What are you talking about, Caroline? Shouldn't it be the trade representatives like Jameson Greer or maybe Scott Bessent or Howard? The national security team? What? Pete Hegseth is going to run? Pete and Tulsi Gabbard? They're going to be the ones in charge of this? Get the fuck out.
the president has made it very clear he's open to a deal with China.
Why is he optimistic that China's going to make a deal or wants to make a deal? If they're not talking, where's that optimism come from?
He's optimistic.
Hey, why would any of our allies work with us to isolate China in a trade war if we're treating friend and foe alike?
Yeah, good question.
You'll have to talk to our allies who are reaching out to us. The phones are ringing off of the hooks. They've made it very clear they need the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer base. You saw Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office.
That's a funny statement. It's a funny statement from Caroline. Because what she's saying, it's only half true. Yes, our allies are calling with a great deal of concern over the tariffs. You know who else they're calling? China. And China's calling them. And they're all talking about doing deals together without us. So it would seem like they don't need us as much as you seem to think they do. Weird. Okay, Caroline. I'm already worrying about it right now, BCat. Let's talk about this more in the Discord, because I have an idea on this, how I'd like to do it, and now it's not all I can think about, but I'm definitely thinking about it now, because I remember I was having this conversation like a month ago. More Caroline. Victory lap time. That's right. Caroline is she's never been more excited that she gets to come out here and say numbers. She loves numbers. All right, Forbes breaking news 10 hours ago. Caroline Leavitt takes a victory lap in the White House. Okay. Tell me more.
In more excellent economic news that was released yesterday, the Consumer Price Index report showed inflation fell to 2.4% in March, smashing expectations for the second straight month in a row. This marked the first drop in consumer prices dating all the way back to the COVID pandemic. Prescription drug prices saw the largest...
I love the way that she says it, as if somehow we've gone back in time. Having the inflation rate tick down doesn't mean prices have actually gotten cheaper, technically. Whatever. She's not an economist, actually. She just has a BA, liberal arts degree from a Catholic college.
Decline on record. Prices for airfare, used vehicles, and car insurance all decreased as well.
Yay.
And energy prices fell 2.4% in March, driven by plummeting gas prices around the country.
Huh. Why is all that happening? Why is all that happening, Caroline? Can you break it down for me? I'm too stupid to know. Why all that's happening? Why are oil prices going so low? Why are people not spending money? It's weird. It's weird. Huh. I'm sure it has nothing to do with expectation. Oh wait, well, I'm sorry. This just in. Breaking news. The reason gas prices are coming down is because price of a barrel of oil is coming down because business activity is slowing dramatically. That's why. Among other things. Things like this next story we're about to talk about. But actually, before we do that, I just want to go to some of the numbers that Caroline was talking about, and she is right. She is technically right. Those inflation numbers are coming down. I'm going to give her credit for actually being like 30% right on things. Let's go here, Market Watch. Oh, goddamn you. That's not... Let's take a look at some of those numbers that Caroline is so excited about. Taking her little victory lap on. Where? Oh, no, wait. What the fuck? Why do you have to do this to me? Oh, you're a piece of shit. Can I go back a week? Oh, god damn it. Shit. Alright. There's another place I can get these figures from. Bureau of Labor Statistics.gov. Close enough. This isn't everything I want, but it'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. But yeah, here you go. The latest inflation reading here, 2.4. And it has come down a great bit since mid-2022, where we saw a 9.1% year-over-year inflation. So she's technically right. Inflation has been coming down. Technically, it precedes the Trump administration drastically. I mean, by 2023, it was down to 3%, and it's come down about 0.6% since then. That's not the whole story, of course. Do we have 70 likes? Okay. I'll get you your emotional support character before we move on to this next story that sort of I don't know if it contradicts, but more explains the things that Caroline seems to not understand, or refuses to understand. Whatever it might be. 70 likes, though, Jerry. Let me get you your emotional support. And while we're at it, let's go to CNN. Talk about U.S. consumer sentiment, which is now worse than in the Great Recession. Ah, God dang it, consumers. Why are you being so pessimistic?
How rude.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin this hour with breaking news. President Trump's tariffs and their fallout, fueling a lot of pessimism about the U.S. economy. We'll take a closer look at that grim new report in just a moment.
Yeah, and that anxiety has really weighed heavily on Wall Street. You've seen it these last several days. Stocks are just struggling to end the week in the green, just hours after China made its latest move in the trade war. CNN's Matt Egan is in New York. So, Matt, walk us through this new consumer sentiment report, these numbers and what they mean.
Well, Pamela, the mood on Main Street is getting darker and darker. These are historically weak numbers. So the University of Michigan came out this morning and said that consumer sentiment in the United States this month plunged by 11% to the second lowest level since records began back in the 1950s. That's pretty stunning when you think about it. This is lower, weaker sentiment than at any point during the Great Recession. The only time it was worse than right now.
Awful. Weak.
Did you hear that, chat? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why inflation has ticked down. Because no one's buying anything, and businesses are freaking out. So they're being forced to start lowering prices on some of the goods that they've been profiting so much off of our backs from. Because we just had the second lowest reading since we started tracking this shit. People are so pessimistic about the future that we've only seen one other reading as bad as this one. And it was basically the same reading back in 2008, I think. Sorry, go back.
Lower 50s. That's pretty stunning when you think about it. This is lower, weaker sentiment than at any point during the Great Recession. The only time it was worse than right now was 3 years ago, back when Americans were panicking over $5 gas. Of course, today, gas prices are low. The problem is all of these chaotic moves out of Washington, the trade war, and of course, the turmoil on Washington. The internals of this report were ugly. Americans marked down their views on the current situation. They're becoming less optimistic about the future. They're increasingly concerned about unemployment. And
yeah, hold on. We're going to go to there's a graph that shows this somewhere. This, I guess I could just pull it up. But I know it's in here somewhere. Where's the graph? I need to hear Janet yelling. Why? Where's the consumer sentiment? Whatever, I'll find it. The browser, it's fine.
BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, he suggested that maybe this recession has already started. Take a listen to what Larry Fink said.
Are we going to have a recession in the United States?
As I said on Monday at a talk that I gave at the New York Economic Club, I think we're very close, if not in a recession now. I believe all the uncertainty is really making everyone pause. And everyone's wait and see. And so I think you're going to see this across the board. We just say slow down until we have more certainty.
Yeah, everyone, of course, wants more certainty, but we've gotten a lot less clarity on the tariff situation. We continue to see tariffs go higher and higher to levels that we have not seen in more than a century. The Budget Lab at Yale put out a new estimate where they said all the tariffs that the Trump administration have imposed so far will cost the typical middle-class family $3,700 per year. Just a stunning figure. Listen, I think at the end of the day, the question is, how is the economy going to respond to all of these shocks, right? We have the price shock from the market turbulence, the trade shock from the tariff increase, and potentially a price shock on the way. And the question is whether or not this economy that has been so resilient for so long can withstand all of these shocks at the same time.
Right.
Pamela?
Really quickly, Matt, it stuck out to me. You know, the administration says these tariffs are to bring back manufacturing jobs to the United States. But when you look at the numbers, there are actually more manufacturing jobs open in the U.S. than there are people to fill those jobs right now, right?
Yeah, that
Already.
speaks to one of the issues here, right? I mean, you could increase tariffs as high as you want to.
We're going to have to force people to go to work, okay? I mean, that's basically what that says, right? If we can't currently fill the existing manufacturing jobs in the United States, as it currently stands, how does Donald Trump expect to turn the United States into the new China, have everything manufactured inside of the country? Can't even fill the current jobs openings. It doesn't make any sense. I can't find the graph right now. I don't know what's wrong. I think I'm losing my mind right now. That's a very likely possibility. I see people being somewhat skeptical of the BlackRock CEO. I don't blame you, but I mean, the fact is this guy, you know, the company BlackRock is certainly tied to the economy, generally speaking, you know. They've made a lot of investments. Now a lot of those investments are looking very stupid. I'm sure they'll be fine. BlackRock, of all people, will be fine. Not Americans, though. Not Americans. And I just don't understand how they're going to fill these jobs. If they can't fill the current jobs already available in the manufacturing sector in this country, how does he expect to have a new manufacturing economy in the United States, aside from slave labor, forcing people to leave their regular jobs and go work building widgets? Doesn't check out. Because we'll have to offer people way more money to go manufacture. That's not the current case. You don't make that much more money than you actually, in many cases, you make just as much as you might from another job, manufacturing. Which really shows you just how ill-conceived this whole thing is. All right, let's go to Bernie Sanders, see what he had to say about the tariffs and all of that a couple days ago. We're missing an emotional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my God, you're right. You're right. I just realized that. I didn't realize.
Those tariffs are aimed at part in the.
Excuse me, Anderson. But we got more important things than you talking right now. Got to get another galactic emotional support character. No, we already have that one. I don't think we have Archer. Okay.
Those tariffs are.
Thank you for keeping me honest, Jerry.
And the president talks about bringing manufacturing jobs to America. The White House talked about iPhones being made here in America. Some economists have said it would cost thousands of extra dollars to buy an iPhone. Is that realistic?
I think I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is the immediate harm is going to be very significant. And it is going to, I was just in Target the other day buying something, and I looked around there. Virtually all of those products sold in stores like Target are going to see significant increases in prices if Trump gets his way with tariffs. That's going to hurt working people a whole lot.
This is Marge Watchorn, a manager at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. She's worked with the federal government for 30 years. Thank you for your service.
Thanks.
Marge is a Democrat from Ellicott City, Maryland. Marge?
Senator, what would you say to federal employees who are concerned about the careless workforce cuts being effectuated by Elon Musk and DOGE?
I want to say two things about that. First of all, thank you and your colleagues for your years of service. The vast majority of federal employees are trying their best to do the jobs that have to be done to protect the American people, and I thank you all very much for that. The idea that Mr. Musk goes around and with a chainsaw, I mean, that is his metaphor, a chainsaw, slashing jobs all over the place, telling people based on nothing that they have poor performance records, throwing them out into the street is outrageous. But I want to say something else, above and beyond. And by the way, I was just on the floor a few hours ago. They have decided in their brilliance, and I suspect this is a Musk initiative, to lay off, they have a proposal to lay off 83,000 workers at the Veterans Administration. Got that?
Illegal.
So we made a commitment to the men and women who put their lives on the line that we were going to provide them with the best quality health care that we could. And generally speaking, I know in my state, veterans are very proud of the health care they get in White River Junction, Vermont, and that's true in many places in this country. But arbitrarily throwing 83,000 workers in the Veterans Administration, lowering the quality of care for our veterans, delaying the kind of the time in which they're going to get their benefits is a total outrage. I want to add one point to that. I want everybody to think about this. Most people, we have millions of federal employees, most people are not federal employees. And I think many people are saying, wow, that's outrageous. I really feel for these federal employees thrown out on the street. But I want you to think about this. If Musk can do this to federal employees, some of whom are in unions, some of whom work for years, what do you think he's going to be doing when artificial intelligence and robotics comes for your job? Guess what? The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years. And you think Musk and his friends are saying, oh my goodness, how do we protect American workers
yes.
from the explosion in technology that we're seeing?
That's the first thing
They don't
Elon
give a
Musk
damn
thinks of.
about you. If this is what they could do to federal employees.
That's why we saw Elon Musk lay off so many people in his own companies last year. We saw layoffs all over the United States at Tesla factories. He lays them off because he cares about them so much. Don't you get it? He's just a great patriot. That's why he fired all those people.
Think about what they could do to people in the private sector. So bottom line there is I am not a Luddite. I think technology has many positive things to say. But we have got to understand that new technology, AI, robotics, has got to work for working people, not just for the billionaires and Mr. Musk.
There's a lot of talk about, from the DOGE team about, or from Elon Musk, about waste, fraud, and abuse and what they're finding. Have you seen much evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse? Because what they put on their wall of receipts, some of the top items, the biggest savings they allege to have implemented, turned out to be mistakes or just lies.
Look, am I going to sit here and tell anybody in America that the United States government doesn't have a bureaucracy and there isn't waste? Of course there is. And do we all, you're Republican, conservative, progressive, I was mayor of the city of Burlington. One of the things I'm proud of is we saved money. We made the city more efficient. People pay taxes. They want to make sure their money goes to where it's supposed to go. We can do better than we're doing right now.
Is there a contribution Elon Musk could make to the federal government that you would be?
I think his name, I don't think he can do it. But do I think as a nation, as a Congress, as an administration, we got to sit down and say, how do we break through the bureaucracy and make the government more efficient? Yes. But I want to give you one example. And this worries me a whole lot. Trump gets up in his State of the Union, and many of you have heard it. And he says, oh my goodness, millions and millions of senior citizens, 150 years age, 200 years of age. Remember that? Oh, they're all getting Social Security benefits. It's a lie. A total, absolute lie. I mean, according to the new guy who is going to become the Social Security Administrator, Trump's own appointee, well over 99% of the benefits owed to people on Social Security.
Yeah. I just forgot this one wasn't really about the tariffs. It was just about, people's jobs and the economy. Still kind of on brand. But one thing I want to say, and I know this is a big talking point around there, but I'm kind of sick of hearing people bipartisanly saying we need to make the government more efficient. I mean, what does that even mean? Right? That's my question. What does efficiency mean? Because the fact is what we need in our government is for it to be a fail-safe. Not necessarily to be efficient. It needs to be effective. There's a difference. I know they're similar sounding words, but there's a difference between effectiveness and efficiency. And I prefer it to be effective. Sometimes you need to have a backup when you're dealing with hundreds of millions of people's lives. And I mean, I'm not trying to criticize Bernie. I mean, he's always right. But I know when he says efficiency, he means something different. He basically means let's cut all the all the spending on the bombs and all that other stuff. But I'm so tired of hearing that word right now. I just had to say this right now. I'm just like, we need an effective, not an efficient government. A government that effectively distributes wealth and benefits to the broader populace. And if it can do it efficiently, great. Sure, fine. But effectiveness first, efficiency second. NCC, just rating in. Very nice. Good to see you, Columbia Rican. Providing a dono, just rating in from the NCC stream. Happy to see you're on. Glad to have you back at the Galactic Space Station. Okay. Alright, let's move on to Canada news real quick. I got a few stories here. I'm going to start off with some Canada-US stories. According to CTV from 12 hours ago, less and less Canadians are coming to the United States for travel in general, whether vacation or for other reasons. Wait, what is this? What did I just do? Did I go back? Stupid. CTV News.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Here we go. Why can't I hear anything? God damn it. Why are you being so rude to me right now? What am I doing? I'm repressed.
Well, as air travel bookings to the U.S. plummet, new figures show Canadians are also making far fewer cross-border trips by car. Stats Canada says there was a nearly 32% decline in return trips by automobile last month from Canada to the U.S. That's compared to March 2024. That was the third straight monthly decline. Return trips by air also down 13.5%. And tourism officials here are hoping lower demand for those U.S. trips could actually bring more people to Ottawa. With more on that, we're joined live now by CTV's Peter Sperling. Peter.
Patricia, it's too early to tell if we'll see more tourists, but the situation in the States certainly has many planning to travel within our own country. I spoke with visitors and Ottawa residents who tell me they're spending their travel dollars in Canada.
The melting snow is making way for tulips and the blooming of Ottawa's busy tourism season.
Oh, a nice cheese shop here.
Robert and Sabina visiting from Nanaimo, British Columbia, ahead of the crowds.
I think it's a great town. Only if you could warm it up a little bit, that'd be better.
This summer, they're spending their travel dollars in Canada.
I want to keep them in Canada. We're not even going to England. My niece is getting married. We're not even going to go there. I'm going to spend my money here.
And while they would have visited the States...
Absolutely. Yeah, I go to Hawaii and Palm Springs.
But not anymore.
I want nothing to do with them.
Many Canadians avoiding travel to the U.S.
Just what's happening in the White House with the tariffs and, the way he kind of attacked us.
Brian Anderson staying in Canada.
I think our travels down to the States have pretty well finished for a while.
What we're known for is our varsity jackets.
This Byward Market vendor hopes Americans continue visiting us.
We've already seen a lot of Americans come over and first of all they apologize and
They're happy to see us.
And the favorable exchange rate for them means good value.
I'm definitely hoping that some Americans will come and visit us and take advantage of their dollars and, come enjoy our sites and our tours. We offer 2 on the canal that are 100% electrical vessels.
Ottawa Boat Cruise, popular with all visitors.
We have them from all over the world. We have them from Europe. We have a lot from within Canada as well, and from the States and Mexico. We have quite a bit of people from all around the world.
Ottawa Tourism marketing strongly in the Canadian market, but also to American and international travelers.
We've got about 90% of our overall visitors that are Canadians, and the remainder is U.S. and international.
And while it's too early to tell what this tourist season will look like, many are hopeful.
Our operators are hoping for it and expecting it. We've got a wonderful lineup of festivals.
Patricia, according to Ottawa Tourism, we welcome 9.8 million visitors each year who spend $2.6 billion. But
American shame abroad is at an all-time high. We're going to have, if we leave the country, we're going to have to apologize profusely to everyone. It's basically just going to be a tour, a tour of
I made a huge, tiny mistake. I made a huge, tiny mistake. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
What's funny is I just realized that guy is Canadian. Will Arnett, a Canadian man who's been in a lot of American stuff, including commercials. The voice of the Reese's Cup stuff, and been in a whole bunch of, TV shows, some films out there, things like that. He's a Canadian. And even yours truly is actually part French-Canadian. And actually, on both sides of my family, people emigrated into the United States through Canada, way back in the day. Way, way, way, way back in the day. Super far back. Still, though, I still have a soft spot for Canada. Makes me very sad that we are fighting with Canada. God. Staying with Canada, continuing to talk about the U.S.-Canada relationship, now of France 24 English, to talk about this library is on the border between Canada and Vermont. I think it's Vermont, right? Pretty sure. Library on U.S.-Canadian border embodies the growing divide over Trump's policies.
This is a unique place. Straddling the world's longest border, the Haskell Library, and through its walls, the divide between Canada to the north and the US to the south. Two towns that seem like one when viewed from above. On one side, Stansted, Quebec, on the other, Derby Line, Vermont.
This is where all the books are. We have books in English and in French. We have a few more books that are in English than in French.
Painted on the floor in the century-old rooms of what also serves as a theatre, a black line marks the border negotiated in 1908 between Canada and the United States.
In every border village, there's always a building or two that has its living room in the US and kitchen in Canada. That's just the way it is.
There are no customs posts or passport controls here. Until now, an agreement allowed Canadians to use this stretch of pavement on...
This is such a fucked story. Thank you, though, to Columbia Rican New York with another super chat. To my fellow brothers and sisters from abroad. As an American, we are very, very sorry. Yes, I'm saying sorry like a Canadian, since we're talking Canada right now. The majority of us love you and all wish for this nightmare to end. Indeed.
Controls here. Until now, an agreement allowed Canadians to use this stretch of pavement on the American side to access the library.
Illegal.
But since a visit by Donald Trump's head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, the U.S. has put an end to the agreement, citing a continuing increase in illegal cross-border activities.
We're going to have an entrance on the Canadian side, which will allow members, visitors, school groups, anyone who wants to come who doesn't have a passport, who doesn't want to go through American customs, to be able to enter.
Dismayed by the news, the people of Stansted are calling for donations to fund the construction of a Canadian side access door to the library. Some Americans have come to help.
What we're doing is wrong. We are treating our neighbors in an unconscionable way, and I am against it. Learning does not need to have boundaries, and freedom has to do with learning. And now I love them more. The United States, I can't talk about it.
Jeez.
I'm Canadian, and I'm going to do elbows up.
Oh. Seeing that lady cry over this, it's heartbreaking. I don't understand why we're alienating everyone on the planet right now. Honestly, it's not even just the rest of the world, we're alienating ourselves in many ways. And it's completely nonsensical. There's no fucking reason for any of this, and yet we're doing it. What can be done to stop it? I keep trying to figure it out. She's right. She's the right word. It's unconscionable. It really is. There is no reasonable explanation for what we're doing right now.
Naire Denora is a regular visitor to the library and has always traveled back and forth to the US where she has friends.
Since the last election in November, I've been to Newport once because I don't feel safe. Because of the rhetoric against Canadians, I have a Quebec license plate on my car, obviously, because I live in Quebec, but I'm worried that, people will react to a Quebec license plate.
Naire is not alone. According to Statistics Canada, 1 in 4 Canadians have stopped traveling to the US in the month following Donald Trump's inauguration. OAG Aviation Analytics says flight bookings fell by 70% year-on-year in March.
Right in here, you can see the line that goes through. So I'm on the US side. And now I'm going to step over onto the Canadian side.
United by their love for books and culture, Naire, the Canadian, and Peggy, an American, are nonetheless seeing attitudes change from one community to the other.
My daughter went to Canada last week, up to the Nordic Spa, where we go often, and she said she got the finger from a couple of people because of her Vermont plate. Right. And it's the first time we've not felt welcome.
In a bid to stem rising tensions on both sides of the border, Stansted Mayor Jody Stone is stepping up talks with his American counterparts in the region.
For me to come stand next to you, I'll just say, Jody, that this is not the first conversation that I was looking forward to. So much noise has been generated that the key business relationships that have governed our Quebec and Vermont for generations are being questioned because folks don't know what they can count on.
The message needs to be clear. The message needs to be that we are going to stand together and we're going to do what we can to make sure that our communities stay alive and flourish together.
Ironically, despite the meager resources of the under 5,000 strong towns that they run, the elected representatives had just set up an unprecedented cross-border cooperation project before Donald Trump's election.
C'est un projet qu'on a fait avec.
So fucked. yeah, I mean, it's not shocking that, people in Canada are upset at Americans, and that they don't, people, when they are attacked, lash out, even if it's unjustified, even if they don't know you, whether or not you support any of it. I think it's a gut reaction. And, honestly, like somebody was saying earlier, we're going to have to go on some kind of an apology tour. And even that's probably not going to be enough, honestly. And I think, honestly, Americans are just not going to be welcome across the world because of all the shit Donald Trump's doing. That's going to be massively problematic. All right, let's go next door to Quebec, to Ontario. This story, it makes sense and it doesn't. Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, had a little meeting with the governor of a U.S. state. Which state? Well, it's not one that's located anywhere near Ontario, actually, which is why this story makes no fucking sense. CTV News from yesterday.
And CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris joins us live with those details. Siobhan.
Well, this visit from the governor of Utah was part of a multi-day trade mission to Quebec and the province of Ontario, looking to build new relationships, new partnerships, even with tariffs still hanging over the border.
The great Governor Cox.
The premier welcoming the governor of Utah for a meeting on trade. The leaders found common ground on where America's economic ire should be focused.
We agree that China is a problem.
The Republican governor says he understands the sense of betrayal Canadians feel from the U.S., with talks of annexation and financial force.
It's more than economics for me. Those friendships are deep. Those ties are deep.
He hopes this topsy-turvy period will result in trade barriers being dropped all over the world.
I believe in the importance of free trade, again, especially with our Canadian partners.
Pushing for the removal of tariffs on this country.
I have a great relationship with President Trump, and those are conversations that are ongoing.
For the premier, having an ally in a Republican government.
This guy is such a turd. But if you didn't pick up on what's going on here, I don't think they even said what state the governor is from. Ontario Premier Doug Ford, rather than meeting with somebody in New York, like Kathy Hochul, or perhaps, I'm trying to think what else. Ford technically it would have been good to maybe go to Ohio or New Hampshire. Instead, he went all the way across the country to talk to the governor of Utah. It doesn't make any sense. Why? Because you agree more with the conservatives in the United States than you do with Democrats? That's got to be it. I mean, I fucking hate this guy. A lot was accomplished here at this meeting. I'm sure this will definitely change everything.
I don't want reality.
Okay. All right, we are going to transition to talking environmental news here through Canada. Let's hear what young voters are concerned about in this upcoming election, which is going to be happening in about 2 weeks now, a little bit more, 16 or so days from now. CBC News from yesterday. Young voters to parties. If you want us engaged, address the issues we care about most.
Young people and first-time voters are trying to figure out which party aligns with their values. But there's one issue they say isn't getting the attention it deserves.
The environment.
Climate change, the environment, and our impact on it.
Given all the rumblings south of the border, the economy has dominated leaders' stump speeches and policy proposals. But they run the risk of leaving young voters behind if the climate crisis doesn't seem to be a priority.
Housing and climate.
Those are two chronic problems that will disproportionately, that already and will continue to disproportionately affect younger people. What those two kind of chronic crises have the capacity to do is to dramatically undermine younger people's faith in the social contract going forward.
In 2019, a youth-driven campaign to force leaders into addressing climate change captured the attention and imagination of an entire generation. And then the pandemic, inflation, political unrest, there's been a lot going on. Seeing, or rather not seeing, the role that climate has played in this campaign has some worried that we are at risk of going backwards.
Having some more decent climate policy and having some more ambitious policies towards green initiatives will be better for the Canadian economy, for the average Canadian, and for fighting inflation. We need to remind them how important environmental crisis is, because there's no economy on a dying planet.
In Quebec, we are seeing the real consequences of climate change in the form of flash floods, ice storms, and wildfires. Some younger and first-time voters say they are worried about their future.
A party's environmental framework demonstrates how much they care about my future, our future. So I think that the fact that they don't even have like a plan or a framework in place really speaks volumes.
While identity and the economy are important for the current political moment, people told me they feel ignored.
I'm aware that other problems are urgent at the moment, and they've been focused on that, and I understand. But how am I going to vote for someone that doesn't have concrete plans of something that's important to me?
I'm someone who's voted for the NDP in the past. I haven't heard much regarding the climate crisis coming out of the NDP at this point in time, so I'm considering other options for sure because of how important this is.
These voters looked back.
Yeah, unfortunately, she doesn't actually have other options, really. I mean, the Labour government, or Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre both just came out saying that they're gonna, increase oil drilling in Canada. So, I mean, at least the NDP isn't coming out and saying that. Oh, we're talking about the NDP in chat too. Yes, the NDP is basically the Canadian Socialist Party. Supposedly. But I don't know. I mean, I think it depends on where your considerations are, right? And whether you want like a majority government of this or that party, right? And the fact is NDP's numbers are in the tank right now. It's all very fucked. It's all very fucked in Canada right now as well. In different ways, but different but same. Another Arrested Development quote. Yeah, climate, important issue to young people in Canada. Perhaps not shocking to anybody here. But yeah, they're right. The climate change is a huge issue, and it affects most young people who are trying to build a life and who are trying to figure out the future, but are also thinking to themselves, hey, will this be here in 20 years? That's where we're at. That's a good point. You do have the Greens, but they have like a 0.5%. They're like polling at like 0.5% right now. All right, let's go from Canada to Hawaii. Kahan 2 news from yesterday.
A North Shore first responders hub across from Sharks Cove could become a reality. Mayor Blangiardi announced the city intends to purchase the land after years of back and forth with the landowner. Nikki Schenfeld has details.
Since 2023, North Shore residents have been advocating for a first responder hub across from Sharks Cove.
There's been a huge community effort, and it's even gone global in terms of over 8,500 people signing a petition in support.
Antolini and others have been in talks with the mayor's team about the hub, which would add an ambulance for the district and be a world-class facility for ocean safety.
You know, we all know how important safety is, having some of the biggest surf in the world. We know we have the best watermen and women working at ocean safety. We know we also need increased ambulance presence and even fire and police when you're looking at rural communities and just that stretch of highway.
Just a few months ago, there were discussions of using the land as a 34,000 square foot shopping center. But during the State of the City, Mayor Blangiardi announced the city's intent to purchase the land for the hub instead.
Now, these plans are subject to a negotiated sales price with the current landowner, but this facility will be transformative for our North Shore communities.
It's really been...
Why does that guy have like a Long Island accent? He's in, okay, must be a transplant.
Than a year of his team and his hard work and dedication to see where the opportunities were to make it a win-win for the landowner and for the community. So he finally made a breakthrough in the last couple of months, and we're incredibly grateful. His team worked really hard on this.
The land sits across from Sunset Beach Fire Station and one of the busiest ocean rescue areas on the island, with no lifeguard tower.
This really is going to be a home base for our North Shore lifeguards and increase that first responder presence in the community. That, of course, is going to reduce response times and just increase that access to life-saving care.
The City Council's budget bill has set aside $26 million for the land. The entire sale is still under negotiation with the landowner.
I wonder who the landowner is. But we could easily guess. You know, there's huge swaths of Hawaii bought up by different people. People like Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, and Oprah all own massive swaths of land in Hawaii. Could be them, private owners owning that, but the state of Hawaii looking to buy up this land rather than for commercial use, but to keep people safe instead. All right, now let's talk about EVs in Hawaii, because apparently EV owners are about to start facing new road charges starting July. Strange. Let's go here. Once again to Keihan 2 News from yesterday.
Big changes are coming to Hawaii roads, and it's not just about traffic. Starting July 1st, electric vehicle drivers across the state will face a new charge, one tied directly to the miles they drive. Jill Kuramoto explains.
In a move designed to fund road maintenance in the age of electric cars, the state's transportation department is implementing a road usage charge program for EV owners. The idea, if you don't buy gas, you're not...
Oh my God. This is so ill-conceived. This is so ill-conceived. Well, this certainly doesn't incentivize people to switch to electric. This is so dumb. I mean, yeah, we do fund our roads with gas taxes. But this is insane. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This completely disincentivizes people from buying EVs. It is such a stupid plan. This is why we need public transportation to be invested in.
Fuel tax that traditionally funds road repairs. But the roads still need maintenance, and someone needs to foot the bill. Under a measure that passed in 2023, starting to...
Maybe we should get Mark Zuckerberg to pay for it.
Zuckerbucks.
Or maybe that guy who owns the entire island of Lanai. Larry Ellison. Maybe they can foot the bill for the roads. Such a stupid plan. Oh, I'm sorry, Hawaii. I don't mean to insult you, but that is just so stupid. Who came up with this plan? Okay, let's go on now to Guardian News. Talk about some stuff the Trump administration has been getting into this week. 2 days ago, Trump signs executive order. For what? Let's find out.
Today, we're taking historic action to help American workers, miners, families, and consumers. We're going to put the miners back to work, and I said I was going to do this, and I've said it loud and clear, and it's time to do it. I was not a big fan of the Paris Accord, and I let it be known, and I got out of it early. Then they went back into it, and now we get back out of it.
Jesus Christ.
And hopefully we can be there for a long time.
So stupid.
Okay? A long time.
Yeah, we
because
know.
It was a scam to
take
money away
scam.
from the
How dare
United
you?
States and
How dare you
and
take
actually
money
hurt us.
from the
Now,
United
under
States?
the executive order that I will sign in a few moments, we're slashing unnecessary regulations that targeted the beautiful clean coal. We will rapidly expedite leases.
Beautiful clean coal. That's right, everybody. Gonna go back to using coal. It's gonna be great. Everyone's gonna have the black lung again. I've got the black lung, Pop. So idiotic. And the Paris Climate Accords thing. And the fact that he thinks that the Paris Climate Accords was hurting the United States in any possible way. I mean, how? How? Just because we're spending money to try and avoid environmental catastrophe, that's bad for the United States? Yeah, there's nobody who's going to potentially be affected by climate change? And, oh, you're saying that there's actually millions and millions and millions of people that will be affected as the climate changes. And we could do stuff now, but we're not because of you? Okay. Okay. Fucking insane. All right, let's go to the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. Oh, yay, Sean. Great. Great. Tell us, Sean, what have you been up to, buddy? Anything good? I bet it's all great. Sean Duffy, a great man. I'm always forgetting his name, but he's very good. Very great.
These are serious plans, aren't they, huh?
Approved. Working with Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, we are going to make it proud.
Sean?
First off, Mr. President, it's Brooke's birthday today, so she keeps getting younger, so happy birthday to Brooke.
Happy Brooke. Brooke Rollins. Oh.
Again, to build ships, we also need...
How old are you now, Brooke? What is it's Brooke's birthday. We have to look up how old Brooke is. Happy birthday to Brooke, who is now 53 years old. Or 53 years young, depending on how you want to view it. So great.
To sail those ships, I was just up at Kings Point for the Merchant Marine Academy a couple days ago, and we have some of the greatest young men and women who are learning how to be mechanical engineers, to rebuild and fix the engines on those ships, but also how to sail ships. I would tell you that over the past decades, this academy has become, it needs some love.
Oh.
It's been a little bit dilapidated.
Has it?
We have to invest in sailors, and I appreciate
invest in the sailors.
The initiative. To be a global power, we have to build ships and have sailors to sail those ships. These are the very people that help Pete should we come into points of crisis to support the military. So thank you for that. Number two, the last administration announced 3,200 projects, big, beautiful roads and bridges. Most of them are good. But they announced them, they didn't sign a grant agreement. 3,200, so the money doesn't go out the door to build the infrastructure in the country. And it's fun to do an announcement.
Wait, you're complaining? Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight real quick, Sean. You're telling me that you're upset that the money didn't go out the door to fund the roads? I mean, technically, the grant was supposed to come through now, and now you guys are in charge, right? Like sometimes states, counties, whatever, build things with the expectation, the promise from the federal government that they will be reimbursed once it's all done. Because sometimes, expenses change, costs change, right? Unexpected things happen. And so federal government pays for it afterwards sometimes. And that's what happened here, Sean. And you guys are the ones in charge of facilitating that money going out the door. Something that you all have been absolutely horrible at doing. Let's be real. The Trump administration has basically stopped all the money from leaving the federal government and going to fund anything that they don't like.
The harder work to put together these grant agreements. So we're doing the work right now at DOT to get these grant agreements done and build the projects. Most of them are good. And they also put in all of this green and social justice requirements on roads and bridges.
No.
We're pulling all
Take
that
it out.
And putting the money toward the infrastructure, not the...
Take it out. Grandpa says take out all the green and the social justice. Why do we need green energy? Why do we need to make sure the roads aren't filled with microplastics, or, ensure that roads equally go to poor and rich neighborhoods alike? And that's terrible. The rich people deserve the roads more than the poor people. Poor people can build their own roads. They need jobs anyways. Fucking idiotic. Take out all the green initiatives. We don't need them. Grandpa says it's fine. Why? I don't even know. We just need the clean coal now. Go back to the good old days. Green lights are now banned. Hilarious. All right, we need to ban the green lights. All yellow lights, people are just going to have to be paying a lot of attention. When you get to the intersection, you're going to want to look around, make a distinction whether or not you can go. So we get beautiful clean coal. We get all the green out of our environmental or our infrastructure projects, and the social justice. Oh God, not the social justice. That's
too much, man.
Let's talk about water real quick. Another great executive order. It's going to solve it all.
In the history of our country, I think, but it's still we have to fix it up a little bit, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a good job of it too. Thank you.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority of your administration. The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are these?
I mean, it's everything, sir. Dishwashers.
That was so funny. So funny. I love how Kristi Noem and this other woman, I don't know her name, in the background are basically, they look like they're auditioning. Am I wrong? They look like they're auditioning to be, some of the trad wives in The Handmaid's Tale.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
War on showers.
Executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market.
You wouldn't want to save water or energy.
Real deal shower head.
All you got to do.
If you buy a new house, you pay a lot of.
All you got to do is just turn on the tap. Just like in California with the fires, we have unlimited water. All you got to do is turn on the faucet. And now we're being horribly regulated by Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Forcing us to use less water? Do you know how long it takes this grotesque body to get wet?
You buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. And I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes.
Beautiful
It's
hair.
wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip.
Is that because it's not real hair? Drip, drip, drip. Takes forever to get it wet. You know, when I looked at this title, which doesn't include the thing about the hair, I thought it was about something different. Because of his bulging, grotesque, undulating body. I assumed that a different part of his body was struggling to get wet. You can guess which part of the body I was thinking of. Teeny tiny part of his body. Very hard to get down there. Yes, Bob. I know. Low flow shower heads are the thing of the past. We figured out that we should probably use less water to do the same things effectively. And Donald Trump is still living in the 80s and 90s. Like, how dare we limit how much water I can use to wet my Brillo pad? It's been surgically implanted onto my head. How am I supposed to take a shower? I'm almost a 90-year-old man. You expect me to have a little trickle going on? I need a great waterfall of water to wet my body. Sorry if I grossed anybody out with that comment, Hermit. I see you. I'm sorry. It is gross to imagine Donald Trump taking a shower. Do not say undulating in Trump's body together. I mean, how would you like to describe Donald Trump's body? I'm sorry, I don't know what word you want me to use. I'm just saying facts. I'm just things that I believe to be true. Oh, God. I'm sorry if that story is, or my covering of that story was horrifying to anyone. I made a huge, tiny mistake. Now let's go to something that you definitely need water to make. Coffee. Coffee. Anybody here like coffee? No, I'm sorry. You're going to have to switch. Well, you can't switch. You might struggle switching to tea since we're tariffing China.
China!
I guess you'll... geez. How else do you get caffeine?
For many, it's an integral part of their daily grind.
Here's one of those.
But this caffeine, that's supposed to be a pick-me-up.
Here you go.
In the last year, has a price that's also picking up, felt by every customer.
All right, $12.19.
The price of coffee has gone up more than 100% in the last year, says Lighthouse Roasters CEO Craig Nobley.
It goes through many people's hands in the production of coffee. So when you receive that cup of coffee from your local cafe, it's come from halfway around the world, up a mountain sitting at 9,000 feet, and was hand-picked by somebody climbing up and down that mountain.
73% of the world's coffee is grown in just 5 countries: Brazil, Vietnam, Colombia, Indonesia, and Ethiopia. More than a third is produced in Brazil alone, a country rocked by climate extremes in the last few years. Flooding in 2024 to scorching heat this year. Rio de Janeiro hit 111 degrees this last February.
That's
its
hot.
hottest day in more than a decade. University of Washington professor of sustainable finance Philip Bruner says this ruined coffee harvests.
Coffee is actually kind of a Goldilocks crop. It's really sensitive. It can't be too cold or too hot. You need just the right amount of water. So a change in temperature by 2 degrees Fahrenheit, either above or below average seasonal temperatures, can cause a coffee crop to completely collapse.
Because of this, in the last year, the trading price of coffee has nearly doubled, hitting a peak in February of 2025.
It might ebb and flow.
Now, I just want to say something, because, you know, King 5 Seattle here is giving a little too much credit. I'm not entirely to climate change, but, you know, because it has absolutely been affecting it. Do not get me wrong. I am not here to suggest that it is not being affected by climate change. It certainly is. But we covered this story earlier in 2024. One of the main reasons Why? One of the other reasons, one of the main reasons that coffee prices are going up is because of capitalists hoarding coffee. Coffee growers, anticipating increases in prices, decided to just leave untold numbers of bags of coffee sitting in warehouses rather than sending it out to get roasted because they wanted to make more money. So that's certainly going to be a part of this situation. There's also going to be the tariffs that are coming now too, of course. They're already here technically and are waiting 90 days. Brazil also obviously had some reciprocal tariffs. But yeah, capitalists are also part of the reason why these prices have gone up. They could have just continued to sell coffee at, the same rate they had, but instead they're like, no, actually we could make bank right now. Why would we not do that? So it's really a multitude of factors coming in here. Certainly climate change is one of the big ones, though. All right. Got to respond to Columbia Rican with another super chat. Trump saying during Hurricane Maria in Term 1, Puerto Rico is surrounded by water, big water, ocean water, some say the most water. In terms of wetness, great wet water. I appreciate you. All right, we're going to stay with King 5 Seattle. Talk about, and actually I've thrown in a few of these, relating to FEMA and funding cuts across the country, as they're going to definitely affect how we as a nation, United States, are going to be able to be prepared for potential environmental catastrophes. Yeah. 3 days ago. Loss of FEMA grants, biggest gut punch ever. King 5 Seattle. Once again.
Folks who live here in Grays Harbor County are no strangers to natural disasters, whether it's extreme weather or tsunami risks. Plans to build a tsunami escape tower here in Westport and protective levees in Hoquiam and Aberdeen could be in jeopardy because FEMA considers those projects wasteful.
I'm being repressed! Communities are facing the effects of climate change more than ever.
Getting the grants was viewed as a game changer for Grays Harbor County just a couple of years ago. In 2022, the cities of Hoquiam and Aberdeen got more than $80 million to build 11 miles of levees to prevent annual flooding. And the next year, Westport got almost $14 million for a
do they need it?
Evacuation tower.
Do they need it though? They look fine, right? Why prevent any of this sort of thing from happening?
And the next year, Westport got almost $14 million for a tsunami evacuation tower, all through FEMA's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program.
Who needs to avoid tsunamis?
It was going to be right in here, this area.
There's no way.
Last week, the county's emergency.
There's no way the West Coast could ever get hit by a tsunami. It's not like earthquakes happen off the coast. What's that? You're telling me that there's a lot of earthquakes off the coast? I don't believe it. It sounds like woke science, which we're getting rid of immediately.
Office learned all the money was on the chopping block.
This is intended to save lives and support a community.
Westport's mayor says the city has worked for nearly a decade on the tower proposal that would be scrapped without FEMA's help.
It would be very sad. It would be sad, and I would continue to worry about the safety of the community.
A FEMA spokesperson.
The community sounds woke, has the word commune in it. I prefer rugged libertarianism for the rich. For the poor. Socialism for the rich, of course, but if you're a regular commune type person, community member, protect yourself. Bootstraps, buddy. You don't need levees or protection from tsunamis. That's stupid. Buy a bunker. Build a bunker. Get to work, buddy. All right. Doing too many Trump impressions. impressions today. Let's go south. Talk about some more FEMA cuts. Probably going to be fine. Cron 4 days ago. Bay Area. FEMA cuts. $35 million from Napa County Fire Prevention Grant. It's not like California needs to prevent fires. Come on.
Come on!
Napa County officials are sounding the alarm over a massive cut to their newly created fire prevention program. FEMA announcing that they're eliminating $35 million awarded to the county just last year. Our Cron 4 Stephanie Rothman joins us live from the newsroom with more details. Stephanie?
Vicky, Napa County leaders say they were shocked to find out about the cuts online. Now, if this decision is reversed, they'll have to put projects on pause indefinitely while they try to get the funding back. In the meantime, county officials say this move puts public safety in danger in one of the most fire-prone areas in the country. Under the Trump administration's crackdown on wasteful government spending, FEMA has cut $35 million in federal grant money to Napa County's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, or BRIC, program. Napa County CEO Ryan Alsop says this puts lives and property at risk.
We haven't really spoken with any federal officials about it. We have a lot of questions. And so
when I heard this guy's name, Alsop, I don't know if they spelled his name wrong on that little chevron here, mini chevron. But all I can think about is Bradley, who I miss greatly, and I have no idea what happened to Bradley. Nobody knows what happened to Bradley. Where did Bradley go? Anybody? Bring Bradley back.
the smart thing, which is a pause, looking into it, getting more detail, but not taking everything we've done to date, scrapping it and throwing it in the dumpster and moving on.
In August 2024, Napa County was awarded the $35 million BRIC grant. The county committed an additional 30% match, bringing the total to $50 million to be invested in the community over the next 2 to 3 years. Now, officials say these cuts take away reimbursements the county relies on for projects, some of which have already started.
Additional dozer line and ridgetop clearing, big defensible space. This is about fireproof, fire-resistant home construction. So these are real, tangible, shovel in the ground type projects.
Since 2015, there have been 26 wildfires in Napa County. Currently, more than 1/3 of residents live in designated wildfire hazard zones. That's why the chair of the Board of Supervisors, Ann Cottrell, is currently advocating on Capitol Hill while on a trip with Napa Valley vintners.
Yeah, some of that money's already been spent, and now they're going to have to deal with a budget deficit because the federal government's not going to give it the money that it was supposed to. It is fucking idiotic. Fucking stupid. It's insane. And it seems like states that voted Democratic are being targeted the most for these cuts. Haven't heard any announcements about North Carolina getting their FEMA grants cut, or Florida, or Texas, or Louisiana. States that all rely greatly on this money. But it's fine. We don't. Cron 4 is being overly concerned. It's not like California needs that money to prevent fires. It's not like they're, the state with the most fires in the country. What's that? Oh, they are? And currently there's also concerns about the future, the coming days? Oh, that sounds bad, actually. It does sound bad. Cron 4 once again, 2 days ago. Firefighters urge wildfire preparedness as weather begins to warm up.
So hot right now.
Great. That's good. Good timing. Good timing here.
And as we get into these warmer months, firefighters want to get the message out about wildfire preparedness.
That's right. Crowd 4's Gail Ong joins us live in sunny Marin County with the details there. You see the wildflowers, some insects it looks like. Gail, spring has sprung.
Spring has sprung. It's been a nice spring day, hasn't it? And, you know, luckily the North Bay and here in Marin County has received some rain in recent weeks, so that's certainly helping with the drought situation. But I have been talking to firefighters, though we are approaching those warmer months, and they want to get the message out there to, if you live in those fire zones, especially to prepare now, if you haven't already.
You know, the safety space, the fire space away from your residence, you know, that kind of thing.
Richard Cole of Mill Valley knows the drill about creating defensible space around his home to make it more fire resistant.
As a homeowner, you just got to do that safety space and take care of business. And it doesn't seem to be a big...
We're certainly going to be relying on personal responsibility, like this guy is suggesting, more than ever in California, where the funds are being cut to prepare people on a governmental level. So yeah, California, better pull up your on fire boots and get to work, right? Federal government's not going to save you from fires. You're going to have to do it yourself. Let's go now to Colorado. Talk more about fires. A new website has been launched in Colorado for high-risk homeowner insurance plans. CBS Colorado from yesterday. From the story.
We have an update on the effort to make sure Coloradans have access to property insurance.
Today, the state launched their new last resort homeowner insurance program known as the FAIR Plan. Colorado lawmakers approved that program in 2023 as a response to our state's growing property insurance crisis. It's an issue CBS News Colorado has covered for years, first in our mountain communities, but now we're hearing from homeowners all over the state who've had their coverage denied. It's been happening more frequently as highly destructive wildfires become more common. Homeowners who can show they've been declined coverage by at least 3 commercial insurance companies can apply to purchase a FAIR Plan policy.
Yeah, at least the state government here in the middle of the country is trying to do what they can. Technically, California has a similar program in place, although it also doesn't do enough. Well, I don't know if this is going to be fast enough to deal with, you know, the oncoming fire danger in Colorado. Here's CBS Colorado from 10 hours ago. Fire danger ramps up for Denver on Saturday with possible record-breaking heat.
That's hot.
I'm sure people have time to get that insurance.
Back over to First Alert meteorologist Lauren Whitney with a check on our First Alert forecast. I mean, so happy it's Friday, and so happy we have nice weather.
Yes, I mean, today is stunning. I'm glad you're done soon because you get to go outside and enjoy this. Take a look outside for us where temperatures are mild at 74 in Denver, 73 in Fort Collins, 75 in Greeley, also out in Ray, High Country, 60 in Avon and Frisco, 62 in Steamboat. Again, it's just lovely across the state. The wind is calm. That won't stay that way for long, but for now, it is calm. Later today, 81 in Denver and Boulder, 83 in Fort Collins, 84 in Greeley, 80s and some 70s out east. If you can enjoy a little time outside today, no, it's not possible for everyone, but if you can, do it because it's just perfection out there. 66 in Vail, 69 in Steamboat and Aspen, 84 over in Grand Junction. And tomorrow the heat really cranks up. 91 in Yuma, 94 in Lamar, 93 in La Junta. We'll get to 86 in Denver and Greeley, 85 in Fort Collins and Boulder. That 86 in Denver is going to break the daily record high of 85 degrees if we get up to 86.
Yay.
And then we're looking at 64 in Breckenridge.
Historic heat. Climate change is a hoax. Every year we get historic level happenings. It's totally normal. Everybody stop worrying.
69 in Steamboat and Aspen tomorrow. So it's warm out there. What we're watching, though, with that heat does come some high fire danger. So we're looking at high fire danger on Saturday. We have a big warm up, obviously, into the weekend. And then we'll talk about some much needed chances for rain and maybe some more snow moving in. So again, the wind right now is fairly calm, except for the far eastern plains, a little breezy up in Estes Park. But for the most part, it's calm.
I just want to point something out. That far eastern portion that she's talking about over here in Burlington, Holyoke, Yuma, Springfield area, we go back to this graph. Where is it? Or map. This right here is where all of the hottest weather is going to be as well, increasing that fire danger by quite a lot.
Wind right is fairly calm, except for the far eastern plains, a little breezy up in Estes Park. But for the most part, it's calm, it's sunny out there. But we do have this fire weather watch. So tomorrow is actually a first alert weather day, thanks to the widespread fire danger. This goes into the foothills, north to south, and then into parts of Denver and all the way out to parts of the eastern plains, Douglas County, down into even New Mexico and parts of the southern mountains and some of the valleys. So just
damn, 13% humidity. I mean, Denver's a pretty dry place. I mean, Colorado in general is pretty dry. But 13%? That is arid. No way for that triumvirate of a cocktail to cause any problems in Colorado. Hopefully people get onto that insurance plan immediately, if not sooner. All right, we're going to quickly cover this story, which we covered all week to some degree. Multiple days. But it is the weekending report, so I have to remind you of what happened in the Midwest and the South, where 20 people died due to significant severe weather, tornadoes, and flash flooding. Went across the country. ABC from 4 days ago.
At least 20 people have died following catastrophic flooding in the South and the Midwest. Back-to-back days of rain have created flood emergencies across multiple states. Forecasters warn that flooding could continue for days, especially in Kentucky, Tennessee, and Alabama. Some rivers have reached near record levels and they're predicted to crest at some point today. Video from Columbus, Indiana shows crews using boats to rescue 12 people who were trapped by high water. Officials are concerned that all that rainwater will continue to drain into the waterways, causing water levels to keep rising.
Certainly will. All while we're cutting funds to FEMA, NOAA, NWS, Forest Service. Continue every...
Unimaginable, because so
Excuse
many
me,
people
sir.
will be...
Excuse me, sir, I'm talking. I feel like a lot of us have become almost numb to these record numbers that we hear about every single month, every year, it seems. It's not normal, though. We have to stop. We have to stop being so, I can't think of another word, but numb to all of this stuff. I know it's hard considering how much it seems to be happening, but this is all just, every time we hear the word record, our ears should perk up, the hair should stand up on our backs. It's bad, it's scary, it's problematic, and it's all more evidence for the climate catastrophe that is heading our way more broadly. And we need to do more rather than less. Feels like we're going to get the latter more than the former. Ah, God. What a great moment in human history we're living through right now. The very greatest. All right, let's go to the East Coast. Talk about Philadelphia. Where SEPTA is proposing cuts, which would impact thousands and thousands of people. CBS Philadelphia from yesterday. That's fine. We can all just drive cars. No big deal.
Because so many people will be affected.
It's being called a doomsday budget proposal. SEPTA warns of fare hikes and drastic service cuts if it does not get the money it needs. The proposed cuts would impact thousands of riders. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yuki Washington. SEPTA says it needs nearly $215 million to close its funding gap. If the Transit Authority does not get the money it needs, dozens of bus routes will be eliminated. Subways and trolleys would stop running at 9 p.m., and no special services would be offered for sporting events. CBS Philadelphia's Carrie Corrado continues our coverage tonight.
SEPTA riders bracing themselves for potential changes.
It's concerning. I use SEPTA a ton.
Thursday morning, SEPTA officials say they were left with no choice but to resort to drastic measures, which include cutting services and increasing fares in the midst of a $213 million budget deficit.
We're committed every day to doing everything possible to avoid this.
To name a few, the proposal would eliminate 50 bus routes, implement a 9 p.m. curfew for metro and regional rail service, cut special service to sporting events, and shut down 5 regional rail lines, including the busy Paoli-Thorndale line. This news coming as a shock to many. Many people are trying to think of backup plans on how they're going to get to and from work or school.
It would be devastating because I take this train almost every day, and it's like the reason why I can commute to college.
What are you going to do now?
Genuinely, I don't know.
SEPTA says this could be avoided if lawmakers pass Governor Shapiro's current spending plan. A few months ago, Governor Shapiro redirected $153 million in federal highway money to SEPTA to help cover the shortfall for the meantime. He addressed the cuts at the Port of Philadelphia.
This is a crisis that needs to be addressed.
SEPTA is planning to hold public meetings about the proposal. The board will vote on the proposal in June. Carrie Corrado, CBS News, Philadelphia.
Now, I'm fairly certain most of us have problems with Josh Shapiro, but that one bill, I think, needs to get passed. I mean, Jesus Christ. They're going to shut down 60s. I mean, I cannot believe how much. I mean, we should go back and look at that graph, that infographic. Hold on. Where was it? This is insane. Pause. Please pause. You want to work with me? Ah, Jesus Christ. Here we go. 50 eliminated bus routes, 5 eliminated regional rail lines, entire lines, 20% reduction in service on all remaining routes that aren't eliminated completely, a curfew at 9 p.m., an elimination of all special services for things like sports, and 66 fucking stations closed. This is going to ruin Philadelphia. I'm fairly certain SEPTA, doesn't it go outside of Philadelphia too? I can't remember, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not a Pennsylvanian expert. But yeah, this is one of those things that's not only going to affect people just their daily lives, but it's also going to contribute to climate change. And that's why it's here. But you know what? I have a solution. Aside from Josh Shapiro's budget. I know, crazy. Crazy. But here's my solution. Let's go to this next story from CBS Philadelphia from yesterday. I have an idea of where we can get the money from. These next people we're about to talk about have boatloads of it.
Well, the Department of Environmental Protection held a virtual town hall to update residents following the Sunoco pipeline petroleum leak in Upper Makefield Township. Alicia Roberts has what they learned tonight.
Members of the Pennsylvania Departments of Environmental Protection and Health addressed residents in Washington Crossing whose wells were contaminated by a Sunoco petroleum pipeline leak. More than 100 people dialed into the virtual town hall as concerns continue about more areas that may be impacted.
We're also seeing some contamination in other areas.
and that's where some additional investigation is going to have to be done.
The DEP says they learned of the leak along a 105-mile pipeline which runs from Aston, Delaware County to Newark, New Jersey on January 31st and have been working with Sunoco's parent company to oversee all testing, remediation, and cleanup. Residents could send in questions before the meeting.
Why has DEP not mandated the restoration of the environment to original conditions before the pipeline release?
Great question.
What I want as a homeowner that's lived in this house for 19 years is for my water to be exactly the same as it was prior to this spill.
Clem Smith lives in the contamination zone along Spencer Road. He remains frustrated with Sunoco's response, along with a recent shift from in-person to online sessions.
Wow.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Why are all lawmakers just running away from town halls now? It's pathetic. But there we go. Sunoco has been doing damage all across the area that SEPTA happens to service, or at least for parts of the area that it services, and to get them to pay for it. They seem to be doing a lot of damage in the region. Just an idea. Just, coming up with crazy ideas. I'm sure that we could get $1 billion out of them. Shore up some of those costs. All right. Perfect. Okay, we're really close to being at 6 hours, so I'm just going to take a break now. So we are going to move on to space news in a moment. And then Earth news, of which we have some to get through here on this Sunday Funday. Sunday Funday. What did I just say? Weekending report on this first Friday. Why do I think it's Sunday? What's wrong with me? Yes, break time. We'll be right back to the content after these galactic messages. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest in galactic notifications, ensuring that you never miss a single spacecast. While you're at it, I'd also like to recommend to you to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support, it's almost overwhelming. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, subscriptions on Twitch, as well as bits, Cash App, and PayPal, if you prefer all of your money going to funding this stream rather than funding Jeffy Bezos's space explorations. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron on Patreon, where a wonderland of space benefits are waiting just for you. You can get an avatar on the stream, shout-outs at the end, and much, much more. So, what are you waiting for? Show your galactic support. Anyway, chat, I'm not going to bore you with more details. I'll let you enjoy this galactic intermission. So grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back.
Well, the Department of Environmental Protection held a virtual town hall to update residents.
Well, chat, you know what that sound means. It means I'm back and ready to start the fourth half of the show. So prepare yourselves. We're about to get into the space news. Although this first space news story is going to be a combination of both environmental news and space news. That's right.
Would you jump up?
Okay, let's get this fourth half started off with Reuters from yesterday. Space probe to assess health of forests from Earth's orbit.
This space probe will soon be sent into orbit to help scientists uncover the health of our world's densest rainforests. Attached to the European Space Agency's Biomass Space Probe is a new radar scanner that will map the carbon content of tropical forests, showing how deforestation and climate change are impacting what some refer to as the Earth's green lungs.
The forests are under threat. We need these data.
The probe is due to launch into space on April 29th and will orbit the Earth for several years. It will use interferometry technology to collect data on rainforests across Africa, Asia, and South America. Biomass project manager at the European Space Agency, Michael Fehringer, explains.
So what we want to measure is how much of the fossil fuel that is burned and produces CO2, how much of that goes into the forests and stays there and is captured. And we do several maps over the years in order to see the changes. That is the main goal.
The probe's instruments are designed to measure carbon levels accurately.
It would be sweet, really sweet, is if, all the people in power would use information like this to actually try and solve these problems that they're documenting, rather than just sort of turning the other way and saying, not a big deal.
Through dense forest canopies.
You need to get the volume basically of the trees, and with what we do, we have a radar instrument that can penetrate to the ground. We use a technology that is called interferometry, where we can also detect the height of the trees, and all that together helps us to estimate the volume and the weight basically of the wood in the forests.
Forests draw in around 9 billion US tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere annually. But ongoing deforestation and degradation, especially in tropical regions, means this stored carbon is being released back into the atmosphere. Fehringer says the data biomass collects is crucial to understanding the full impact of these changes on our forests.
Basically daily in the news, the threat of climate change to human mankind. So that all will provide data to combat, to provide information for politicians to take decisions. So it's absolutely timely to do it now.
Yeah. Now is the time. In fact, 20 years was actually the time. 20 years ago, I think this is an Al Gore quote or something. 20 years ago was the best time. Now is the second best time. In the future, we may not be able to do anything about it. Sadly. All right. Now let's go here. 6 ABC Philadelphia. Once again, from 12 hours ago. When to catch this weekend's pink moon. Pink moon, you say? Wow. Sounds cool. Let's go here.
And something you may notice in your social media, a lot of people talking about the pink full moon. For us, that's tomorrow night. The moon rises at 7:34. It's
What are you doing?
It's not.
What the fuck are you doing? Oh my god. Why are we doing this? Hold on, let me take this again.
And something you may notice in your social media, a lot of people talking about the pink full moon. For us, that's tomorrow night. The moon rises at 7:34. It's not named pink because it's going to look pink. In this case, it's going to look like a normal moon. You'll hardly see it here because of the clouds, but it's named for the blooming wildflowers that we have this time of year. Also, it is the smallest full moon of 2025. At least that's the way it'll appear because it's a micro moon. That means it's farthest from the Earth's orbit. It appears slightly smaller, slightly dimmer than you would normally see, and you can check it out tomorrow night at 7:34. But it'll be pretty cloudy, but it could also lead to a little bit of a concern for any tidal flooding. Whenever you have a full moon, that's an issue, and with our heavy rain, that's not helping any.
I just love this song, so I decided to play it in the background. Sue me. It was Nick Drake's Pink Moon. I had to put that in the background. It's honestly a beautiful song. I recommend you Google it. Okay, please hold. Excuse me, sir. Please hold. Okay. Looks like we got a Nick Drake fan in chat. Awesome. So I'm glad at least one person knew that song. Awesome. Yeah, big Nick Drake fan. Ever since I was a kid, honestly. You're filing the paperwork now, son of a bitch. Settle down, Winnie. Do not do it. I was kidding. Do not do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's like 5 seconds. Come on.
Come on!
All right, on to the Earth news. Let's go to Mexico. And this is quite a story. Reuters from 19 hours ago. Mexican police officer killed by an American in Tijuana. Huh. Wow, how great. We're even leaving the country to fuck with people. That's so good. So good and so great.
A U.S. citizen fatally shot a Mexican police officer in Tijuana on Wednesday. The officer was the head of an elite unit known as the Gringo Hunters, which dedicates itself to arresting U.S. suspects who are fugitives in Mexico. Authorities said the shooting occurred when the unit was arresting a suspect. The man opened fire, hitting 33-year-old
Jesus fucking Christ.
Abigail Esparza Reyes, who died from her injuries. The suspect has not been named. Local media reports the man escaped from the scene disguised as a cleaner. A state security source told Reuters the fugitive was wanted in the U.S. for murder. Mexico has long been seen as a haven from U.S. law. The Gringo Hunters Unit was formed in 2002 to cooperate with the U.S. authorities and help catch fugitives crossing the border. Authorities
We're sending our worst, taking them out of asylums and prisons, and we're dumping them in Mexico. And they're killing the cops, invading Mexico. The Gringo Hunters. People are offended by that name. I mean, it was created, like they were saying, in conjunction with the United States government to hunt down U.S. criminals leaving the United States going to Mexico. And this guy killed one of them.
Illegal.
We're sending our worst across the border. Hope you like that, Mexico. While we complain about your people coming, we actually sending our worst. Alright, let's go to this fucking tragedy, which we've been covering for a few days now. Funerals have already begun in the Dominican Republic in the wake of that horrifying building collapse, which killed almost 200 people. Here's France 24 English, 18 hours ago on that story.
A painful last goodbye for family and friends. They are mourning the victims of the Santo Dominico nightclub roof collapse earlier this week, a tragedy that claimed more than 200 lives. This basketball court became a makeshift chapel for the memorial service of almost 24 residents of Bajos de Jaina.
We have to find courage where there is none. Because people died over there that I grew up with. Many people.
Meanwhile, in the capital, a tearful farewell for merengue singer Ruby Perez. He was performing in the Jet Set Club when dust began falling from the ceiling. Seconds later, the roof collapsed, taking away his life abruptly. His fans were grieving outside the National Theatre.
Many Dominicans have died. We have felt it in our bodies, all of us, without knowing them. We have felt that we have lost our brothers. The country mourns Ruby's death, but it mourns the death of many Dominicans.
It is still unclear what caused the roof to collapse or when the building was last inspected. The government
is investigating. We still have no clear reason for why the roof collapsed. Perhaps in the future we will get more information on it. Now, recently we've been talking about Panama. Pete Hegseth made a little trip over there and apparently has made a deal. A deal allowing U.S. troops to deploy to the canal.
It's the 82-kilometre artery between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and 40% of all U.S. container traffic passes through the Panama Canal. It's been in Donald Trump's sights since even before he returned to the White House. Now his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has announced a deal with the Panamanian government, authorizing the deployment of U.S. troops along this strategic waterway.
That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir.
The 3-year renewable agreement is seen as a major concession to Washington. Hegseth says it includes free and priority passage for U.S. Navy vessels. But
it's a legit sign right there. It's legit. Well played, sir.
It includes free and priority passage for U.S. Navy vessels, but the Panamanian government won concessions of its own, keeping control of any installations and rejecting a proposal for permanent U.S. bases. And it's fending off any further ambitions Trump might have for Panama.
I love that. I love that. I love that from Panama. Dude, does Panama actually think that Donald Trump, if told once troops are on the ground, that we're not allowed to make any of our bases permanent down there? Anybody? I know I don't have that kind of faith in Donald Trump. Just don't make it permanent, okay? Yeah, sure, yeah, we'll definitely do that.
We had a hard time imposing the principle of Panamanian sovereignty over our territory in the Panama Canal. We removed the notions of permanent military presence, of military bases, of territorial cessions, because that is unacceptable.
Trump's repeated false claims that the canal is run by China may be partly because a Hong Kong-based company, CK Hutchinson, has operated 2 of its 4 major ports for almost 30 years. Last month, that company agreed to sell its concession to a consortium led by the American investment fund BlackRock. China spoke out against the deal, while Trump hailed it as a reclaiming of
the
canal, but a twist.
I thought we were told that we're not allowed to be in Panama. You're telling me BlackRock owns some massive fucking... Oh my God, what? Wow, who could have guessed that there's actually been Americans here the whole time? Something we've been saying for a while. Donald Trump doesn't like reality, though.
I don't want reality.
All right, let's go a little further south, down to Venezuela, where the National Assembly has greenlit an economic emergency decree. Now, you may not know why this is happening, but Venezuela's economy greatly depends on oil production. And right now, oil is sitting down. Where is oil right now? I actually haven't looked at it in a couple of days. Where is crude oil? Quite bad, at least for some people. It's down pretty far. $60 a barrel, about. Down, I don't know, 25% from 3 months ago. And even further if you look back out. That's going to be a problem for Venezuela since they don't have a lot of other exports and have sanctions on them. Here's that story.
Venezuela's National Assembly on Thursday passed a decree declaring a state of economic emergency. The decree, signed by President Nicolas Maduro earlier this week, is in response to U.S. sanctions and tariffs. In March, U.S. President Donald Trump's administration began suspending authorizations for oil companies operating with Venezuela's state-owned PDVSA. It said oil companies operating in Venezuela must wind down their operations and exports by May 27th, while also imposing secondary tariffs on crude oil and gas exports. The new regulation allows Maduro to implement measures to boost economic growth, curb inflation, offer special treatment to investors, suspend taxes or exemptions, and establish import substitution mechanisms. Vice President and Oil Minister Delcy Rodriguez presented the document to lawmakers on Thursday. While she acknowledged the economy was being affected by the U.S. measures, she said Venezuela's oil and gas production would continue despite a 30% fall in price. She added national producers were welcome in the country. So
yeah, Venezuela is kicking out all of the foreign oil producers, tariffing oil leaving the country. The export tariff? Seems like Venezuela is becoming even more isolated. All right. Let's see what else we got here. What's next? Okay, yeah. Let's go here. Talk about a few of the United States' former allies, places like Canada, Denmark, and Greenland. Bernie Sanders at that CNN town hall talking about just that.
This is Grace Copps, a student at Georgetown University. She's a Democrat originally from New York. Grace.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. My question is as follows. How can the United States go about repairing our relationship with allies like Canada after the second Trump administration?
Well, I think there's going to have to be acknowledgement that what we stand for as a country is not to be the bully of the world. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the idea that you insult the prime minister, that you tell Canada they're going to become our 51st state, that you tell the people in Denmark, oh, by the way, we're taking Greenland away from you. This is outrageous. And what I would like us to be is a leader of the world based on our democracy as a model, based on our compassion, based on our work to fight climate change and help people all over the world transfer away from fossil fuel to sustainable energy so that we could save the planet. So that's a little bit what I'd like.
Let me just ask you in terms of relationships, if the end result or the results in the next 90 days of these tariffs that the president has put on is lowering of tariffs by other nations against the U.S., will it have been worth it? If this brings them to the negotiating
Nothing is
table?
worth it. Look, the isolation.
First off, what tariffs is Anderson Cooper talking about? The VAT in Europe? He thinks the entire EU is going to drop VAT? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, what kind of question? I mean, I get it. It's a hypothetical, but it's kind of stupid. Because of global trade, there's not a lot of trade barriers anymore. Not in terms of tariffs. I mean, there's sanctions on different countries right now, like Russia and Venezuela, who we were just talking about, Cuba, among others. But this is a self-inflicted problem, self-created problem, really. It doesn't exist. And yeah, I mean, we're threatening our allies with whatever Donald Trump can think of, I guess. You only have one Bernie. It's very true, Sola. Incredibly true. All right, let's go here. Got a couple more stories that we've covered this week. Let's start here in the UK, where people were protesting the United States at the U.S. Embassy. Guardian News from yesterday. Now, these are Greenpeace activists, but this is actually not a climate protest. Rather, it is a protest, as you can see, against the United States arming Israel, continuing to fund a genocide. And so they poured some sort of red substance into this water. Yesterday, I think I suggested it was probably beet juice. This was a based protest, and the imagery is certainly profound. All right, now let's go to Liechtenstein, the tiny country of Liechtenstein, which was not able to avoid Donald Trump's tariffs. CBS Evening News from 3 days ago. Tiny country of Liechtenstein, reeling over 37% tariffs.
Almost every country on the planet has been hit by the Trump tariffs.
Even imports from the microstate of Liechtenstein, population 40,000, sandwiched in between Switzerland and Austria, will be taxed 37%. Liz Palmer is there.
I mean, Liechtenstein is even smaller than Lesotho. Look at it. I mean, the dot used to identify where it is almost covers up the entire country from this vantage point. Something like 25,000 people live in this country.
Liechtenstein is tucked away between the Swiss and Austrian Alps. So tiny, you could fit it 4 times over into New York City and have room to spare.
But this alpine paradise is home to several world-class makers of premium products that turned it into a tariff target.
Power tools, for example, cables and connectors, and high-quality fillings and false teeth.
So basically, Liechtenstein is being punished for making things America wants to buy.
Exactly, yes.
Dr. Gerald Hosp is an economist with the Zukunft think tank.
Liechtenstein is so tiny, and this doesn't have any influence in the world. So how to deal really then with the Trump administration?
No one understands why, just because they don't buy as much from the U.S. as they sell to it, Liechtenstein got clobbered. Peter Laukas is an ex-banker.
37%.
It's irrational.
No one here gets how President Trump can think they're ripping off America.
Could you drum up? No, it's for laughing because Liechtenstein has 40,000 people.
Liechtenstein is nothing if not peaceful. It doesn't even have an army. What it does have is a stable and secure business environment. So it's been blindsided by President Trump's approach to world trade. Patrick Shadler is editor of the Fatla.
Okay, that's enough of this story. But yeah, Liechtenstein is being punished for U.S. consumers' desire to buy their products, much like other places. At least for now, though, that 30% tariff has now been reduced to a 10% tariff, like everybody else. So they're only being kind of punished, I guess. But it just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. There's no reason to do this. I mean, there's not enough people in Liechtenstein to make up the trade deficit. Just isn't. I know I was wrong about the 25,000. 40,000 isn't much more in the grand scheme of things. Let's talk more about Europe. Let's talk about NATO real quick. Here's Forbes breaking news from 23 hours ago. Donald Trump had some stuff about NATO. Wasn't necessarily super cogent. But let's hear what he had to say.
Just a feeling.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too.
What about all those military bases?
It would be one of the things.
We could. We might. I feel like he doesn't even understand the question that's being asked of him. Are we going to reduce troops in Europe at NATO at different bases? Like the question wasn't whether or not we happen to fund NATO more. It was, are we going to reduce troops in Europe? We could. We paid for a lot of stuff over there. All those military bases of ours.
Get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it will be one of the things we discuss. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package. For
one big, beautiful bill.
It's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with.
Huh?
The best.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I think part of the way I'll spend some of the money that we're getting from the law firms, in terms of their legal time.
Oh my God. I just realized what he's fucking talking about. This is so incomprehensible, the shit he is saying. It's so, like, oh, God, so many layers deep of stupidity. But you know all those U.S. law firms who have kowtowed to Donald Trump and promised him hundreds of millions of dollars in free pro bono work? I'm assuming, and this is granting him a lot of leeway, I'm assuming that that is what he's talking about, is suggesting that somehow those law firms are going to be involved in all of that. I don't know. I honestly don't know how or why they would be involved, but Donald Trump seems to think that they're going to be involved. I just doesn't make any sense.
If we can do it, I think we can do it, using these great law firms to represent us with regard to the many, many countries that we'll be dealing with. We'll have good lawyers representing us, but we want to have good lawyers, and these are the best, considered the best lawyers in the world, right?
What?
I mean,
This is not a
considered the best
litigation.
in the world. I don't know.
This is not a litigation.
They just went off a little bit.
Oh my God. Donald Trump seems to think that you need lawyers for tariff talks. I don't understand why. I don't understand. He truly doesn't understand trade, does he? This is not a court of law. These are trade negotiations, stupid. You're gonna sue Liechtenstein if they don't stop selling us fake teeth? I mean, what are we talking about? What in the fuck are we talking about? Doesn't make any sense. All right, let's go to the. This wasn't the coalition of the willing talk. This was Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which held a news conference in Brussels. At least I think they're two different things. Guardian News from 17 hours ago. See a couple of pieces of this one. This is a live stream from The Guardian.
Asked to focus on air defense on a new Patriot systems. We have outlined this request to our partners, and we're working together on air defense in interceptors. So at this stage, I would like once again to thank all the nations for their contributions, for their support, and Germany and UK, Boris and John, for your leadership, for making UDCG very productive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's some time for questions. We'll start with, I hope, I was given the names, I hope I wrote them down correctly. Johnny Beale, BBC.
Thank you very much. Johnny Beale, BBC. If I could first of all ask you, Secretary Healy, I think you said yesterday that the plans for a reassurance force were well developed, real, substantial. I asked Kaja Kallas, the EU Foreign Chief, Policy Chief, this morning if she was any clearer about those plans, and her one-word answer was no. I mean, she strikes me as quite a smart woman, and you strike me as a smart man. I'm just not quite clear as to how she could come out unclear about these plans when you seem to suggest, in your words, they're well-developed, real and substantial. So if you could address that, I'd be grateful. Minister Pistorius, if I could ask you, I accept that today the US Defense Secretary joined virtually, but the fact is that President Trump's special envoy to Ukraine got on to the war, got on a plane, has gone to the Kremlin. He's flown there. The US Secretary of Defense did not come here physically. Doesn't that tell us everything we need to know? That it is more important for the US to get a deal with Russia than it is to show solidarity and support for Ukraine. Do you think those are the right priorities? And in fact,
yeah, that's really all I wanted from this, was this guy's very intelligent question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Yeah. Doesn't that tell us everything we need to know about the United States' priorities right now? More focused on palling it up with Russia in Moscow than appearing at this Defense Contact Group conference and meeting with leaders, European leaders, who were up until recently our allies. It does seem to say quite a lot. All right. Now let's go to the Middle East. Remember this from earlier this week? If you didn't, prepare yourself. 4 days ago, Donald Trump revives his proposal to ethnically cleanse Palestinians and turn Gaza into a freedom zone full of hotels. Very great. Trump Gaza is going to be the best anyone's ever seen.
Well, you know how I feel about the Gaza Strip. I think it's an incredible piece of important real estate, and I think it's something that we would be involved in, but, you know, having a peace force like the United States there, controlling and owning the Gaza Strip would be a good thing. Because right now, all it is for years and years, all I hear about is killing and Hamas and problems. And if you take the people, the Palestinians, and move them around to different countries, and you have plenty of countries that will do that, and you really have a freedom zone. You call it the freedom zone, a free zone, a zone where people aren't going to be killed every day. That's a hell of a place. It's a, you know what I call it, a great location that nobody wants to live in, because they really don't. And when they have good living, real living, where Hamas and all of the problems they have, the level of death on the Gaza Strip is just incredible. And I've said it. I don't understand why Israel ever gave it up. Israel owned it. It wasn't this man, so I can say it. He wouldn't have given it up.
Israel owned the Gaza Strip. They owned it, and it's incredible death. Just an incredible amount of death Palestinians are experiencing. Thanks to our bombs and Israel's decisions, they gave up Gaza. Even though that doesn't make any sense, what I'm saying.
Very well. There's no way. They took oceanfront property and they gave it to people for peace. How did that work out? Not good.
Is the immigration, sorry, Mr. President, is the immigration plan still on the agenda?
Which immigration?
From Gaza. From Gaza.
All it is a concept that I had that I think is good, and now people are copying it. You know, maybe you want to tell people are talking about the Trump plan. Gee, why don't we do that? Would you like to answer that question?
Why don't people do the Trump plan of ethnic cleansing and illegal annexation of territory? It's like nobody ever thought of it before. Well, people were doing that all the time, you know, pre-Geneva Conventions, and also still since then. So it's not new, actually, and it's illegal according to international law.
Illegal?
That's maybe why some people haven't been outwardly suggesting this nonsense.
I think what the president talked about is, first of all, to give people a choice.
Oh.
Gazans were closed in.
Oh, closed in by who?
Including in arenas.
Who was closing them in?
I mean, whether it's Ukraine or Syria or any other place, people could leave. Gaza was the only
they could leave. Oh, they could. Oh, they. Who's they? Former Israeli prime ministers? It's clearly not. It's the Palestinians that lock themselves in and build a wall around Gaza and say, we're not leaving to go back to the rest of our land. I mean, it's so anti-historical. Donald Trump just sits here slack-jawed, sort of almost eyes closed, as if, yeah, Benny, he's speaking the truth. I don't know history super good, but it all sounds right to me. I'm almost bored listening to him say so many facts right now about how Gazans were actually prisoners of their own. They were basically foisted upon their own petard, building those walls, forcing themselves to stay in Gaza. They could have gone anywhere. Totally normal, actually.
They're locked in. And what is wrong with giving people a choice? Now, we've been talking, including...
This is so idiotic. It's disgusting. It's beyond disgusting. I don't have a word for just how despicable this is. These two guys are sitting here talking about all of this in this way. Stupid Gazans always repressing themselves.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All All right, let's go here now to the BBC from yesterday. Talk about the fact that Israel seems to have taken this meeting to heart and has started seizing large areas of Gaza as thousands and thousands of people are forced to leave or die.
Now, the Israeli army is seizing large areas of the Gaza Strip, expanding what it describes as buffer zones. That's according to Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz. He posted a video message from inside Gaza at the newly announced Morag corridor, which has split Gaza between the southern cities of Rafah and Khan Yunis. It follows Israeli media reporting that the Israel Defense Forces is planning to seize and keep the entire city of Rafah. It's estimated a land grab this large could consume around 1/5 of the Gaza Strip. Here's the Defense Minister speaking.
I wonder how Egypt feels about that. You know, having Israel on its borders in this way. Just seizing the Rafah a territory. They already have the Philadelphia corridor. I guess it's not a huge shift for them. But it certainly would make it so Palestinians would have even less support. As the Rafah crossing has been one of the only ways in which aid has come into the territory since Israel has been blockading the rest of it. Just wow. Just wow. We don't have to listen to the rest of that one. It's pretty clear what Israel's doing. They're getting on that annexation that Donald Trump seems to think is such a great idea. I guess they're doing it for us? Oh, I'm sure they'll give over the territory to Trump once they're done, so he can build his hotels for the freedom zone. Now, this in the news from 18 hours ago, France 24 English, Israeli reservists, I believe it's Air Force reservists, calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
It's another sign of the growing domestic discontent with Israel's war in Gaza. Hundreds of Israeli Air Force reservists published an open letter on Thursday calling for an end to the conflict and the immediate release of the remaining hostages.
At this time, the war mainly serves political and personal interests and not security interests. The continuation of the war does not contribute to any of its stated goals and will lead to the death of abductees, IDF soldiers, and innocent civilians.
The letter directly challenges the wartime policy of Benjamin Netanyahu, who's repeatedly claimed military pressure was the best and only way to secure the hostages' release. In response, the IDF announced it would fire all those who signed the letter, claiming it was impossible for military personnel to do their job if they expressed doubts over the mission. The move was backed by Benjamin Netanyahu, who slammed the letter as the product of a fringe group trying to break Israeli society from within.
Statements that weaken the IDF and strengthen our enemies during wartime are unforgivable.
Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Really? Are they? Sounds like the United States right now. Say anything that we don't like, and you are basically a terrorist. Wow. Doesn't seem to be fazing Benjamin Netanyahu whatsoever. Now Donald Trump was back in the White House here saying more things about all this. Where does this comment start? I have to prepare this video. You can talk about a bunch of shit here. Yeah, Donald Trump during this Oval Office. Well, this wasn't the Oval Office. Sorry, this is the cabinet meeting. Said some stuff about the return of hostages. seems to think that's going to happen immediately.
Relatively soon with Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting. It's so senseless. It's such a horrible thing. Would have never happened if I were president.
Never would have happened.
But it did happen, and we were given that card. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it stopped. Got to get going. We got to get it. We have to move it faster. Likewise with the hostages, we're making progress. We, there's 59 hostages, but only 24 of them are living, and that's the way it's been presented to me by the mothers of some of the dead, mothers and fathers of some of the dead hostages, and they want the bodies of their baby, as they say, their baby, their young boys. They want them back as much as if they were alive. It's amazing, because when I met the hostages 2 weeks ago here, I couldn't believe what they had to go through, by the way.
No,
but when I met them,
no.
he said, yeah, there's 59, but 24 are living. And they actually consider, I guess if you're a parent, you do consider it this way, that the remainder who are dead, the 24 that are alive, the remainder that are dead, they want them back just as much as they would want them back if they were alive. It's really pretty amazing and pretty sad.
Pretty amazing and sad.
We're getting close to getting them back. We have a lot came back. A lot of people have been grateful.
Came back.
And some came back in pretty bad shape. Some came back, they're okay. I think they're going to be scarred mentally for a long time, because if you sit down and talk to them, as I have, what they went through is incredible. But we're making progress. We're dealing with Israel. We're dealing with Hamas, and it's a nasty grip.
Very nasty, those Hamas. Now, the thing about this story for me, that there's multiple things actually, but I think the thing that sticks out most to me is how much Donald Trump talks about his meetings with the hostage parents and families, as well as the hostages themselves. I don't know exactly how much time he spent with them. I couldn't quantify it. But this man has zero empathy for Palestinians, and yet seems to have at least some amount of empathy for Israelis. And I think he should genuinely be forced. I don't know if it's by the International Criminal Court or who, but he should be literally forced into a room with Palestinian families who've lost loved ones. Basically, any Palestinian family. Into a room, lock the door, make him listen to these people. Until he figures out that everybody is a human, and not everyone in Palestine is a Hamas. And, I'm fairly certain that until that happens, Donald Trump will never find it in him to care about Palestinians. Of course, that's never going to happen, and I'm just daydreaming out loud, essentially. But it is disgusting the way he talks about this. Disregarding the fact that he seems to be deluded about his belief that the hostages are going to be coming back immediately. I personally have a lot of doubts about that, considering the fact that the ceasefire deal has been completely scuttled by himself and by Israel. You would do a Ukraine? No cameras, no nothing. Locked prison cell with Palestinians, okay? And maybe he's the only one locked in the cell, and they get to talk to him from outside the bars. Actually, that seems like the most fair. Maybe we just leave him there at the end. I don't know. I'm just saying. This guy should be forced to hear the stories of Palestinians, one way or another. And not have it be some sort of a press thing or whatever else. Just literally, I don't know. And I know it's insane. This is never going to happen. I'm just so sick of this man's just disregard for humanity I know it's only been 2 months, and I should probably pace myself on that, but it's a little hard considering the things that are being said. Okay, we got more things to talk about in the Middle East. First, let's go to Syria, where comments were made about the ongoing situation there. This is the United Nations from 18 hours ago. Where the Secretary General for the Middle East, I believe, made a comment here.
I now give the floor to Mr. Khaled Khari.
Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Conseil de sécurité.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council.
Former Assad government on 8th of December 2024, this Security Council has been regularly briefed on Israeli violation of 1974 disengagement of forces agreement between Israel and Syria, as you will hear from Undersecretary General for Peace Operations Jean-Pierre Lacroix. The Secretary General has been clear on his condemnation of all actions that are inconsistent with the agreement. There have been hundreds of reported Israeli airstrikes across Syria since 8th of December of last year, in the southwest, the Syrian coast, northeastern Syria, Damascus, Hama, and Homs. The IDF has publicly confirmed it has built multiple positions in the area of separation on the Golan.
Illegal.
Israeli officials have also spoken about Israel's intentions to stay in Syria for the foreseeable future. Such facts on the ground are not easily reversed. They do threaten Syria's fragile political position. Most recently, as conveyed to this Council by the Syrian Permanent Mission on 7th of April, at dawn on 3 April, there were reports that Israel carried out multiple airstrikes across Syria, including in Damascus, the Hama military airport, and the T4 military airport in Homs. Israeli simultaneous attacks in Daraa reportedly resulted in 9 civilian casualties.
They also bombed a completely non-military objective, the Ministry of Interior. We saw footage of that a long time ago. I lost that clip. I feel really stupid for having done that. I meant to save it. Should have clipped it and put it out. Because I haven't seen anybody talk about it. It was a fucking AP archive vid. I suppose at some point I could go through them and find out. I'm fairly certain I could do the math of when it happened. I do that. But yeah, not just the air bases. They bombed ports, a bunch of shit, as well as invading. We recently, yesterday, I think, we talked about those military bases you just referred to. And the United States isn't even saying a single word about it.
The Syrian interim authorities condemned these attacks, qualifying them as blatant violation of international law and Syrian sovereignty.
Illegal.
And an attempt to destabilize Syria. Let me also recall earlier indications by the Damascus authorities, as had been published in numerous media outlets, of not presenting threats to its neighbors and seeking peace on their borders. The Israeli Defense Minister was quoted on 3rd of April as qualifying the recent airstrikes in Syria as a warning for the future, and as he added that Israel would not allow Syria to become a threat to Israel's security interests.
Yeah.
Considering these developments, let me recall this Council's presidential statement on 14th of March, which reaffirmed a strong commitment to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Syria, and called on all states to respect these principles and to refrain from any action or interference that may further destabilize Syria. This Council's commitment to Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity grows in importance by the day. Syria's opportunity to stabilize after 14 years of conflict must be supported and protected for Syrians and for Israelis. This is the only way regional peace and security can be realized. Mr. President, let me conclude by recalling the statement made by Special Envoy Pedersen on 3rd of April about Israeli military escalation. that such actions undermine efforts to build a new Syria at peace with itself and the region and destabilize Syria at a sensitive time. Syria.
That's exactly what Israel wants, because they're looking for more territory right now. More buffer zones, more killing, all of it. You know, as long as they can continue the military operations, if you can call it that. Yes, you can. And Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have to, deal with that corruption trial that's been postponed over and over and over again on the grounds that he's prime minister of war. He can't do that.
That's too much, man!
Even though, in fact, waves and waves of people keep coming out into the streets telling him to stop. But he doesn't care about Israelis, just cares about his own power. All right, now let's go to France 24 from 20 hours ago. Talk about the situation ongoing in Turkey as the show trial of Ekrem Imamoglu is ongoing. It started on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go here. France 24 English. Turkey's march towards pure autocracy.
The jailed mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem Imamoglu, faces a hearing today over accusations predating his arrest last month. Imamoglu, who is expected to be the main rival of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in the next presidential elections, is accused in this case of insulting and threatening a public official in remarks criticising the Istanbul prosecutor in recent months. He could face up to 7 years and 4 months in prison if found guilty. Another district mayor faces charges of tender rigging. Imamoglu was arrested 3 weeks ago on a string of charges ranging from corruption to support for a terrorist group, plunging Turkey into political crisis and sparking weeks of protests against Erdogan's government. For more on this, I can bring in Yavuz Baydar, who is a blogger with the French news site Mediapart and a columnist with...
The number of people coming out to these protests is pretty crazy, gotta say. Turkey and South Korea kind of putting the United States to shame on the protests. I feel like we should take our democracy as seriously as they do.
Baydar, who is a blogger with the French news site Mediapart and a columnist with Svenska Dagbladet. Good morning, Yavuz, and thank you for joining us. This is Ekrem Imamoglu's first hearing, albeit on separate charges for those he's detained for. Could this case alone be worrying enough for him?
Yes, I think all these cases, there are two other major cases. This is sort of a minor case. This is the first hearing that we will be witnessing today. All of them are very serious because that's the fact is that all of these cases have a political nature rather than legal nature, because thereby by putting the mayor of Istanbul into jail, President Erdogan intends to get out one of the most serious political contenders in the upcoming elections in 3 years. So it should be seen as a very serious case.
Now, the opposition CHP has accused the Turkish government of a coup against who they call the country's next president by arresting Imamoglu. Is there any chance of the government actually losing its case in court?
It's minimal, if any, of those possibilities. The judiciary for a long time is subordinated to the political executive in Turkey. Separation of powers nearly collapsed totally for about 8 years now, since 2017, and Turkey changed the regime and sort of shifted into a one-man rule. And all these cases in Istanbul, including the protests after the.
I love how the streets are standing room only in Turkey for these protests. It really is wild. I just, kind of impressed just how many people are showing up. There's literally nowhere to fit more people into these protests, it would seem. You hit the max.
Attention of Mayor of Istanbul have shown us that the judiciary, the machinery of judiciary is now in sync with the political executive. So the chances are minimal for Ekrem İmamoğlu and his supporters that there will be a kind of a release or any softening, if you will, of those cases.
Now, if İmamoğlu is ruled out of future elections.
Okay. But yeah, the current president, Erdogan, he doesn't want any sort of challenge to his power either. Just like Bibi. Seems like there's like a growing coalition of strongmen out here, all trying to repress their own people. Or strong men, I'm using that as colloquialism. I don't view Erdogan as strong. I think he's a weak coward, unwilling to face the facts of his rule in this country.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Let's go to some Reuters footage of these protests. This is a live stream from 19 hours ago, showing all the people coming out. Okay, seriously, what is the deal with Reuters videos? And why can't they seem to get the audio right on this shit? They are a massive news organization that covers the entire planet. They can't figure out how to get their mics right, no matter what country they're in. Oh my god.
Come on!
Jesus Christ. These videos piss me off so much. I hate them for it. Reuters, maybe you should give your funding to me. I think I can do a better job. Yeah. Good one, Albert. Good one. Yeah, it's a small indie news outlet. Yep, that's what it is. We need to contact Reuters. Yeah, Joe's right. Yeah. We'll give them some galactic pointers. Okay, let's go to Saudi Arabia. Jesus Christ. Well, Elon is struggling when he decides to launch Tesla in Saudi Arabia, of all places. Here's the Associated Press from 23 hours ago. Tesla officially launches sales in Saudi Arabia. Go, web, go.
Yes, we're still new, so it's gonna take some time, but I absolutely believe in what Tesla and Saudi Arabia can do. When it comes to being fast and doing the thing, Saudi Arabia can absolutely set up the infrastructure in no time and have it even better than what it's like in America or Europe. Someone like Elon Musk, he's a visionary. He's looking always at the future. He's looking always ahead. So maybe if a few things don't make sense right now, they're definitely gonna look good in the future. Something like Tesla, he took it from the ground up and built it to an empire, one of the most valuable companies in the US. So I'm definitely sure of his ability to do anything related to the government.
The Saudi Arabian Elon fanboy. I love that. Oh, Elon Musk is a genius. He is a genius with all of these money and a great company. So good. So glad. For fuck's sakes, there's one in every country apparently. All right, now let's go to Iran, where apparently the United States will be having nuclear talks with that country. Here was the announcement. I think there's a clip of the announcement in this piece. Reuters, again, let's see if they can get the sound right this time. Reuters, 18 hours ago. Iran says it will give U.S. nuclear talks a genuine chance. Ooh, that sounds promising. A genuine chance rather than just a regular one? That sounds pretty good.
Ahead of nuclear talks with the US on Saturday, Iran said it would give them a, quote, genuine chance. That comes after US President Donald Trump earlier threatened to bomb if discussions failed.
I can't imagine them doing anything else but making a deal. I would prefer a deal to the other alternative, which I think everybody in this plane knows what that is. That's not going to be pretty, and I do not prefer that.
An advisor to Iran's supreme leader said in a post that, quote, important and practical proposals had been prepared in pursuit of a, quote, real and fair agreement. Here's US State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce.
What happens on Saturday would, I suppose, determine whether there's more. Right now, this is a meeting that is arranged. It is not part of some larger scheme or framework. It is a meeting to determine whether or not the Iranians are serious.
The talks are set to
You couldn't just call
Iran,
them?
which is mediated between the West and the Islamic Republic before. Trump withdrew the US from
I love that. We have to have a
2015 big.
That is a great painting. We have to have a pre-negotiating meeting to figure out if they're serious or not. Okay. Fascinating.
With Tehran in his first
It's a bold
term.
strategy,
His
Cotton.
return
Let's
to
see
the
if
White
it pays
House
off
has
for him.
restored his maximum pressure campaign.
Impose maximum pressure on the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Washington's ally Israel regards Iran's nuclear program as an existential threat. The UN's nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has said Iran is dramatically accelerating enrichment of uranium to up to 60% purity. That's close to the roughly 90% weapons-grade level. Western countries say there is no need to enrich uranium to such a high level for civilian uses, and that no other country has done so without producing nuclear bombs. Iran says its nuclear program is peaceful. The 2015 deal lifted UN, US, and European sanctions on Tehran in return for restrictions.
I wonder how the world's feeling about having denuclearized, with the expectation that the United States nuclear arsenal would be used for good reasons, supposedly, as a deterrent. But if we can have them, but you can't have them, okay? Get it? America first and only. Judge Janine Pirro look-alike 5 years in a row? Wait, are you talking about her? I kind of see it. I think there's definite differences in their bone structure, I guess you might say. They do. There are definitely some similarities, undoubtedly. I see it now too, though. I do see it. There is definitely a resemblance. Okay. Let's continue talking about this Iranian supposed talks to be held in Oman, Jordan. What's at stake in these talks? Good question. Tell us, CBS. Tell us, what is at stake?
The US and Iran are set to hold high-level talks in Oman tomorrow about Tehran's nuclear program. This morning, Iran says it will give diplomacy a, quote, genuine chance amid repeated threats by President Trump to use military force if it does not end its nuclear program. For more on these talks, I'm joined by Brian Katulis. He's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, joining us from Bethesda, Maryland. Thanks for waking up with us today. So set this up for us. What's at stake here for both sides at tomorrow's meeting?
So President Trump is sending his top envoy, Steve Witkoff, in what I would call a diplomatic high-wire act. They're trying to get to an agreement with Iran on its nuclear program, and this nuclear program is closer than ever to getting a bomb. And this is something for the last decade plus we've all worried about. The thing is, Trump is trying to do this in the span of just a few weeks. The previous agreement in 2015, it took more than 3 to 5 years. It took a long time to get there. So that's what's at stake, is if they don't actually prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon by getting an agreement, Trump has threatened war. We'll see if he'll follow through on that threat. He's certainly prosecuting a tariff war right now, but he also is disinclined to see a large Middle East war and get.
Ooh, nice. We might get a nuclear war along with that trade war. How exciting. How exciting. Thanks, CBS. 9th emotional support character ready. Wow, Jerry, keeping track of our emotional support, which we apparently don't have enough. Okay, I'll give you this right now. I gotta take a quick break myself. It's gonna be very quick. Just gotta use the Galactic facilities. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Make sure to put the seed down before flushing. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Wendy. What was that thing I said about nuclear war before I rolled an emotional support character? I mean, it was a pessimistic-ish joke about we get a nuclear war / standoff as well as a tariff and trade war. Something like that. I can't remember for sure exactly how I said it. Something like that, though. You get both. How lucky are we? All right. let's see what the Ministry of Truth had to say on this matter. Caroline Levitt once again making an appearance in the back halves of this stream to tell us what it is we're supposed to be believing right now. PBS NewsHour from 15 hours ago. Watch as Caroline Levitt says things about Iran. Let's do it.
Tomorrow there will be negotiations between the United States and Iran in Oman. What are the president's chief goals for that, and is he satisfied with how Iran is responding to this? They don't want direct face-to-face negotiations, instead sort of old-school shuttle diplomacy where they're in separate rooms and messages are passed back and forth. So is the president comfortable with the arrangement there, and what is the chief objective?
Well, I have spoken to both the president and also his national security team who will be engaged in these discussions. These will be direct talks with the Iranians, and I want to make that very clear. I also spoke to the president just last night about his goal when it comes to Iran, and he has reiterated repeatedly to all of you publicly and also privately to his team here at the White House, his ultimate goal and the ultimate objective is to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. The president believes in diplomacy, direct talks, talking directly in the same room in order to achieve that goal. But he's made it very clear to the Iranians, and his national security team will as well, that all options are on the table, and Iran has a choice to make. You can agree to President Trump's demand, or there will be all hell to pay. And that's how the president feels. He feels very strongly about it.
And can you update?
Thank you so much, Caroline. Nukes for me, not for thee. Don't listen to us, get bombed. Thanks, Caroline. Really great stuff. Really great stuff. Sticking to the messaging. Reading the words of Donald Trump for us, in case we'd forgotten them. Which I certainly did not. All hell to pay. Whatever the hell that means. I think we all know what that means. It means the United States is going to go back to war in the Middle East if Iran doesn't do exactly what we want. At least that's how I interpret it. I thought he was going to end the wars. Does that include starting them? It's all very confusing. Day one, something? I don't know. I can't remember. Now let's go to Africa. Talk about what's been going on there. Sudan has accused the United Arab Emirates, specifically when I say Sudan, I am talking about not the Rapid Support Forces, but the, what do you call the Sudanese military? There's a word for them. Can't think of it. But yeah, basically, that side has accused the UAE of, I should actually look this up. I don't know why I'm always forgetting this. The SAF, Sudanese Armed Forces, right? Okay. They have accused the United Arab Emirates of having fueled the genocide in the country. I guess we could also suggest that Russia has also fueled it on their side, but let's go here to the Middle East Eye. Talk about that.
Focusing then on the text of the UAE reservation, this is notably vague and non-specific. It merely makes a reservation with respect to Article 9, with no wording of any kind specifying the content and nature of that reservation. The rest of the reservation then reflects the wording of Article 9, what it concerns. L'article selon lequel in the French text. Notably, however, what follows omits the key wording on the responsibility of a state for genocide. So looking just at the text, it is quite unclear what the intent of the UAE reservation is. In what respect does it seek to exclude or perhaps modify the effects of Article 9? It might be to require a further consent. It might be to require some preconditions to the season of the court, such as negotiation. It might be intended as a statement that the UAE does not consider itself bound by Article 9, save for when its own state responsibility is directly in issue. The court must consider whether the UAE's notably elliptical reservation is intended to exclude jurisdiction over its own state responsibility for genocide, despite the apparently careful omission of those very words from its reservation. Sudan says this cannot be the case. Or, more to the point, for current purposes, that at least prima facie the UAE reservation is capable of being interpreted other than as a statement that the UAE does not consider itself bound by Article 9 with respect to the issues of state responsibility that are now before you. The court should not, and indeed cannot, at this very early stage, conclude on the elliptical wording of the UAE reservation that, to borrow the words of the joint separate opinion of the 5 judges in the DRC and Rwanda case, when they were considering object and purpose, that the UAE wished to be in a position to shield from international judicial scrutiny any...
Yeah. Although with this all going on here at the ICJ, I would like to make a recommendation while we're doing this. Maybe do the Russia thing, like I was suggesting, as it relates to their funding of all this, but also maybe get the United States in here. You know, because we're funding a genocide too. Maybe we should be held to account, although we haven't even signed on. So I guess you couldn't make the same argument. That's inconvenient, but no. Yeah, I mean, we're still committing war crimes. We should probably be tried for the genocide that we're funding. Just going to point that out. Couldn't make the exact same legal argument because we have, once again, not signed on to all of this. Fairly certain we can still be prosecuted for it. Okay, let's see what the France 24 English had to say here 20 hours ago. Sure, get Biden in there, get Trump in there too. I mean, he's the one outwardly expressing desires to ethnically cleanse Palestine. He turned back on the 5,000-pound bombs.
Tension fills the court.
He's in basically
at the International Court of Justice.
What's the word? I mean, they both should be in there now at this point. But yeah, get them both in there. That's my opinion. I'm not partisan on the prosecution of all of that. Oh God. What else I was going to say just now? And Bush and Obama. Yeah, might as well get them in there too. Turns out the United States has been funding and or doing its own crimes. Quite a lot of them. You say we prosecute every crime. It takes us 100 years. Yeah, it probably would take us quite a while. I don't know if it would be 100 years, but yeah. Yeah, 100%. Got a lot of war criminals walking around the United States. not facing those crimes? Many doctors just keeps adding people to that list. Starmer, Lammy, and Bibi. I mean, Bibi's already kind of... Didn't we already do that? Technically. I mean, he should go to The Hague, undoubtedly. But at this point, I think, this part of it has already been done. The judicial part, if I recall correctly. Maybe I'm forgetting or misremembering. Wow, Lammy too, huh? That's fair. That's fair.
Tension fills the courtroom at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. Sudan has just accused the United Arab Emirates of complicity in what it's calling a genocide in the Darfur region. It alleges that the Gulf state shipped weapons to the Rapid Support Forces, who've been battling the Sudanese army since 2023.
The direct logistic and other support that the UAE has provided and continue to provide it to the RSF and their affiliated militia has been continue to be the primary driving force behind genocide now taking place.
Last year, the UN's High Commission for Human Rights said it received documented proof of ethnically motivated violence, harassment, and arrests in the Darfur and Al Jazeera states. But the RSF is not the only warring party accused of violence. Last month, the UNHCR also said it was deeply shocked by airstrikes by the Sudanese armed forces, which reportedly killed hundreds of civilians shortly before it recaptured the country's capital of Khartoum. Sudan said it wants the UAE to pay reparations to compensate victims of the war. For its part, the UAE denies supporting the rebels and has dismissed Sudan's case as political theater.
The real motive and sole objective of the applicant, who is one of the warring parties, is to misuse the court to make their false accusations against my country.
Oh, false accusations, you say. Okay. I guess the RSF is just coming up with money out of nowhere while Sudan's economy lays in shambles. I'm sure it's probably just a bunch of money buried somewhere. That's how they're doing it. All right, now let's go to this story again from yesterday, which I tried to cover, but realized I had made mistakes.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Let's go here to Reuters from yesterday, talk about the situation as it relates to Ugandan troops and the DRC. Reuters from yesterday. Ugandan troop movements stoke security vacuum fears in the DRC.
In the bustling markets of Congo's Butembo, men and women with megaphones move through crowds, handing out pamphlets and raising banners, warning of imminent danger. The sudden activity was sparked by the unexpected departure of Ugandan military trucks, which was described by officials as a routine troop rotation. But the move has also amplified fears of a security vacuum. The region is grappling with levels of insurgent violence unseen since the turn of the century. Kabambi Kanaga is the campaign's coordinator.
Nous avons tous appris l'intention de l'Ouganda de retirer ses forces.
We have all learned of Uganda's intention to withdraw its military forces from our region. This has prompted us to come together to understand the ins and outs of the situation and grasp the deeper stakes.
Et puis comprendre les enjeux les plus profonds. Et voilà pourquoi nous comprenons.
That is why we understand that the threat is extremely serious. The enemy at our doorstep could take us by surprise in a very unpleasant way. This is why we are calling on the Congolese government to take responsibility.
Le gouvernement congolais à prendre ses responsabilités.
In January, the Rwanda-backed M23 rebel group seized eastern Congo's two largest cities, Goma and Bukavu, in a sweeping offensive that revived fears of a broader regional war. Ugandan troops, deployed under a security deal with Kinshasa, have long helped to contain insurgent groups in Congo's east, in particular the Islamic State-aligned Allied Democratic Forces. It has been blamed for hundreds of civilian deaths in recent years. Butembo residents Somere Tito said they were surprised when they heard that the Ugandan troops wanted to return home.
Okay. So real quick, just for clarity, Uganda, maybe we should pull up a map. So, I mean, I don't know if everybody's up on their geography. The fact is Uganda has been involved in the DRC for decades and decades, at least in the recent history, even since the 90s. In the 90s, they were doing all sorts of stuff in this region, both supposedly helping the Congo or the DRC. I know there's technically a difference. And also committing atrocities in the region. But in more recent history, they had been providing security in this eastern region of the DRC as the Congolese military is, it's a big area, honestly. The DRC is huge. And, so, the DRC had claimed that troop movements were just routine rotations amidst all the stuff that's going on, but the Ugandan military saw this as some sort of sign or whatever that the DRC was just completely pulling out. So they pulled out, thinking that maybe Rwanda or the M23 were coming to the region. And now people are left in a sort of as they suggested, a vacuum, power vacuum of sorts. That's causing some amount of concern for people in this region. And I can't, why is my maps application not working? All right, does everybody know where the Congo is? It's like directly in the center of like southern Africa. Okay, Rwanda is to its east, and so is Uganda. Uganda's directly above Rwanda on the same, basically on the same border. So yeah, this definitely makes things a bit complicated. Now, I just realized I went past this, or I should have put this above it because we were going from north to south. Let's just go back north to Ethiopia. According to the Associated Press, Ethiopia might be at war again. Yay. We're going to end all the wars immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Wouldn't have happened if I was in charge. I actually know somebody who just got back from Ethiopia. Okay, yeah, let's go here. Sorry for this. I mean, that's the concern, isn't it, Lefty? That is the concern. You could assume that the M23 are about to take this opportunity to grab some more territory. There's no way this all goes wrong. By the way, Ethiopia is not that far away from all of this. I mean, doesn't, whatever. It is wild that practically all of Africa seems to be devolving into violence right now. I was a member of the National Defense Forces. During my time there, I witnessed that our institution had deviated from the fundamental principle of prioritizing the people and the country over personal interests. Instead, it was solely focused on serving a single party. Sounds like a place I know. I joined the struggle because I believed that not only Amars have been wrong, but all Ethiopians yearn for change. During these 18 months, we have been equipped with numerous crew-served weapons and have captured many enemy troops. We have complete control over 80% of the territory. In the Amara region, we have fought thousands of battles resulting in both small and significant victories. We have captured high-ranking military officers. The Pretoria Agreement is good in that it brought a ceasefire. However, we believe it should be reviewed and revisited to achieve lasting peace in Ethiopia. It should also be noted that the immediate cause of the Fano struggle is Abiy Ahmed's invasion, not the agreement itself. Yeah, that does look like a war. You're right, Associated Press. It does seem like Ethiopia is at war right now. Just going off of instinct, I suppose. Hold on. Hold on there. Everybody needs to chill the fuck out. Alright, let's go back north, talking about Ukraine and Russia. This was Donald Trump from 4 days ago. We are still doing the week-ending report after all. I know some of you probably saw this, but this was Donald Trump in the the Oval Office during the Benjamin Netanyahu, the shameful Benjamin Netanyahu meeting that they held. Their own personally selected press crew. He had a response to why he was not tariffing Russia. That's right, Russia was excluded from those nasty tariffs. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news 4 days ago. This is why there are no tariffs on Russia. Okay, tell us, Trumpy. Why? I'm sure it makes perfect sense and there's no reason to question any of it. Just want to know why.
Thank you, sir. Can you talk a little bit about your potential meeting with Vladimir Putin? Do you still plan to meet with him? Could that
What are we doing?
happen in Saudi Arabia? And maybe you could elaborate as well a little bit on not providing tariffs on Russia, sir.
So the reason we're not
What are we doing?
about
What are we
tariffs
doing?
with Russia is because we're not doing business essentially with
Sorry,
Russia
we're gonna.
because they're in a war, and I'm not happy about what's going on with.
Elaborate as well a little bit on not providing tariffs on Russia, sir.
So the reason we're not talking about tariffs with Russia is because we're not doing business essentially with Russia because they're in a war.
Oh my God.
War, and I'm not happy about what's going on with the bombing because they're bombing like crazy right now. They're bombing. I don't know what's happening there. That's not a good
I don't know what's
situation.
happening.
So we're
Hard to
meeting
say.
with Russia. We're meeting with Ukraine.
Oh, son of a! I didn't mean to click that. No. Why did I do this to myself just now? Son of a bitch! I'm gonna have to open this.
Yasmin Chestnut, a student at Howard University and Democrat.
Oh my
Yasmin,
God!
welcome.
Come on.
Aside from Senator Booker, who broke the filibuster
Sorry,
record,
Yasmin.
what are the elected Democratic officials proactively doing to ensure that
This is
Trump's
not
agenda is
personal.
not being completed besides holding up signs during President Trump's
Excuse me. There we
congressional
go.
address and
Yeah, sorry about that, chat. I made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
You're right, it is awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Oh god, come on, work with me here. Son of a bitch, why do I do this to myself? We don't need to hear this one again. Donald Trump said, well, Russia, they're at war. Why would we tariff somebody who's at war right now? They're our good friends, Russia. Very great allies to the United States, and we wouldn't want to tariff a great partner like Russia.
Thank you, sir. Can you talk a little bit about
For the love of
your
God.
meeting potential?
My browser has decided to revolt. There we go. Now we're working together. That's how we do it. Okay. Come on, full screen it. Don't be a dick. All right, great. Perfect. Now, what's fascinating about this is while Russia didn't get tariffs at war, you know who did get tariffs? Ukraine. Ukraine did. You know, it's been honestly, Donald Trump coming into office has been a complete reversal of every single U.S. policy that existed up until today. Or until January 20th, I guess, actually. Misspoke. But it just, wow. It's just wow. I mean, we tariffed Ukraine. By the way, there's a bunch of other people on that list who were tariffed that are at war. Let's see. Who's at war? Let me just go through this list real quick. Who else is at war that got tariffs? Bangladesh. Well, technically Bangladesh, they're just taking in refugees. They're not technically at war. Even technically, at one point, had tariffed Israel. We took it down because Israel's a great friend of ours, just like Russia. Myanmar got a 44% tariff. They're at war. Tariffs for you, Myanmar. Sorry. Not as good as a friend as Russia. I'm just literally going through the tariff list, just trying to figure out who else got tariffs that was also at war. So that's I guess it's just a pick. You pick who who's actually at war and who's not, right? It's fascinating. Speaking of that war, Russia is still committing war crimes, allegedly. No, I mean, alleged. Being too generous. Let's go here to the Associated Press from 2 days ago. By the way, content warning, this one's going to be rough, even though it's blurred out. Get ready to see a group of Ukrainian POWs executed in contravention of the Geneva Conventions.
According to European military officials who have analysed it, this video shows Ukrainian soldiers surrendering to Russian forces last month. The officials say this scene was filmed in southern Ukraine, where the fighting continues even as US President Donald Trump is pushing both sides for a ceasefire. One by one, and at gunpoint, the Ukrainians come out of the destroyed house, some with their arms raised. The European military officials say the Russian soldiers, identifiable with red helmet markings, then direct their prisoners to lie down on the grass. Because the images are so graphic, the Associated Press is blurring what happened next. The Russian soldiers appeared to open fire in cold blood, spraying the prone men with bullets and finishing them off with shots to the head. The AP asked for an independent analyst to also assess this video. Rollo Collins works for the Centre for Information Resilience, which specialises in visual investigations. He said the video appears to be one of the clearest examples of extrajudicial killings that his London-based group has seen in over a year from the Ukraine war.
Yep, good old war crimes. And we got more on Ukraine right now. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday now. Video showing moments of a Russian attack in Kryvyi Rih. I don't think I'm saying that right. Rest assured it's in Ukraine.
Ты живой? Да, нормально.
Here, the chandelier broke. The chimney also broke and cracked. From windows, nothing left at all. On the opposite side was the epicenter of the explosion. And it was very lucky that people left in time. You can also hear what sounds like a siren in the background. You know what we need to do? We didn't make an emote list command. I know the Majority Report had one, and we never made one. We should. You know, help people unidentify each other's emotes, galactically speaking. All right, let's go now to this prisoner exchange you may or may not have heard of. United States got into a deal with Russia to exchange prisoners, freeing a Russian-American ballerina. Why was she in jail? Let's find out. I'm sure it was quite serious. She probably committed a lot of crimes.
An American ballerina is back on U.S. soil after being wrongfully detained in a Russian prison for more than a year. Ksenia Karolina, a dual U.S.-Russian citizen, was freed in a prisoner swap and reunited with her boyfriend overnight. She served 1 year of a 12-year prison sentence for donating $52 to a Ukrainian charity. And now we're learning President Trump's U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is back in Russia for a possible meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Chief Global Affairs correspondent Martha Raddatz has the latest. Hi, Martha.
This morning, after more than a year in a Russian prison, Ksenia Karolina is free and back in the U.S. Overnight, an emotional reunion at Joint Base Andrews. Karolina rushing into the arms of her boyfriend, Chris Van Heerden, a South African boxer. U.S. officials then greeting her and handing her flowers. Karolina, a dual Russian-American citizen, is a former ballerina who had been living in Los Angeles. She was visiting her parents in Russia when she was arrested and charged with treason for donating $52 to a charity for Ukraine. She was sentenced to 12 years in a maximum security prison.
I take it back. This one was a criminal. $52 to Ukraine? Oh my God. Unbelievable. Wow, that must have funded the entire war.
Exchanged in a late-night airport swap Thursday in Abu Dhabi for Russian Arthur Petrov, in custody here in the U.S. since 2023, accused of trying to set up fake companies to buy highly sensitive U.S. electronic components for use by the Russian military in Ukraine. All of this part of the warming relations between the U.S. and Russia in the midst of the ongoing war in Ukraine. And this morning, word that U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is back in Russia for a possible meeting with Vladimir Putin.
I don't think a single American representative has actually showed up to Ukraine since Donald Trump took office. I could be wrong. But we've gone to Russia twice. Okay, cool. We got one more on this. I think this is just the footage of her arriving without any commentary. That engine appears to be smoking. Is this supposed to be that? Why are my clips doing this? I can't imagine anybody being held. I mean, I can now. But being held in prison for $52 donation. What does that do exactly? I'm honestly confused as to what it does for anyone, including Russia, aside from threatening their own citizens from, going against the state. UK emergency debate on nationalizing the last UK steelworks. Ooh, I hope that goes well. All right, now let's go to China.
I have to have my China.
South China Morning Post from earlier this week, 3 days ago. See what J.D. Vance said. I don't know if everybody saw this one, but J.D. had some sort of, I guess, unfortunate, best way I can put it, or sort of just racist, xenophobic comments, if I'm being honest. Incredibly rude comments about China earlier this week. Let's see what that was all about.
American people. Sure. The president's new tariff policy.
J.D. Vance has defended U.S. tariff policy by singling out China with an insult.
Ask ourselves, what has the globalist economy gotten the United States of America? And the answer is fundamentally it's based on two principles: incurring a huge amount of debt to buy things that other countries make for us. And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. That is not a recipe for economic prosperity. It's not a recipe for low prices, and it's not a recipe for good jobs in the United States of America.
The vice president's comments did not sit well in China. No way, really. Chinese people don't like being called peasants. China's position on China-US economics and trade relations have been made very clear. It is surprising and also pathetic to hear such ignorant and disrespectful remarks from this vice president. He's right. That is ignorant and disrespectful. Sure, that'll help in the negotiations. Chinese netizens point out that the irony in Vance's remarks. He should recall that his parents divorced when he was a child, and it was his grandmother who raised him from poverty. Obviously, he also had a hard life when he was a child, and he forgot that he was once a peasant. Ooh, boom. I'm not angry at all when he says peasants. It's kind of funny. Vance's 2016 autobiography is titled Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of a family and culture in crisis. The controversy over his latest remarks comes amid soaring U.S.-China trade tensions. China was among the hardest hit by Trump's Liberation Day tariffs. It's true. It is true. Pretty disgusting comments he's making about China. I wonder how Usha feels about his apparent hatred of Asian people. I wonder if she's thinking to herself, did I marry the right guy? Probably not. She's probably fine with it. Okay. There was one of the stories from this week. We are doing the week-ending report, so I figured I'd at least get one of them in here while we're talking China, but we do have a lot of updates here to get through. Let's start here. CTV news from yesterday. China-US trade war means increased prices on electronics. Not my TVs. How could you? Yeah, we looked it up earlier. The median income in China, $40,000 US a year. Whoa, what just happened? Wait.
Down, up, and
No.
now down
No.
again. U.S. stocks sank once more late on Thursday as
Did this get taken down? No, here it is. There we go. Go back.
And let's get right to CTV's chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, to walk us through yet another wild day on the market. Amanda, there was so much optimism yesterday, and today much of that rally was wiped out. We knew about the U.S. tariff hike on China yesterday, so why did it take a day for that news to sink in for the markets?
In some ways, Omar, that's because some of the biggest investors in the world said, look, although there was relief at the fact that some countries are let off the hook, the two biggest economies are still embroiled in a trade war, and that will have a ripple effect around the globe, and that could start right away. It's probably already happening. I was looking at the data, and almost 10% of the imports into the U.S. from China are iPhones. The next 7 are laptops. If Apple has to raise the price of its phones, it will do that in Canada and in the EU as well. In other words, we will all pay for this trade war, and that will happen pretty soon.
As you laid out, you know, the stakes are so high in this fight between the U.S. and China. Who's got more leverage?
It's hard not to say that it's China in this one, because not only have they said they're willing to fight to the end, they own a great deal of U.S. government debt. That's a lot of leverage on that economy. And they're not a democratic capitalist place. They can inflict pain on their population without a lot of pushback.
Yes, it would seem China has more levers than the United States to pull in this trade war. Considering Donald Trump is alienating the rest of our trade partners, they have a lot more options where to go with their products. Yeah, even if you're not in the United States, if you're in the EU and Canada, you might get hit by these prices too. On your laptops, your phones, your TVs, and whatever else that you like to do the computing on these days. As we all know, everything is computer. So, it's going to be a problem. Now, of course, the escalation of this trade war happened throughout the week. Here's France 24 from yesterday talking about Trump's continued increases of tariffs, which made it all the way up to 145% at the time of this video.
down, up, and now down again. U.S. stocks sank once more late on Thursday as investors continued to assess the impact of Donald Trump's trade war on the global economy. Asked about the ongoing turmoil, the U.S. president acknowledged it could take time for his strategy to pay dividends.
Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Trump's decision to suspend sweeping new tariffs for 90 days, just a day after they came into effect.
Is anyone else, am I the only one who's starting to dread the sound of a black marker going across paper? Am I the only one? I can't be. I can't be the only one who hears that fucking marker go. I'm like, oh god damn it. What is it now? What are we unilaterally signing into law? What is the king decreed today?
Triggered the most intense episode of market volatility since the COVID-19 pandemic. The move initially seemed to reassure investors, yet worries resurfaced late on Thursday, with markets at a loss to predict Trump's next move. There were also concerns over how a 145% tariff rate on China, the only country not included in the 90-day hiatus, would affect the U.S. economy.
December 2024, we had a 2.4% tariff rate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The 2.4% was so much. It's almost like completely non-existent when you look at 150%. Oh my God, it is insane. Oh shit. We just approached 8 hours. We actually have a fair bit of news to get through still here. A lot in Asia for us to cover. Yeah, we should break. This is going to take us a little while. We're going to get a fifth half today, chat. I thought we were going to do N4. We need a tariff on markers. I think there technically is one now. Oh God, I don't know where markers are made. Honestly, I'm not a marker expert. I'm assuming they're made somewhere in Asia, probably China. Don't get me wrong. Maybe they're great American markers. Either way, I think we should tariff Donald Trump's marker purchases. That's a good one. I like that. Let's stick with that. Okay. Yep, we're going to have to do another space break. Don't worry, chat. We'll be right back with the content after these brief galactic messages. Well, I do hope everyone has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon so you don't miss any of the latest galactic content. While you're at all that, I would also recommend considering contributing to the Galactic News Network, as without you, we would cease to exist. So many great ways for you to show your support. Of course, many of you have heard this so many times. We got the YouTube, the Twitch, the Cash App, and the PayPal, but the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Get an avatar on stream, shoutouts, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy this last space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, chat, well, you know what that sound means. It means the last half of this show is about to get on the road. So, get back to those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. Alright, gonna stay in China.
I have to have my China.
Just realized I left this playing the whole time. We gotta go back a couple of minutes here. Okay, yeah. Alright, let's start off here. Associated Press from 20 hours ago. China raises tariffs on U.S. goods from 84% to 125%. Need sound. You're muted. This is where we left off, right? Am I losing my mind? I think this is it. Alright, yeah.
China announced fresh trade countermeasures on Friday. Beijing said it's hiking tariffs on imports of U.S. goods to 125% from 84%. The new rate takes effect Saturday. The U.S. and China have been escalating their trade war by raising tariffs, even as President Donald Trump hit pause on tariffs for other countries. Trump's universal tariffs on China now total 145%. That's because when Trump announced earlier this week that China faced 125% tariffs, he didn't include a 20% tariff rate tied to China's role in production of fentanyl. In announcing the tariffs, a Chinese finance ministry spokesman accused the U.S. of a numbers game, which has no practical economic significance.
Yeah. China, at least capable of recognizing how futile all of this is, but still raising goods prices in their own country, although they certainly don't import as much as we import from them. But this does... It's not like we don't... We still send them billions and billions of dollars to stuff. Oh, yeah. All right. Now let's go here. CNN from 21 hours ago. Xi Jinping says China is not afraid as Beijing hits the United States with a 125% tariff.
China is digging in. Americans are waking up to a whole new escalation in the global trade war. Beijing is hiking its retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods today from 84% to 125%. And for the first time since this all started, we're actually hearing from the Chinese President Xi Jinping himself. Xi's saying that his nation is, quote unquote, not afraid, and also warning, quote, there are no winners in a trade war, and going against the world will only lead to self-isolation. This after President Trump raised tariffs on Chinese goods even higher, 145% now, as we're all trying to keep track. The White House says they're waiting for China to pick up the phone. China says essentially the same thing about the United States. This very clearly showing what a tit-for-tat looks like, sending markets tumbling Thursday. But President Trump still optimistic when meeting with his cabinet.
We think we're in very good
I don't want reality.
Yep, Donald Trump still remaining optimistic. For what reason, I'm not sure. Aside from pure delusion, I don't think there is any. This is not an optimistic moment for anyone.
We think we're doing very well.
So good.
Again, there'll be a transition cost, and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Stock futures are right now up across the board. Let's see if they stay a beautiful thing today. But what's concerning investors a lot right at the moment, the U.S. dollar falling to its weakest level
It's nice to
against
see
the euro in 3 years.
It's nice to see it's not just me who's using Trump language to describe things now. I think everybody has lost their freaking minds.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
It's a beautiful thing. Stock market is up. So strong, so great. So beautiful. And it did end up. There was some amount of optimism in the stock market, even though the bond market continued to rise. Which is, I mean, we usually, in normal times, would be a good sign, right? People are selling bonds to buy stocks, whatever else. But in this moment, it's a different sort of harbinger, I suppose. Yeah, and we'll see how next week fares, after people have had a weekend to digest everything that's happened.
CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for us once again. CNN's Mark Stewart, we're not letting him go. He's in Beijing for us. Mark, tell us more about China's counterpunch and what it's going to mean.
Hi, Kate. Good morning. Look, none of this is a surprise. These latest tariffs are very much in the Chinese playbook. But what's very attention-getting to me is the fact that China is now saying it's not going to raise tariffs any higher, saying it has other weapons, almost making fun of the United States for raising the stakes, raising the numbers so high. Let me share with you some remarks we got late today from a government official here in Beijing who said that the United States is engaging in nothing more than a numbers game with no real economic significance, going on to say the United States is exposing itself as a participant in weaponizing tariffs, as a tool of bullying and coercion, turning itself into a joke. So that is the latest where China stands in this back and forth tit for tat. The other big headline of the day is that we are hearing from Chinese President Xi Jinping.
Please pause. God damn it. I keep trying to pause it. Wow. Directly from China's Commerce Ministry, suggesting the United States is turning itself into a joke. It's true. It is genuinely true. Donald Trump, we're going to make people laugh again. Make comedy great. Legalize comedy. Going to be greatly respected for how funny our blunderous moves in the government are. They're laughing with me, Michael. I need that sound shot now, too. We have too many Arrested Development sound shots. We can't add another one. Okay. Although, considering, I do feel like we need to do this right now. In case anybody's missed this particular reference I've just made, I need to do this.
They're laughing with me, Michael. They're laughing with me.
Oh, wait, nobody saw it. Oh, I didn't go to this. I didn't switch the screens. I am such a big dummy. That's too much. Whatever. It's too, we can't go back. We've gone too far. Look it up yourself. It's an Arrested Development clip. They're laughing with me, Michael. All right. Let's go to France 24 English now from 18 hours ago. Trade war. China urges the EU to unite against U.S. coercion.
Illegal.
Yeah, look at that. Donald Trump said, everybody needs us unless they wind up working with China, and then we're totally fucked.
It could mark the beginning of the end of a long-standing trade conflict. The EU and China have agreed to talks on abolishing tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles in the Union and replacing them with minimum prices instead. The EU Commission said...
How long ago was it that the EU put those tariffs up in place? 6 months ago? It can't be more than that. And maybe it is. Maybe I'm just forgetting because there's been so much goddamn stuff we've been covering over the last year. But I could have sworn that those tariffs got put in place like last September or something. Maybe it was during the summer. Maybe they made him a full 9. A full 9. Charlie Janir showing up in the chat. Giving us a little sour hour here this morning. Thank you, Charlie. Much appreciated. You are lovely and generous. All right, let's try that again. That's right. Here we go. China in the EU.
Could mark the beginning of the end of a long-standing trade conflict. The EU and China have agreed to talks on abolishing tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles in the Union and replacing them with minimum prices instead. The EU Commission said Trade Commissioner Maros Sefcovic recently spoke with China's Commerce Minister Wang Wentao, and that negotiations are set to begin immediately. The EU imposed the tariffs last October, a 45.3% duty on Chinese-made EVs aimed at protecting European car makers after Chinese sales had surged across the Union. But Germany's car industry opposed the tariffs, fearing a trade war with a key partner. Now they welcome the talks.
Regardless of current global developments, it must also be discussed here how to reduce obstacles and distortions in international trade rather than building new hurdles.
The move comes as the US president has ramped up trade tensions even with close partners.
Everybody, including China and the EU, are looking for new partners or looking for strengthening relationships with partners besides the US, since the US is becoming more hostile.
It certainly is becoming more hostile. Donald Trump's aggression against everyone else seems to be bringing them all closer together. I think that's probably what happens when you just sort of attack every single country on the planet all at once. You know, in this case, you're outnumbered. And now it's not a given that this winds up going through. The EU does have its own concerns. It wasn't entirely the United States is doing that caused them to put the tariffs on as it relates to EVs, as they have their own auto industries to consider. But with everything going on, I think it's a lot more likely that they do wind up going through with this. It's not a 100% guarantee at all, but this is absolutely what happens when you alienate everybody on the planet. So good and so great. They're laughing with us. They're laughing with us. No, they're laughing at us. And preparing to gang up on the United States, it would seem, since we don't seem to be interested in working with anyone. All right, where are we? Okay, let's go here to the CNN. The CNN. Let's go to CNN from 15. I'm losing it. I am losing it. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. Let's go to the CNN from 15 hours ago. What this tweet says about the US-China trade war. Which tweet? And what are you talking about? Let's find out.
What you talking about?
Have you seen this tweet from the Chinese Foreign Ministry? That's the official account of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China, sharing a quote from the former Chinese dictator Mao Zedong during the Korean War, the last time the US and China were shooting at each other. And the message was, China will not yield to the US. That's an important signal as to how China sees the current trade war with the US, and that is the Chinese leaders do not want to be bullied by the US president, and crucially, they don't want the Chinese people to see them being bullied by.
Damn, China's foreign ministry's meme game is on point.
US president. That said, I'm told that Chinese leaders are open to negotiations with the U.S., but at this point, they don't see the channels open for those negotiations, and it's their perception the U.S. is not making an effort to open those channels. This is one more crucial point, that if and when negotiations happen, Xi Jinping is not going to meet Donald Trump, I'm told, at the very beginning of those negotiations. They want the agreements worked out first. They do not want a Zelensky in the Oval Office moment,
Disrespectful to the country.
Where the Chinese leader would be surprised or embarrassed. And that's key as we wait for any movement here in this trade war between the...
Yeah, China standing its ground against the United States. And the fact is Donald Trump and Xi Jinping are playing a game of chicken, essentially. Especially Donald Trump, who started the game. And I mean, I'm not just talking about with the tariffs themselves, back and forth on that. I'm talking about the fact that Donald Trump, I heard, I can't remember if I put this in here or not. I don't think I did. But China hasn't called the United States yet. And, it's really incumbent upon the United States to call China, considering we're the ones who put the tariffs onto their products and started this whole mess. We should have called them first before doing any of that. But my understanding is up till now, no calls have been made. Donald Trump is waiting for China to call. And I think that's a bad plan. I think that's a real stupid plan. But what's new? What's new with the Trump? If not that, that's par for the course. Okay, let's go to Taiwan. From yesterday, Reuters, Chip Titan, TSMC, beats forecasts. Ooh. But tariff fears loom. No. Let's go here. Oh shit, I skipped past one. 2 CNN videos in a row. That's not shocking that I just tried to go past it. Let's go to the Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer. Trump administration's private warning to China fell on deaf ears. Private warning? What does that even mean, Wolf? He did it all on Truth Social and in public. What was the private part of it? Tell me.
There's new reporting just coming into the Situation Room right now. We've learned that the Trump administration had private negotiations with China, warning officials there against retaliatory tariffs.
When did that happen?
Those behind-the-scenes talks evidently did not work. CNN's chief national affairs correspondent Jeff Zeleny is over at the White House watching all of this for us. Jeff, what's the reaction over there after those warnings apparently fell on deaf ears?
Well, if they did fall on deaf ears, but it's just the latest example in the really day by day, the deepening trade war that is underway between the United States and China. Yes, we are learning that U.S. officials privately behind the scenes urged China to not retaliate. In fact, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been saying that publicly all along, warning countries to not retaliate. Well, those warnings have fallen on deaf ears, particularly with China, as they raise their tariffs.
Okay, right. We warned them after putting the reciprocal tariffs in place not to reciprocate themselves. That's not so... I mean, I guess that's a warning. It's more of a threat, right? It's more of a threat. It's like, we're punching you right now. You don't you dare punch back, right? It would have been better to preemptively say, hey, we're thinking about tariffing you. Blunderous foreign policy moves here from the Trump White House, as usual.
25%. The question now is which side is going to blink, if either. And Matt was just talking about consumer confidence. The prices are going to go up. There's no question about it. That's what the White House is bracing for. That's what the administration is bracing for. It's one of the big reasons the president had a dramatic pullback on his sweeping.
I mean, this administration doesn't have to brace for shit when it comes to the tariffs, okay? And I mean the people within the administration. All these fuckers, all these rich pieces of shit who are in the White House right now are all fully fine. They all, you know, how many billionaires are in this cabinet? They're all going to be just fine. You know, prices go up, they'll be fine. It's the American people, the rest of the planet, regular people who are going to be hit by this shit. Fuck, I mean, maybe their reputation will take a hit. Oh, God. All right, now let's go to TSMC. That is, the Trump administration still hasn't picked up the phone since putting the this latest batch of tariffs on China, and instead of just unilaterally adding more and more tariffs. All right, now to Taiwan. Talk about TSMC, like I tried to do a moment ago. I struggle so much to watch CNN. They make me so mad. This whole situation is kind of their fault. Not entirely, but certainly part of it.
Taiwan chip giant TSMC saw a strong start to the year, but tariff worries are looming. The world's largest contract chip maker on Thursday said first quarter revenue hit $25.6 billion. That was up 42% on the year and just ahead of analyst estimates. TSMC has been one of the big winners from the AI boom. It supplies customers including Apple and US AI chip champion Nvidia. Demand for the new tech has more than offset waning sales of consumer gadgetry, which had boomed during the COVID pandemic. But shares in the firm have plunged since US President Donald Trump announced sweeping global tariffs last week. That included a levy of 32% on goods from Taiwan. Chips were excluded, however, and Trump has since postponed enforcing the tariffs for 90 days. But the on-off nature of policymaking in Washington leaves investors anxious about what the future holds. TSMC shares rose close to 10% on Thursday, in line with wider market gains sparked by the postponement of Trump's tariffs.
Yep, Taiwan also not left out of these tariffs, even though they've been an ally of ours in a way to get goods not from China. Now we're going after them too, even though we were trying to work with them. This is such a idiotic. I mean, this year has been just so stupid. Oh, it's really beating me down, chat. It really is beating me down. All right, let's go to South Korea, because we've got big news in South Korea. We already talked about how South Korea's Supreme Court ruled on the impeachment of Yoon Suk-yeol. He has officially been removed from office, and he has finally left the presidential residence as of about 24 hours ago. France 24 English. South Korea's disgraced Yoon quits presidential residence.
A last goodbye for Korea's former president. As he left the presidential palace, Yoon Suk-yeol greeted his supporters who've been rallying to keep him in office. Yoon sparked a constitutional crisis in December when he attempted to impose martial law. He was impeached by Parliament and then arrested before being released in March. Last week, the Constitutional Court upheld Yoon's impeachment, paving the way for snap elections to be held on June 3rd. The race to replace Yoon has already begun, but his conservative People Power Party is trailing in the polls behind a populist liberal. Opposition leader Lee Jae-myung promises to turn the page.
The next 5 years will be a critical period for Korea. They will determine whether Korea proves itself a great nation by overcoming the president's internal strife and stand tall in the world, or whether it will continue the reverse course of destruction and regression.
Lee lost the previous election in 2022, and he remains a divisive figure.
Wow. I mean, we have been keeping track of this South Korea situation since the very beginning, since he declared martial law, and through everything that has happened. An end of an era. This will be a topic we'll no longer be discussing, I think, in any great detail after this. So let's get in as much as we can. Let's go to BBC News now. From 19 hours ago, ousted South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol leaves official residence. Yep, he's gone. It's official.
South Korea's ousted President Yoon Suk-yeol waved at supporters as he left the presidential complex for the final time. Last week, the Constitutional Court upheld Mr. Yoon's impeachment over his short-lived declaration of martial law in December. The former president and his wife have returned to their apartment in the south of Seoul. Our Seoul correspondent Jean McKenzie gave us this update.
Now, this presidential dramatic scenes, but really today nothing compared to what we have witnessed there over the past few months. This is where we have seen these huge standoffs between Mr. Yoon's presidential security team who were protecting him and the police who were trying to arrest him, as Mr. Yoon actually barricaded himself inside this compound at times.
It wasn't just his police either. It wasn't just his personal security. Remember who else showed up? All of his supporters came out and started basically chanting, "Stop the Steal." Basically bringing out a bunch of other sort of like Jan 6th American talking points and things. It's been really weird vibes the whole time.
Try to resist arrest. So today has been a much more peaceful picture. Mr. Yoon has accepted the decision of the Constitutional Court that we got here in Seoul last Friday to remove him from office. And as I said, he's moving back into his old apartment. He's going there with his wife and his 11 pets. So that is his 6 dogs and his 5 cats. But he is still entitled to presidential security. So he will have a number of bodyguards looking after him there as well.
Is crying.
And he is going to remain in the spotlight for a little bit longer because on Monday, his criminal trial is getting underway. He has been charged with insurrection.
Jesus Christ. This guy in the leather jacket needs to settle the fuck down. Why are oh my God. Okay, to end this epic months-long coverage, I suppose let's go here to Reuters from yesterday. The live feed showing Yoon Suk-yeol arriving at his private residence. Why didn't this happen in the United States? For multiple reasons. I mean, the Republicans don't have the fortitude to go against Supreme Leader Trump. Also, our impeachments are completely meaningless. Unfortunately, unlike South Korea, our impeachments are purely, unless I assume this is what you're talking about, but our impeachment system has zero consequences to it, aside from shame.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
It doesn't oust the president from office. We saw it last time. Donald Trump was impeached twice during his first term, wasn't he? So at least once. And it does nothing. You know, the only reason that Bill Clinton left office was because he actually felt shame about what he had done, even if he probably shouldn't have. If you fast forward things from where Bill Clinton was at, I mean, a lot worse things have been done in the White House since then. But, you know, if you impeach a guy, he can stay in office as long as he wants. Doesn't matter if he commits crimes or whatever else. No consequences whatsoever for being impeached in the United States. You've been a bad boy. You bad boy. Oh, you've been impeached. Oh. Now continue being president. It's fine. Nah, it's fine. We just wanted to tell you that you're bad. Right, we tried twice, but only successfully once, right? Thank you, Bad Lefty. Yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, our impeachment process is utterly meaningless. It should have more consequences, honestly. It's pathetic that I mean, what's the point of even having it? What does it even mean if it doesn't remove somebody from office? It's completely symbolic. All right, now let's go to Australia. We are getting close to the end, if you can't tell. SBS News from yesterday. AUKUS submarine deal concerns as Musk undertakes U.S. shipbuilding review. Oh, is Musk going to review our submarine building? Smart. Yeah, I got to get him in there. Got to get him in there, make sure we're making those subs right.
The long trek to polling day from the Pilbara to the petrol station pit stop.
Cheers, cheers.
But campaign plans are subject to constant foreign interference.
Is the US really still a reliable national security partner?
I'm confident about AUKUS because I've had those first-hand discussions with the President of the United States and also with more than 100 members of Congress.
Overnight, senior Democrat Senator Tim Kaine warning US tariffs will increase the price of imported steel and aluminium used for ships and submarines, with the potential for that to blow out the cost and timeline for AUKUS.
Look, we support the existing arrangements that we have with the United States.
I do think it's at risk under Labor because they're not putting money in. And if the Americans think, or the Brits think, that we're not serious about the program, why would they proceed with it?
The deal between the US, UK and Australia already facing scrutiny from the British House of Commons. Now a push for a review here.
It's had no substantive analysis, and anyone who's actually put their head up to even question it, let alone criticise it, has been shot down.
I think we need to take a bit of a chill pill here. It is fraught with danger to make projections out on the basis of 2.5 months of a new presidency.
Suggesting the best move is to wait out the White House.
The sky isn't falling. Yes, it's stormy. Yes, there's a lot of moving parts. The dust has not settled. It will settle. And there are enduring American interests.
Anybody who's lost faith in the United States is just Chicken Little. The sky's not falling. It's just very stormy weather.
Making AUKUS work.
The extent of that impact once the dust does settle is still to be fully assessed and is likely to be widespread. Car makers amongst those bracing for impact, weighing up the tariffs and the looming Australian carbon emissions laws. The Coalition's latest policy to undergo a test drive, winding back the penalties under Labor's National Vehicle Emissions Scheme. legislation that from July will penalise manufacturers who sell high-polluting vehicles. While EVs will benefit, automakers claim the price of other...
Good point, Jerry. I'm getting yippy. I gotta stop being so yippy. Everything's fine. Being, what's it called again? Pemmican? No, that's the meat product. I can't even think of it now. What's it called again? Oh god, now all I can think of is pemmican. I can't think of it. It's so stupid. People in Australia hoping to, what's the word? Beat Donald Trump in a waiting game, hoping that he'll just forget about doing bad things to Australia. That's good. We're a reliable partner. There's no reason to doubt that, aside from all the stuff that we're doing. All right, to New Zealand. A panican. Yes, thank you, a panican. They're a nasty panican, yippee. They're a yippee panican. Very nasty to panic. Yesterday we saw some good news, but I just wanted to watch some pieces of this here. Boy, I don't know why I thought that this was only going to take 4 halves. We've already almost made it to 9 hours tonight. Jesus Christ. All right, AJ Plus from a day ago. New Zealand versus the Maori. What's really happening? Yes, tell us. What is happening, AJ Plus? AJ Plus has basically like stopped making content. Have you noticed that?
It's November 14, 2024. Maori politicians in Parliament start a haka protesting what's being called New Zealand's most racist piece of legislation in 100 years.
The only reason this Parliament exists in Aotearoa is because our tipuna consented to it.
See, Maori are the indigenous people of New Zealand, or as they call it, Aotearoa. They have their own language, culture, and a sacred relationship with the land. People of Maori descent make up almost 20% of the country's population. That's nearly 1 in 5 New Zealanders. Unlike many other places where indigenous populations were decimated by colonization, Maori survived. Their ancestors' resistance to British rule was so strong that they managed to secure the recognition of certain rights in the Treaty of Waitangi, New Zealand's founding document. The new Treaty Principles Bill aims to revoke all of that.
We are the kingmakers, we are the sovereign people of this land, and the world is watching us here.
This isn't just another piece of legislation. It's an attempt to fundamentally reshape the relationship between Maori and the New Zealand state. What's unfolding is more than a political battle. This is a story about a fight for cultural survival, indigenous rights, and the very future of New Zealand's identity.
That is something, I've always been sort of impressed by. The Maori have stuck up for themselves, fought back so hard and ferociously against all of this repression, against the British Crown, that they got the Brits to kind of respect them more than perhaps other natives who have not gotten the same respect.
After 6 years of being run by a left-leaning government, New Zealand is now run by one of the most right-wing coalition governments it's had in decades. Within its first 100 days, the government started dismantling years of Maori rights. It got rid of the Maori Health Authority, an institution specifically designed to address the health disparities facing Maori communities. It also limited Maori involvement in local government and even scaled back the use of the Maori language in government communications, undermining decades of work to revitalise that critical aspect of Maori identity. But that was just the warm-up.
Racism is deeply embedded in New Zealand. They've deprived us of just about everything they can deprive us of. That does not change the fact that Māori are the Indigenous people of this country.
That's Margaret Mutu. She's the Professor of Maori Studies at the University of Auckland and the head of a Maori nation, or as they call it, iwi, in the far north of New Zealand.
As Māori become more and more articulate, more and more forthright about the fact that we are not going to be denied the right to be who we are, that we are going to take back what was stolen from us, then you started getting this backlash, this white backlash.
Enter the Treaty Principles Bill. The bill proposes a referendum on the Treaty of Waitangi's principles to make them apply to all New Zealanders equally.
The same rights, the same dignities for being human.
While that might sound fair on the surface, it's crucial to understand what's really at stake. The bill was introduced by this guy, David Seymour of the political party ACT. He argues that the so-called race-based policies that aid Maori communities create division and inequality in New Zealand.
Oh no. White repression.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Society. But here's the thing, Maori are disproportionately disadvantaged. Despite making up about 20% of the population, Maori represent 52% of the prison population. Maori have lower life expectancy, with the gap between Maori and non-Maori being 7 years. They also have lower incomes and a greater likelihood of living in poverty-stricken areas. The Treaty Principles Bill seeks to effectively dissolve the special constitutional status of Maori as tangata whenua, meaning people of the land, and treaty partners. This would impact everything from land rights to cultural protections to resource management. It could also affect Maori language education programs. Cultural heritage preservation, and even the ongoing process of settling historical grievances through the Waitangi Tribunal, but more on that later.
Although we've been colonised and although there was an attempt to assimilate us, we have always managed to maintain very strong aspects of our culture, of our language. And so when these attacks, these open attacks started at the beginning of last year, we did what we always do, which is we come together. We got our young people to organise a national march, a national protest march against it. And
okay, hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. Let's talk about the actual treaty, which was signed long, long ago. Because it's not that long ago.
Waitangi. New Zealand's founding document was signed in 1840 between Maori chiefs and representatives of the British Crown. There were two versions, one in English and one in Te Reo Maori, the Maori language. In the English version, the British wrote that Maori cede to Her Majesty the Queen of England all rights and power of sovereignty. But the Maori version promised the British something much more limited, just governance, kawanatanga, over the land, meaning Maori would keep absolute authority, tino rangatiratanga, over their lands, resources, homes and treasured possessions, and the British would have control solely over their subjects on the islands. It's important to note that over 500 Maori chiefs signed the Maori version, while only 39 signed the English version. Those 39 signatures were enough for the British Empire to do what they've always done: colonize. In 1840, an estimated 80,000 Maori lived on the islands. By the 1890s, just half of them remained. Many were killed during wars fighting for their land or died from diseases brought by the Europeans. Meanwhile, the European population had grown to over 700,000. By 1939, the British had taken over 90% of Maori land. For over a century, the treaty was essentially ignored by the government. But the 1970s brought an awakening. Maori were inspired by global civil rights movements, particularly the Black and Indigenous activism unfolding in the US. A new generation of Maori activists emerged.
My father used to say this: if you criticize a white man, it's you who gets hurt, not the white man.
Illegal.
So you must be very careful not to criticize the white man.
Not gonna do it.
My
Wouldn't be prudent
generation
at
did.
this juncture.
Our generation would have to be the one to do something about it, to recover our language, to recover our lands, to recover our rights, to have equal citizenship in this country.
Fast forward to the Land March of 1975. The demands started getting international attention. It took 6 months to plan the 29-day march. It grew to around 5,000 people from all over the country. Once those marching arrived in Parliament, they presented a petition of their demands signed by over 60,000 people. Protests forced the government to respond, and the Waitangi Tribunal was established that year to investigate violations of the 1840 treaty. Mutu says that the first years of the tribunal were simply just another government body ignoring Maori needs. However, in the early 1980s, a Maori judge was appointed as chair of the tribunal, and things immediately started changing. While the tribunal only makes recommendations for government action, it paved the way for future reparations.
To learn the lessons of the last 150 years, and to admit that the treaty has been imperfectly observed.
Since 1995, the New Zealand government has issued formal apologies and paid over $2.1 billion in settlements to various iwi. But the process has been far from straightforward. No settlements are the same, nor is the process of negotiating a settlement. Some iwi received major settlements, like the Tainui people, who were the first to win a settlement, secured $170 million, around 155 square kilometers of land, and a formal apology from Queen Elizabeth II herself in 1995.
And another first, this law includes an apology to Māori.
It remains the largest settlement given to an iwi. Other tribes haven't yet been able to achieve the same outcome.
Usually give us things like, offer us land like contaminated land and, those sorts of things.
Illegal.
They will never give us back the land that they've privatized. They will never give that back. What they do is they make us buy it back off them. These settlements are held up to be just, they go to the United Nations and say, isn't this marvelous? But if you go and talk to our Maori people about these settlements, they have traumatized our people because they play dividing rule to force these settlements onto the various iwi around the country.
I object to this process. I object to the Crown. How dare they tell us what to do?
This struggle between Indigenous peoples and settler governments isn't unique to New Zealand. Around the world, Indigenous groups are fighting similar battles over land rights, sovereignty, and cultural preservation. Take Australia, for instance. While New Zealand at least has the Treaty of Waitangi as a founding document recognising Maori rights, Indigenous Australians have no such protection. Even today, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are still fighting.
And that's some of the history of that treaty, which the incredibly conservative New Zealand government tried to impose on people. Of course, we followed this when the protests were ongoing against this amendment. But as of 2 days ago, well, that bill was shut down. Last video of the night. Oh my god. Little applause for all of you for having made it this far. Let's go to the Parliament in New Zealand. Watch this thing get shut down.
This bill hasn't been stopped. This bill has been absolutely annihilated. Mr. Speaker, Aotearoa New Zealand made it clear to our country that it does not support this bill. We are not divided, but united, with the 90% of our country submissions saying no.
We will continue to fight on for the truth that all Kiwis are equal. Ake, ake, ake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So let's finally consign this grubby little bill to the scrap heap of history, where it can take its place alongside the other darker acts of this House that have also been consigned to our history.
I am so pleased that the people came and spoke. We are proud to stand here today to oppose the Treaty Principles Bill. Toi tu te tiriti.
They may have deep pockets, but we have the people power and we will not be quiet, and this is a valuable lesson to leave our tiriti alone.
National has consistently said we'll not support it into law, fundamentally because we regard the bill, which seeks to impose a particular interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi by simple majority and referendum, is a crude way to handle a very sensitive topic.
If New Zealand First believed this bill had merit, we would have supported it. We do not. Mr. Speaker, New Zealand First does not commend this bill to the House.
Wherever you are, oh, there you are, David Seymour. You're a disgrace to this House, and when it comes to the Treaty of Waitangi, you will and always be a liar. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker.
The ayes are 11, the noes are 112. The motion is lost.
Well, there you go, chat. That was the last video of the night. 10-1 vote in Parliament to stop this perverse amendment to the Treaty of Waitangi in New Zealand. Well, looks like we got through another stream, chat. 130 videos this weekending report. Impressive that you all made it through. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Cannot forget this. These are your Galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mo Nope, Adia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, This is Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears. Just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Super secret late night after hours Galactic stream engaging in 3, 2, 1. Well, chat, you made it a long ways. You deserve this break. A little decompression with your space fams.